minute intro. Andrew hates the intro, but he has to deal with the intro every time. We still love him for it. Um, and then we'll kick off just the same. Andrew, you are the challenger in this. So I would put you first for opening statement, if that's okay. Um, and I think you're affirmative anyway, so it works out. Any questions, gentlemen?
Nah, sounds good.
You're both muted. I don't know if you
Oh, yeah, no,
mute.
sounds good.
Okay. You don't have to unmute. It's just a nod. It's fine. Okay. All right. Well, here we go, gentlemen. Let's play.
This again, guys. It's intro. We love this intro, don't we?
Captain's log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
Maybe I should have waited to start the stream. Sorry, guys. This is the whole thing. I just think it's hilarious that we follow this up with just two dipshits talking about some dipshit-ass topic.
Heavy bogies, 6+, low orbit, over grid 15-2.
No joy, Yashiman.
Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid.
Copy, Yashiman. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid.
They're on track or something right goddamn now, because we got Boku inbound, and they're not carrying flour.
Wait one, Yashiman.
We don't have one.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am the Raging Tomato here bringing to you Moderator Monday number 2, round 2 on Tuesday with Should Traditional Gender Roles Still Have a Place in Modern Society? Andrew came on last night during Soy Pill's debate and had a few words and has now established a challenge, and we're going to get through that this evening. So, Andrew, I won't waste any more time. Your opening statement, please.
Yeah, thanks for doing this on such short notice, Sarah. I appreciate it. I only had one day. I'll thank my opponent too. I only had one day really where I could get this squeezed in, so I'm glad you guys were able to both accommodate me. So I'll dive in with my opening statement first. One of the most hilarious phenomenon of our time that our future ancestors are going to look back on and laugh about is how we prioritize the whims and wants of absolute fucking morons. Our society operates backwards. It's not just counterintuitive, it's just really fucking stupid. So, in a rush for feminist egalitarianism, we essentially collectively lost our minds. I'm going to hit you with some facts right now that my opponent is going to be forced to agree with because they're all just objective reality, every one of them. In order to provide a healthy society, let's take a bird's eye view for a second and pretend that we're playing a game of Sim World, United States Edition. We want to prioritize a healthy, happy, robust society with security for its people. In order to do this, we count on the fact that families can live on a single income, have job security, that mothers will be treated correctly due to their matron status in society, and the glory that comes with it, and that fathers, the protectors and providers, are obeyed and in a position to make decisions based on the general health and welfare of their genetic prodigy and the immortality that they will receive through their children. Traditional gender roles. That kids will be reasonably educated before they pick a trade or a husband, and that little Susie and Johnny will live happily ever after, riding off into the sunset. That's what you, the player of this game, are supposed to accomplish. And you accomplish it. After 100 hours of intensive gameplay, there it is, the Great Society. Then your little brother comes home from college, a full blown progressive, and picks up the fucking game. And within 10 hours of playtime, he manages to make it so women become debt slaves. Laws are unequally yoked towards the provider class. You spend 5% or more on education of your entire GDP. Um, and the people who you produce can barely read. And on top of all of that, your society can no longer reproduce because he shifted their prime reproductive years to career establishment. Suddenly, your divorce rate's sky high, single mother families are out of control, the entire population is obese, and mental health is at an all-time low. And you ask him, what the fuck did you do? How? How did you manage to accomplish this great feat of destruction in only a few hours' time? And he says, nothing, bro. I just took the weaker sex, which can reproduce, and put them in the roles of the stronger sex who can't, so it was fair, and sprinkled a bunch of gay shit in for funsies. And now you got to spend 200 hours getting the society back to normal. That little bastard. Well, that little bastard lives everywhere, unfortunately, these days. And that's exactly what progressives did and continue to do to our society. My opponent spent yesterday's debate with Jake Rattlesnake endlessly talking about people's freedom to choose as though they actually have freedom to choose. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's endlessly hilarious and ironic. Women are pushed into being career women so that they can live and are taught from a young age to discount trust in males who just want to SA and exploit them and be ready for a backup plan if this whole marriage thing doesn't work out for them. So they spend their reproductive years in a degenerate institution filled with drugs, alcohol, sex, and abortion. Brilliant fucking plan, by the way. Brilliant plan. Boy, who thought this one up? So that they can get a degree in a field they most likely won't even go into. Mission accomplished, you fucking retards. Well, I offer a different plan. I call this the this is fucking obvious as fuck to everybody except you plan. See, I think the government itself should use top down policies in order to propagandize the intact male female family unit, providing incentives against the breakup of that family, because the social fabric of society itself relies on intact, cross generational, rooted family units to fucking exist, period. The alternative family unit doesn't even need to be legislated against, though I would actually be fine if it was, just heavily stigmatized at an institutional level, and the intact family glorified with great and wonderful propaganda everywhere. It's on the TV. It's in the kids' shows, just like all the gay stuff. It's in the commercial breaks. It's on all the YouTube ads. It's in everything, everywhere you look, all the time. What do we get as a society for that? Well, we get stable family units, normalized social expectations, cross generational wealth, patriotism, unity, high trust communities, a world where pee wee prisons, also known as public schools, which are actually just publicly subsidized daycare centers, adhere to the parents' wishes because mothers are more invested in their children as they actually stay home with them. A world where the school day is 3 hours instead of 8 or 9, where kids don't have to get up before the sun is out in order to go eat garbage, ready made food, have very little exercise or social standards applied, as they had to incur a huge amount of problem and they have to deal with a huge amount of problematic people who they are forced to associate with. Pure insanity. This world allows for a single breadwinner. It doesn't even bar women from working. It just prioritizes the social class of workers who fulfill their social obligations of reproduction and strong family units. Every incentive for the traditional role here makes for a better, more stable, and ultimately stronger society. Tradition, definitionally, I would say, means experiments that worked. Well, we have the progressive experiment, and it's a fucking nightmare where we can't even reproduce our own societies. What we do produce is mental illness, tons of obesity, a population of sick people, and due to the aging population of women, giving birth to a whole new line of autistic children, which is becoming a public health crisis due to all the over 30s having children. Absolute madness. Not to mention the rise of infant mortality since the only time, by the way, since the advent of antibiotics, we see a rise in infant mortality due to the Lincoln age and chronic illness, which is often associated with age. This question is a no-brainer. It's literally simple. We have thousands of years of history supporting my view of gender roles, and it worked well. We have 70 years of feminist trash, and it's a social death sentence. There are just some of my issues, but I can't wait to dive into all of them. Few other conditional gripes. Letting 18-year-olds vote's really fucking stupid, right? You actually have to be really a fucking idiot to want to allow 18-year-olds to vote. Also, letting most people vote is equally fucking stupid. Reinforcing narratives to women to delay reproductive years is really fucking stupid. Trying to interchange men with women is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. And finally, so I said yesterday, just a nitpick. Well, a woman can defend if a criminal against a criminal with a gun, just like a man, if the criminal's unarmed. It's like, yeah, sure. But I guess by that logic, so could a 10-year-old. It's still really fucking stupid. It's really stupid. Basically, all of Soy's positions are just kind of stupid. I'm basically going to rip all of them to shreds very quickly as he tries to clip farm with ad homs because I'm just going to tell you these people never have good arguments. They never have good arguments for any of this because it's blatantly obvious. With that, we can move over to Soy's opening statement.
Thank you, Andrew. And soy pill to you, please.
Yeah, hey everyone. Thanks for coming, Andrew. I wanted to watch Andor today, but it seems like this is the only day you could do it. So forgive me for my lack of sleep from last night. Doing this for 6 hours, let's do it for another 3 or 4. I think gender roles are societal pressures put upon men and women that promote behaviors that most of us would agree are good, and shame people who don't follow those behaviors. I don't think they're holistically bad, because obviously promoting things like independence, strength, or ambition are good things, but I don't like that by making these behaviors gendered, we're excluding swaths of the population. I don't think that women should be shamed or turned away from pursuing a career or being independent just because of some traditional role of subservience. And I don't think men who want to stay at home should be shamed for taking care of the family. Ultimately, I think that we can take the good that gender roles provide and move to promoting them as universal virtues. The utility that they provide should not be limited to half of the population. If women want to choose to be tradwives and that makes them happy, good for them. If men want to work out and do 6-hour gender debates for a living, they should. In regards to Andrew's opening, I reject the premise that every single metric of bad can be attributed to a lack of traditional gender roles, and I think the biggest flaw in Andrew's argument is going to be that he's fighting for an unsustainable society that in history has just led to the things that he claims to hate. If you look at the way that we implemented abortion and restricted women, it led to feminism because people crave choice. Promoting traditional gender roles seems to be a fruitless effort that is fighting against the human desire of freedom of choice, and enforcing them doesn't seem to lead to their desired outcome. So I'd rather live in a world where people are given the room to make the best for themselves rather than be forced to or pigeonholed into a role that might not suit them. And then just a couple last little points here. I think I want my 10-year-old to be able to defend my house, and I support everyone's right to vote. And it's funny that you have that opinion because you are a self-admitted average IQ person, so I guess you would not be included. So let's get into it.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate that. And as always, we will go into open panel this evening. We'll do about 2 hours of the debate. We will read and respond to super chats, and then we will open up for open panel dumpster fire.
Yeah,
However,
okay.
I
I thought you were
apologize.
done. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I will open the floor in just a second. And as always, we will do open fire, open panel dumpster fire. However, we will not be going for 6 hours this evening. I think I've got a good 4 in me at the most. So just fair warning, gentlemen, the floor is open to you.
Yeah, so
Andrew, I would.
Well, hang on. I just
yeah.
want to clarify one thing.
Yeah, sure.
Did I say anywhere in the opening statement that you would judge voting based on IQ?
No, you didn't. I just
Then that's a
assumed.
really fucking stupid argument right off the gate from you. So
Okay, cool.
basically,
So
you're
let's
admitting
talk
you
about
straw
gender
man.
roles
Hang
then.
on. I just want to
We
make
don't
sure that
have
we
to dive
clarify
into
that
your
you
stupid
straw
hypothetical
man.
about
I just
who
want to
and
make
who
sure that
shouldn't
you
vote.
straw man. Hang
let
on.
me
Okay, I apologize
Just
for
want to
that,
make
Andrew.
sure
I'm
that you
sorry.
admit
I assumed
you
gentlemen,
straw
I
just a
man my
assumed
second.
that maybe
Both
position.
of
you were
you
talking about
stop. Both
IQ.
of you stop. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to let Andrew run his line of questioning. Okay, we'll go about 5 minutes, and then Soy Pill, if you want to run
Oh
one
man,
back, and that way we don't get all crossfired
I'm
here.
gonna interrupt. I'm
Okay,
sorry. It's gonna happen.
Yeah. So can you just admit you
understood.
straw man my position for no
I
good
admit
reason?
it. I thought that maybe you were
There you go.
implicating, excuse me, that it should be based on IQ. I bet it's based on something else. I apologize.
Yeah. Do you think that it would be okay then if for the rest of the debate we don't straw man each other's positions, but actually try to contend with them?
I'll do my best, but if you say something stupid, I might imply that something else stupid you might believe, and then you can correct me like that. So,
I never
um,
say anything stupid.
I've beg to differ. I've watched a lot of your debates. How would you define gender
Well, it's
rules? Like,
amazing
because
'cause
I
you're about
tried
to
to kind
lose.
of
You're
define
about to
them at the
lose this one.
beginning,
Go
and
ahead.
I don't know if you would accept my definition. But do you think that a gender role is simply like a thing that like men do, or do you think a gender role is like a societal expectation of men?
Neither. I tie a gender into virtues, and so
Okay,
I
that's
think
sort
that
of what I
that's
do.
no. I don't think it is what you do. Give me your definition of gender.
Well, my gender roles idea was the idea that we're kind of pressuring a man or a woman to do a certain thing and like promote a good behavior or a virtue, if you will. I just think that these things don't need to be gendered. So
No,
it
no, no.
sounds
There's necessary virtues, and here your universal claim actually it fails on its own merits immediately. There is a thing women can do, men can't. What's that called?
give birth.
Yeah, so then there's going to be all sorts of virtues which are entailed around this
What's
idea
the virtue
that
of giving
hang on,
birth?
can you chill for a
Well,
second?
no, because you're going
There's
to get
going to
into the
be
stupid
there's
epistemological
going to
definitions
be
thing, and I need to challenge you on the idea that, well, oh, woman can give birth,
yeah,
therefore
I
virtue.
haven't
I
even
need to
given the
stop you.
argument.
You're
I
going to give
haven't
like
Okay,
16
let's
different
do
definitions,
this.
dude. I need to stop you on the first
Let's
one.
do this.
You
Let's
you
do
got to at
this.
least let me give the argument.
Go
then.
ahead and give the argument,
Right,
So
Andrew,
anyway,
and
if
then
it's
Soy.
universalized and Soy agrees and he does that there's something women can do men can't, which is reproduce, then yes, there's going to be virtues around reproduction, the weaker sex, they would have to adhere to that men would not, or would be more glorified for them that would not be more glorified for men because necessarily men can't give birth.
Okay, cool. So the reason I asked you what your definition of a gender role was because this is something that clearly points out the flaw of your thinking. If you say, hey, all women should give birth, which I don't think is something that you might prescribe, or maybe it is, it's clearly just not something I think that we should promote. I think a lot of women can't give birth. I think that plenty of women should have the right to choose not to give birth. And so if you, again, this is why I asked, do you think a thing that men do is a gender role? I mean, do you think that the Navy SEALs is a gender role? Because if you do, it's a kind of a weird argument to me because it's such a small subset of the
Well, you
population.
have-
This isn't a societal pressure to tell men to be Navy SEAls. It's a thing that exclusively men can do.
Yeah, I mean, so you actually said a lot there, but you didn't say anything. But I'll untangle both
Okay.
things, and I let you give
Untangled
your
to nothing. Go
arguments.
ahead.
Yeah. So I'll untangle both your arguments. First,
Go.
I didn't say it's a duty of all women to
Okay.
reproduce. Obviously, all women can't reproduce.
Okay.
All men can't be in the protector class either. They could have all sorts of deficits. They could have bad spines. They could have bad knees. They could just be physically handicapped and unable to do it. But that wouldn't be the virtue we would be applying there. All women should be moving towards societal reproduction, even if they themselves can't reproduce, meaning they shouldn't have antinatalist rhetoric. They should also be performing at all levels to try to assist in the idea that society should be reproducing. That would be virtuous. That would be part of a virtue, which you would consider a feminine virtue, a virtue which surrounds them. For instance, midwives don't have to be able to give birth, be great midwives, right? Or assist their friends who are pregnant, things like this. This would be something which would be more virtuous from the standpoint of women and women's health and women's health functions than the alternative. Same with the protector class. You don't need to be able to be a protector yourself in order to tell men that they're failing in their duties of protecting their family. Again, that would be highly virtuous. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to gain parity through monolith, which is actually a logical fallacy. It's a fallacious argument on its base to say all of anything, something else. That never works. It's fallacious on its face. So no, and nobody's making those claims. We're talking about virtues themselves.
Okay,
and what we
good.
should
No,
be
you're not making
adhering
that claim. It's
towards.
good because I don't agree with that claim. And so then I would ask, you say, okay, we're promoting natalism, or people who can't give birth, women who can't give birth should promote their friends who can give birth. They should be midwives. Is there anything that's excluding men from promoting this at all? Like, is there any reason we should say men shouldn't do this? Is there any reason women shouldn't be promoted to protect their family given the full extent of their capabilities? Like, this is what I'm
Yeah,
not
so this
understanding.
is a great question. So when it comes down to a physiological virtue of women can give birth, men can't,
Okay.
right? this also becomes a nature of a virtue that women exclusively have the dominion over. I would argue, and the opposition is, well, I mean, you don't even disagree. Your pro-abortion argument is literally going to be that women have dominion over their body, health choices,
Whoa,
things
hold
like
on.
this.
My pro.
So
Wait,
you
I didn't make that
yourself-
argument. What? I thought we weren't strawmanning
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
Andrew.
So you
just
did
implied.
last
Well,
night.
I
You
didn't.
did last night when abortion was brought up.
Okay, well, okay, that's fair, but I didn't make it in this debate, and I'm a different person today.
So 24 hours later, you changed your position.
Hey, maybe I read an article or something. Just don't strawman me, okay? I
that's
watch
not
your
a straw
debates.
man.
I implied that maybe you like higher IQ people.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
maybe
okay.
not,
But
okay?
anyway, so that wasn't a straw man. That was me saying what your position was at least just a few hours ago. That seems like the opposite.
That
of
you
straw
think
man.
I'm pro-abortion because
That's
women
like
have domain over
super-
their bodies? I've
Yeah,
never
it
said
would
that,
be-
actually.
it
That's
was
not my
dom-
opinion
it's-
on abortion.
Oh,
So maybe you weren't
okay,
listening very well.
So why should women be able to have abortions?
I just think it's better for society when they do. I think when you restrict abortion, historically, you see what happens, and it just doesn't work out the way you want it to. I think it's funny. Rachel, your wife, I think, brought up this case in Romania in 1960s where they banned abortion, and the rate of births went up. But then very frequently after, the illegal deaths from abortion, illegal abortions went up by like 9,000, and the birth rate dropped again. I just don't see this panning out as something that we can do, even if you wanted it to happen, which I don't. So I just don't think you can prescribe or enforce abortion laws in a way that people will accept.
So, okay. So you don't have a moral ought for why women ought to be able to have abortions other than just like
Well, I
they
do,
should?
but I just don't want to have an abortion argument about whether or
Well,
not.
I'm just saying I'm not strawmanning your position. Your ought is only going to be based around autonomy. It can't be based around anything else.
As opposed to, wait, I'm confused. You're saying I must be basing it on autonomy because if I don't, then I must be then
Because
anti-abortion?
you wouldn't have another argument for it otherwise, for your worldview. It
Okay,
would
sure,
have
it's
to be
based on
based around
autonomy.
autonomy. Yeah, of course. All right. So I'm right. So it's no straw man. So anyway, the point is that ultimately, though, when you're talking about men, when it comes to things which are exclusive duties of men, which basically is the domain of men, that's going to be the protection at class. So what men, if you look at bird's eye view again of all nations in the world, they're all a bunch of competing tribes, right? All of these competing tribes are competing over resources. It's men's jobs to procure, refine, distribute resources, and they're the protector class at the same time. Those are the things in which are viewed, and that's the way that we're going to view virtues. If men are acting as though men are supposed to be acting, those virtues are going to line up with what men's capability can be exclusively versus what women's capability can be exclusively.
So again, if we're talking about like the vast majority of men are not protectors of the country. The vast majority of men are not providers of the resources. So
That's
I'm
fundamentally
confused.
untrue. I'll actually demonstrate this for you.
Well, I mean,
vast
you can.
majority of
First of all, I
men-
thought we weren't interrupting, but I
Yeah.
mean, literally percentage-wise, this is like
Well, I
less
was
than
just
1%
gonna-
of the population defends the country, and then 1 in
No,
10
that's
of
not true.
people in. Yes, what are you fucking talking?
No, it's
If
not
we're
true.
are you talking about they're the protector class because they're strong and therefore their duty is to protect the household? Because that's very different from protecting
Are
the
you gonna
country
let me
as
make
in
the
the
counter
military.
argument or
I don't
not?
know. You keep interrupting me, so I'm going to keep
I
interrupting
thought
you.
you were
Go
done with
ahead.
the argument. Tell me when you're done with the argument. I'll give you the counter argument.
My argument is that the vast majority of men do not involve themselves in the military. It's like 1 in 10 of the people that are conscripted, which is already less than, not conscripted, just in the military, is less than 1% of the population. Only 1 in 10 of those people actually see combat. So the idea that this is like a male gender role, which is like the whole point. That's why I'm asking about this definition. Why call this a male gender role if it's not something that most men do? And that's why I said at the beginning, a male gender role is something I think that we're pushing men into. I don't think we're pushing most men or most people into joining the military. So why would you call this a male gender role?
Yeah. So I didn't say the military exclusively is. I said the protector class is. You strawman me again because you were having an argument last night.
Well,
about
if all
the
of your
military.
definitions are so vague that you can just say
they're
men
not
do
vague.
this
They're
thing
very.
that-
In fact,
okay,
they're
so
so
give me the very
precise
precise definition of what the protector role is, please.
as to remove vagueness. I'm going to give you example after example of it right now.
No, don't give me an example. Give me the
Yeah, I'm
definition
going
of the
to.
protector role.
Okay, and I'll give you a definition of protector if you want that afterwards,
Yeah,
right?
please.
In fact, here, I'll take a second. We'll pull up an exact definition of the word protector.
Well, you don't have
so that
one?
you feel good. I'm sorry.
You can't.
Should
You
I
can't
use-
tell me. You can't tell me
should
you're
I
like what the
use-
definition of the
do
word
I-
that your entire argument is based off is.
What's the definition of the word grape?
Grape?
Grape.
Well, I'm not arguing about grapes, so I didn't
What's the
actually study
definition
up
of that
on the
word?
grapes.
What's the definition
of the word
Yeah,
grape?
you don't. It's
What's
very,
the definition?
It's always,
you can
it's
deflect
always
with these
very
weird
low
word games,
tier.
dude, but you don't know what protector
it's
role is. I'm
always-
asking you what the protector
Gentlemen,
class
do
is,
we
and you
want
can't even
to
fucking
play-
define it. Like, this is
Gentlemen,
embarrassing.
So yeah, so I'm giving you the
Gentlemen, do we want
definition
to-
that you
No,
requested.
you're Googling the definition
When
of
you
protector,
ask-
dude. Just
should
tell
I
me
give
what
you a
you think the
proprietary-
protector is. You can't just
Why
keep
do
giving
I-
me
Gentlemen,
examples.
Yeah,
Just tell me what it is.
Dude,
Gentlemen,
you have
I'm
to let
going
me
to
respond or I
kindly
can't.
ask you to
Well,
stop
okay.
for just a second, please. Thank you.
Okay, Andrew, if you could provide your definition, I don't care where it comes from.
It's always very low tier. People will request that you give them proprietary definitions because they want to nitpick a proprietary definition instead of having concise semantics. Why in the world would you not want me to give you a specific, hyper specific, and concise definition, which is not proprietary?
Because you
sir?
and I both know what protecting means. I'm asking you what the
Why are
protector
you asking
class.
me for the
I'm asking you
fucking
what's the
definition,
protector
dude?
class?
It's
Because do you
stupid.
think that women shouldn't protect their children?
Yes, of course, but that has nothing to do with this.
You think
so
women
let me
should
make
protect
the
their
argument.
children? Sorry, you
Let
said
me make
shouldn't?
the argument. I'm not done making the argument. Let me make the
Okay.
argument.
Go ahead.
So, okay, a person, if you want a historical definition or you want a current definition, which type of definition do you want?
I want the definition that you use to inform your worldview about what men should be.
Okay. Defender, guardian, those things work? Or do you want something more concise?
So this is why I didn't think you needed to defend it, because that is pretty obvious, right? It's like defender, guardian, right? Is this an exclusively male thing?
Yeah, well, prioritized.
You just agree that women should defend
prioritized for virtue. Yeah, prioritized for virtue. Yes, just like it's
what do you
not
mean by
exclusively
prioritized for virtue? Can you
hang on,
explain
it's
that?
not exclusively.
Well, I need to know what you mean, because you just
bro,
I don't understand
if
what
you
prioritized for virtue.
If you don't allow for the argument, if you will actually allow the arguments, I'll allow yours.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
That would be great.
So here's the argument. The argument's based around not concisely what every individual person can do. We don't structure society based on monoliths like that. In fact, from a political perspective, anytime you take a political action, it's going to necessarily take away from one group to give to another, or somebody's going to be isolated in some way. We literally don't look at virtues that way either. I wouldn't say that because you have no capacity to participate in the virtue, that is still not under the dominion of this group or that group, because it is. And when we're talking about a protector class, we're going to start at the home. The protector class starts at the home with a father's duty to protect his family. They get on the lifeboats first. There's no real other reason for him to put them on the lifeboats first, except that he's the part of the protector class starting immediately. And this goes from there. It's also their job to participate community watch, to assist in the affairs of people who are downtrodden, who are being victimized. They have duties to do these things too. They should be kind of exclaimed as being cowards. If there's a daytime abduction of women, they do nothing about it, right? They're kind of going to be looked at like that, as well they should be. And you can kind of expand this all the way out into the idea of military, of course, police officers, of course, prison guards, of course. All aspects of security and society are the domain of men. Because you could point to some women who can participate in that has no bearing whatsoever on the fact that that is the group which is responsible for the social security of society, period.
Okay, so the reason I interrupted is because you just talked for 2 minutes and said basically nothing, because I need to understand what you mean by domain. Because if all you're saying, if that entire thing can be summarized as, hey, there are places that men have a majority of participation in, then like, what am I supposed to argue with? This is just factually true. If you're saying that we should promote men into doing these things because they already are there, I don't think I agree with that. If we say, hey, people who are capable and eligible and have the merits to accomplish these things and the best people for those jobs should go into those, yeah, fucking obviously. That's why I think, yeah, men should be Navy SEALs, because they are the only people who can meet the meritocratic requirements of the Navy SEALs. That just doesn't mean that we should say, hey, all men, you should be Navy SEALs. And yeah, we should tell everyone that they should protect their family to the fullest extent of their capabilities. Now, men on average are going to be stronger. So yeah, if you're in a situation where I had to choose, hey, should I let the stronger person protect or the woman protect who isn't as strong? Of course, I'm going to pick the stronger person. But we're talking about what we're prescribing and trying to force people into, or try to at least incentivize people into. And I haven't heard yet why we should incentivize anyone into anything other than, yeah, there might be natural places to which they fall based on certain biological, imperatives, but I just don't understand what you're getting at with it. Oh, this is the domain of men, therefore, or this is the domain of men, gender roles. Are you just saying the gender role of men is that they are men and men do this? Like, you really haven't really explained that.
This is really funny. So first, we start with the idea that you were asking me questions and inquiring about my worldview. And then you had semantic arguments about those things. And so we were arguing about those things. You have not asked me for these specific arguments yet, which I laid out in my opening statement, which support my worldview. So of course we haven't gotten to that yet. But when you also made a fallacy again, you made a fallacious counter argument here. You said, of course it is the case that only men should be Navy SEALs, right? Only men. That doesn't mean I want all men to be Navy SEALs. Who the fuck said anything about all men being Navy SEAls? It's
It's
absurd.
just called an example.
That would be
I brought it up an
that would
example.
be
I didn't bring up the
fallacious.
police, but you brought it
Dude,
up.
I didn't
so.
interrupt you once. Didn't
Yeah,
interrupt
I
you
know,
once.
but you should because you
So
talk
anyway,
too much.
it's fallacious. It's fallacious on its face to even say that. It's just a fallacious argument. It's silly. It's stupid. Doesn't contend with anything that I said. Now, if you want supporting evidence for why it is that we want men and to prioritize men into these positions over women and women in certain gender roles in society over men, I'm happy to get in.
Well, I'm
to
just
those
curious
things.
if you
Let's start
contend at
first
all with what I'm
this.
saying, which is that
What
we
is it?
shouldn't have gendered roles insofar as pushing people to do something because of who and what they are. If you want to
I disagree.
Okay, cool. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so I don't think that we should push men into childbirth because they can't give childbirth, right? So we shouldn't push them to do that.
Again, if we're talking about biological imperatives, I don't think we need to push women into childbirth. If
Wait.
we're talking about, I think we should.
No, that's a different claim. That's a different claim. I'm sorry, sir. Can you answer this question?
Should we push men into
Should
childbirth?
we push men
That's an
into
amazing,
childbirth,
interesting
sir?
question, sir. No, I don't believe we should. However, I do think
Okay,
if
well,
there
that
was an
sounds like a
issue
gender
with
role then.
replacement rates, that we should promote people to have more children. And if you're going to say, well, it's
Uh-huh.
a gender role for women to give birth because women can
Yeah.
give birth, this is just a
Yeah.
tautological circular argument that doesn't like mean anything. It's,
It's
hey,
not a
woman,
tautology.
it's a tautology to say that the role of woman is that they're woman because only women can be women.
No, that would be a tautology. My argument's not a tautology. It is not tautological for me to say that there's one gender role that women can perform that men cannot, which
Again,
is
but this goes back to what your
gender-specific.
definition
Hang on.
of gender
It's
role is. You still haven't even given one.
gender-specific. It's gender specific.
What is it? Yeah, so is Navy SEALs. Is that a gender role?
Well, no, you could even say that that when it comes to Navy SEALs, maybe one day there'll be a woman Navy SEAL, right? But there's never going to be a day where men are giving birth.
What if men get womb transplants? We're already there. If they give
we're
birth,
not already there.
Yeah,
Are
they
we
literally
there?
just had this like a week ago.
I'll tell you what, when we get to that future, you can make an argument based on that. But
Okay,
you can't
but
right
obviously
now,
this
can
is
you?
silly, and this is what I'm saying is like this isn't
That's
a thing
not
that
silly.
all women do. You're talking about okay, well I'm rejected the monolith. Okay, cool. So then I'm asking because I said that gender roles are a thing that society prescribes.
But that is a monolith.
Right. So I'm saying if society is prescribing that a gender do this, that's what a gender role is, then is society prescribing, society shouldn't prescribe that men give birth. I agree, obviously, because men aren't giving birth.
Because it makes no sense, right?
Right. And you can say, hey, I think that women should have the, or I think women should have more babies, or I think more women should have tradwives. Like, I'm not going to say you shouldn't be able to have
Actually,
that
this
opinion.
is a really good point. And this you're kind of refuting yourself. Let's say for a second that there were artificial wombs that you could like transplant into men.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think women would still be better at that role?
I don't know. I mean, men are better at women at most things. We'd probably be better at giving birth.
How?
Because we'd figure out a way to be better. I don't know. I'm just being misogynist. But...
Yeah. So I mean, can you answer in good faith?
Well, I honestly don't know. I mean, if you think biologically, obviously biologically, women have the pre-built tools for it. But I think if the science overcomes that, we might be better at it. I think there's definitely ways that we could have these womb transplants that make it so that we don't have all the risks that women go through. That already there's a lot of scientific advancements that make it so that women don't die as often in childbirth. And maybe by the time we have artificial wombs, it's 100% guaranteed that not a single man will ever have any pain or anything from this womb transplant, and they can just give birth better. It could very well be the case. And then I would say, you know what? No woman should give birth because it's just 100% in every case more dangerous than a biological man.
So
with a
in
transplanted
in a technocratic potentialized future where there's artificial wombs, in that case, you would say this is not a gender role. But right now, you have to admit 100% is a gender role, right? Exclusive.
What is a gender role?
Man, we just
Say it
went over
again.
this.
I don't think a gender role is a thing
again,
that only exclusively a gender can do. I think a gender role is something that we're promoting everyone in society to do in general, and that we're shaming them for not doing.
So
right? That's the gender
we do
role.
promote. So don't we promote in society that women give birth?
In some ways, yes, but I don't think my point is that we should be, like the whole debate, whether or not traditional gender roles should exist in society. I don't think we should be shaming women for not giving birth, and I think they should have the choice to either do that or not do that by going off
so
and
these
working,
are
right?
expectations. Here's your definition to refer to, but please write it down because I don't want to say it again. There'd be expectations, behaviors associated with a particular gender, based around the notions of femininity and masculinity, which you and I both define, at least by your metric, as some kind of virtue. I think that I use Christian ethics as the virtue form for what feminine and masculine is. So I don't think we're confused about what a gender role is. I think
so
that
then why
if
is giving
set,
birth a
hang on,
gender
if
role?
it is a set of expectations and behaviors associated with a particular gender, childbirth is definitely going to be a fucking gender role, dude.
Insofar as it's expected of all women, or in general most women?
No, that's okay. Again, Again, expectations, behaviors associated with a particular gender. Definitely, that would definitionally fit childbirth for women. Yes, it would, right? Yeah.
Okay. Do you think
Do you
hysterectomies
agree
are
or
a gender
disagree?
role?
Do you agree or disagree?
I don't agree because I think
You
it's
don't
it's
agree.
a subset of the population that's not the way that I define gender roles. Do you think
A
do you
subset?
think hysterectomies
A subset?
do you think hysterectomies are a gender role?
No.
Well, only women can get them.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. And it's
Oh, actually, that's not true. There could be like a genetic deficiency that a man's born with, where he's born with a uterus, even though he's a male. And so,
Okay.
yes, he can have a hysterectomy. So that's actually not true.
Okay, so then men can give birth?
No.
Well, what about this genetic deficiency?
Even if
they
had a uterus, they can only go down one of two reproductive pathways, which is why you can't ever impregnate yourself. Not even chimeras can.
What if this
So
genetic
it's still reproductive.
What if the abnormality let them have an egg and they somehow put a IVF'd it into this womb that you couldn't give birth? They wouldn't.
It's not actually possible due to human physiognomy. You can't have all of the working functional parts that would both have an egg in a womb and the functional testes sperm in order to actually dick yourself down, impregnate yourself, and have your own baby. It's actually physically not possible. Isn't that crazy? But it's true. It's not. And that's why you only have one of two reproductive pathways you can go down, male and female. It's a binary, always has been a binary, including even with intersex. That's
intersex
still
is in a binary?
not a third sex. It's
What
not a
is
third
it?
sex. Intersex is a set of conditionals which are applied biologically due to various deformities and things like this. But you only have one reproductive pathway. So even if you're intersex, you can only get impregnated via ova or via sperm. That's it. There's
Sounds
still
like a
only
third thing
two.
to me, but okay, that's not important.
No, it's not
so
a third
again,
sex.
the reason I keep bringing this back is like
It's
this
not a
idea.
third sex, dude.
Whatever.
just
I
saying.
don't care. I'm not here to
It's not.
debate whether or not intersex people count as a third thing. It doesn't matter. All I'm saying is, look, I think that gender roles are how we like. But I think we can move on to this because I think you did.
Well,
in your
I need you
opening
to
segment.
admit that this is a gender role first.
I just don't. What do you think a gender role is? You say it's an
I just told
expectation.
you,
Yeah, hold on.
okay,
Wait,
yes.
hold on. I'm
Yes,
not
an
asking. That was a
expectation
rhetorical.
and
That was a
behaviors
rhetorical question. You don't have to
associated
interrupt.
with
I'm
gender.
just. I'm rhetorically asking, right? You think it's an expectation of behavior associated with it, right? So you're just like, oh, it's expected that men are protectors, and I'm saying that. First of all, if you
I'm
think that
not talking about men, I'm just only asking.
okay,
you
sure. If you
narrowly
think
about
that it's expected that women give birth, let's cede this ground. I think that most people in America will, expect women to give birth and shame women for not giving birth. They'll say, "Hey, like, where's your kids? You're 30. Where are your kids? You're
Yeah, fucking
35."
right.
And
The
I don't think that
opposite
should
is the
happen.
case.
So
The
if you want to say
opposite
that's a
is the
gender role
case.
that women should be are right now encouraged and kind of pigeonholed into giving birth, I don't think that should be the case. I don't think they should be forced. I don't think they should be discouraged from not giving birth. So yeah, okay, let's cede the ground that it is a gender role, and I'll say I don't think it should be. I don't think it has a place in society that way.
Okay, great. Well, as long as we can see the ground that it is, we can move on from there. So men.
Well, I want to. Okay.
Hang on. You do agree with me that this is a necessary societal function, and men cannot accomplish this.
Sure.
Okay, then can you also agree with me that the security provided by men is a necessary function to the functioning nation of any kind, and that women cannot provide that for themselves?
Sure. It's also a very small subset of men. It's not most.
It's not. It's not a small subset. It takes an entire community of men to do this, to build all the infrastructure, to build the weaponry, to build the bombs, to build the death traps, to protect at the home, to protect at the police level, to protect at the institutional security level when it comes to prisoners, when it comes to hunting people down who have done crimes. This is almost exclusively the domain of men.
Yeah, but notice how you had to say almost exclusively because it's
It doesn't need to be a monolith.
Well, okay, right, and that's what I'm saying. Well, that's my whole fucking argument is that we can say
it's fallacious. It's fallacious.
my argument's fallacious because I'm saying, hey, we should give people the
So
options to
unless all
choose different
people can
roles, and we
accomplish
shouldn't say,
something-
hey, men, just because you are a majority of the protector roles in these cases, you must do this, and also women, you can't do this. That's my whole
they're
argument.
the only ones who can do it.
I mean, that's literally isn't true. What do you mean the
Yeah, it
only
is
ones
true.
who can? Do you mean the only ones
No,
who
you
can be the
just
majority,
ceded
or do you
this
mean the
ground.
only ones
Hang
who
on.
can?
You just ceded this ground. Only men are the ones who can provide the necessary security for a nation. You've already ceded the ground. It's done.
No, so when you say only men can do it, you mean were it not for the fact that a majority of men choose to do this, then only men can do it? Or do you think that it is that woman can't
I'll tell you
participate
what,
in that security?
I'll cede this entire ground right now if you can show me any nation in the history of all of mankind where women have been
No,
responsible.
obviously
for the
this
security
isn't
of
what
the
we're
nation.
talking about. I'm asking you what you mean when you say only men can do this. I'm saying, well, it's not exclusively men, and it's not all men, so therefore I don't think this should be a gender role.
Because security is revolved around the idea that you're defending against other men, it's always going to exclusively be the domain of men to provide said
You
security.
keep saying this
Women-
exclusive
women
domain of men when
physically
it's not
can't.
exclusive to the gender, and two, it's not all men, which is my whole point about gender
so
roles.
wait a second. Okay, so your pedantry here. If you want it rephrased, I can rephrase it so
Rephrase
that
what?
you feel happy about the pedantry. What I'm saying is that because I would not put anything except giving birth in a monolith. It's the only thing I can think of where you could put it in a exact monolith, though there could be other things too that I just haven't thought of. The idea here still is that it's primarily, because it primarily must be men who fulfill those roles. Of course, we're going to incentivize primarily men to fulfill those roles. Why wouldn't we? It makes the most amount of sense in society. And of course, if you tailor virtues around that, that's going to be the best thing for society too.
Right. So
Just like
would
women are
you-
the only ones, hang on, just like women are the only ones who can give birth, us incentivizing them to give birth is probably going to lead to more people. If we incentivize men to do security, right, provide security, refine resources and things like this for the nation, obviously that's going to be real good for the fucking nation. That's why traditional gender roles are so fucking important. That's the argument.
Okay, this is a good faith question. I promise I'm not trying to gotcha. Would you say that if we are somehow able to achieve the same level of men in these roles and doing a great job at it, and women in nurturing roles, but we just promoted them agendered in such a way that we said, hey, all the best people who are the best at this should go and do this, would you be okay with that, or must it be traditional gender roles?
Well, what do you mean?
What I
can you
mean
outline
is,
this
in
better?
my ideal, and what I was trying to say in my intro is that I think we can promote people to make the choices that they fit their, whatever role they intend to fit. I don't think that means we need an egalitarian society where we have 50-50 men in the military and 50-50 men and women in the police force and 50-50 men and women in the nursing sector. All it means to me is that I don't think we should be pigeonholing and restricting people to specific roles and saying, hey, if you do anything other than this, you're not a good person. I think that most people will probably fall into this kind of category that you're advocating for. And I think that's fine if we promote these things and say, look, hey, if you're really strong, if you're capable of doing these things, if you're good at being a protector, go be a protector. And I don't think that
Wait
needs
a
to be
second.
gendered.
Most people, you think most people are just going to fall into these things naturally?
To some degree, yeah. I think that
Then what's wrong with
men are,
promoting them?
because what happens when you promote and say, hey, if you're not a real man, if you don't do this, you're not a real woman if you do this, we are now excluding swaths of the population and say, hey, you have to do this. And I don't
Why is
agree
that
with
a problem?
that. And I think
Well,
because
no. You threw in that last thing. You're telling swaths of the population they have to do what? Where was prescriptively you have to do anything
okay, not
ever
half.
introduced?
It's that they should, and if they don't, they're
Yeah,
bad.
they
And that's
should.
why, and I don't think that we
what's wrong
should
with that?
shame people for not giving birth.
Yeah, but that makes no sense. Your whole
What makes no
worldview is backwards. Here, I'll point it out to you. So you said, well, Andrew, most people naturally fall into this anyway. I say, well, what's wrong with promoting it? You say, well, the people who don't naturally fall into it or the social outliers might get real upset. So what? Fuck them. What's wrong with it?
There's certain categories that most of these people will fall into, like, yeah, the strength and the protector thing. I mean, a lot of women are in the workforce. So what is it? Like 46% of American women are now in the workforce, and that seems to be what they're inclined to want to choose. It doesn't
Why is that good?
Well, it
That's
depends
good.
on what metric you want to use. Like yesterday, you were talking about China and how their GDP is higher, but I mean, do you want to talk about?
Well, that was a refutation to a Wick argument where he was discussing that look at our economy and how great it is because women work. And I'm like, well, okay, but he said all Western nations are like that. They're so great because women work. It's like, well, why don't we take a look at a patriarchal society here, right?
And to what degree is China patriarchal? They have a higher women participation in the workforce. They promote like abortions. They have like 26, about the same amount of women in the parliament or in the government. Like, in what degree is that
patriarchal society?
What makes it patriarchal?
It's patriarchal because it's always necessarily going to be men who are in charge of the parties there, and they are
in charge of the parties. What do you mean by that?
Means that ultimately men are in charge of everything in China.
But okay, so when I said that 26% of the government is women making decisions on how the government
26%,
works,
wow,
yeah, a quarter. That's a pretty big part of it. Do you not think that that's them in charge of making decisions about how things should go?
No.
Patriarchy is if a majority of men are in charge of things.
Yeah, well, that's literally what it means. It means of the father.
No, well, it means that it's like a male-dominated society. I'm sure we can talk about the spectrums
well, I mean,
of what
it does,
patriarchies
but the thing
are.
is that it means of the father, from the father, and patriarchy itself. It does generally mean men in charge of things, and you just pointed out that men are basically in charge of things in China.
Yeah, but if you use patriarchy for China and patriarchy for Afghanistan, one of which is much more of a patriarchy, like why even use that word?
Well, now you're just quibbling over degrees, but they're both patriarchy.
Yeah, but it's ridiculous to call these things the same when one has a active woman participation. Well, it is if you're like, hey, these are both patriarchies, which is ridiculous because you're looking at a country where women are half of the fucking workforce and a quarter of the government and saying this is the same as when we lock women up and say they can't do anything. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
show you how
Gentlemen.
stupid this logic is. If one man's tall and one man's short, are they still men? Are they still both men?
Mm-hmm.
Well, wait a second. I don't understand. How can you call them the same thing when there's different degrees of what's going on? That's how dumb the argument is.
Yeah, if
They're
every
both
society,
patriarchies,
because
bro.
there isn't a majority of women in any government that is a patriarchy, then yeah, okay, everything is a patriarchy. What's the point of the fucking word if we can somehow conflate enslaving women and keeping them out of the workforce with a country that is actively participating in it? It's
So
just
again,
a stupid definition.
This is, again, a bad, terrible argument. It is the definition. It means of the father, and men are basically in
when
charge
people
of
say
things. That's what it's
patriarchy, they're
looking
not
at.
referring to, do you think the United States is a patriarchy? Are you agreeing with the feminists now? It's like, oh, it's a patriarchy because a majority of men are in the government.
No.
It's a patriarchy because
No, we're talking
Mexico,
about
because a majority of men.
institutions. No,
Well, okay,
no,
yeah,
so
and a majority
we're
of
talking
men
about
run the government in
institutional- what we're
USA.
talking
Is it
about-
patriarchy?
Gentlemen, I'm going to
we're
kindly
talking about
ask, hold on,
institutional
pardon
power.
me for just a moment, Andrew. I'm just going to kindly remind you if we could stop interrupting one another and talking over each other, because
Yeah.
it is poor form for the viewers, and I know they want to hear both of you.
I'm fine with you timing it. I don't think that this guy can actually help himself. He has to. He doesn't know how to form arguments, so he interrupts me in the middle of giving him a counter argument for the thing he just asked. What he's saying here, so that you guys know, he just refuted himself. He's like, how can you say these things are both the same thing, even though there's different degrees? And I point out the height difference. He says the same thing. In those different degrees, right? They're both still men. And they're both still patriarchal societies. We're talking about institutional power coming from men. It is the case in Afghanistan. That is the case. It is the case in China. That's the case. Can it take completely different forms? Sure. But it is the case. In the United States and Western nations, institutional power is not held by men anymore. Institutional power, I would make the argument that women have tons and oodles and fucking boodles of it, including buyer power inside of the market. So ultimately, no, this would not be considered any sort of traditional patriarchy, at least not anymore. Neither would any Western nation. But yeah, China definitely would be. And Afghanistan definitely would be. How can you even refute that?
Because I'm not even sure you have a good metric for what a patriarchy is. If you think the U.S. isn't a patriarchy, but China is. By the way, you brought this up because you're talking about, well, America has refuted gender roles and allowed women to enter the workforce, and look how well they're doing. And you refuted Wick's. If you think GDP is good, look, the West is refuting these gender roles. Well, look at China. China is refuting the gender roles of this like nuclear family pro-natalist, men control everything. They're doing the same things as of the American society insofar as letting women into the workforce, letting women be politicians, letting women control capital. All these things that you said make America not a patriarchy, and somehow this is still a patriarchy. It doesn't refute the idea of supporting the gender roles to be good at having a good GDP or any of these other metrics, and it also is coinciding exactly with the USA metrics that you're using. I just don't understand how these things are both patriarchies or both not.
Super bizarre argument, even though I was super crystal clear. It's about institutional authority power. Institutional authority. Who has institutional authoritative power? In China, it's men. China, it's 100% men.
What do you mean by
institutional authoritative power? You can have women who are politicians, even at the local level, even in your parliament. But the ultimate authority in China, it comes down to men. The ultimate authority in Afghanistan comes down to men. The ultimate authority here in the United States does not, especially in the
type. Using these terms,
yeah, so we have a democracy.
What's an ultimate
for
authority?
Instance, yeah, I'm trying to expand. So we have a democracy here, for instance, where a woman's vote is equal to that of a man's vote, right? They have kabuki democracy. It's not even real democracy. They have a people's party, essentially, and that's what's going to get in, and it's going to be the men who decide who the fuck really get in there and who's loyal to the party and who isn't, and that's the way they do business there, and that's the way they've done business for years and years since they were commies. Afghanistan is going to be the same way. They can give you some kabuki theater, but ultimately the authority lies with the men. Is there anything about the definition of patriarchy now that's confusing you? What would it be?
Well, it seems interesting that it's like the ultimate authority where, yeah, I guess if I really narrow it down to these very specific politicians that make these specific decisions and ignore all of the other things that women do in the society that completely transform the economy, the family, and how everything else interacts with everything else, yeah, I guess it's a patriarchy, but it's just an incredibly silly, stupid definition. And I think that America, by many,
makes no sense.
Well, okay, the ultimate authority in most of the government,
deconstruct...
Supreme Court, is a majority men. The president's a man. Is this not a patriarchy? They're the ones who control it. What makes America not a patriarchy then?
Yeah, the fact that women have an equal vote to men. So it can't be definitionally a patriarchy. Yeah, it can't be a patriarchy. An equal political process with men can't be a patriarchy. Can it?
Well, I don't know. It seems like a silly
Oh, you
definition to
don't
me.
know.
Again, because
You
we're
don't know.
now we're saying, well, I guess
don't
if
know.
women don't have the exact same equal vote in China, this is somehow now, I guess,
Can you
again,
tell me?
equivalent
Can
to
you tell me, sir,
Afghanistan.
how this could be a patriarchy if women have the exact same political?
Well, I'm not. Well, if I use your
enfranchisement as
definition, by
men?
your definition, it's not. I would say a patriarchy is when the men control the society in a dominant way and kind of make
How
women
can the
these
men
like
control
second
the
class.
society if women have equal
Well, if
enfranchisement?
men are
dude?
making the ultimate decisions, if men are making the ultimate decisions about what
They
happens in the
can't
country,
make the ultimate
well, they are.
decisions
It's
if
happening
women
right
are
now. The
enfranchised
president's
and
making the
outnumber
ultimate
the men.
decision. The point is, this is fucking
Gentlemen,
stupid. But the point I'm trying to make is that
Here's the impossibility of your
please.
worldview. The impossibility here: women outnumber men. They outnumber men right here in the United States, and women are enfranchised with voting. They have the same amount of
I know
political
it really
power
bothers you, right?
as everybody else. Because they have the same amount of political power as all the men, and they outnumber them. It can't definitionally be a patriarchy because the authority is not centralized of the father from the men. In China, it is. In Afghanistan, it is. Do you have a fucking refutation? For the love of God, please
I
give
just
me
don't agree
one.
with the idea that
I just don't
patriarchy
agree
is
with it.
only the only thing that makes a patriarchy is if the ultimate decision is by men, and if women have any say in that whatsoever, somehow
Can
it's
you
not
give
a
a better
patriarchy.
definition of
What-
patriarchy?
I just think it's when women are like so disenfranchised to the point of being literal second-class citizens, and I don't think you can look at China and say, yeah, this is definitely a patriarchy, given the all the freedoms that they have, all the autonomy they have over themselves. Well, this specific part of the government and the way that it is so funny how you complain and bitch and moan about interrupting, and you
interrupting
do
me
it
too
all
a
the
second
fucking
ago,
time.
though.
So I
Can you
again,
give
I
me
don't
a
mind.
definition
I
of
want him to be able to interrupt me for the record,
Gentlemen,
Sarah. But if he's going to
gentlemen.
fucking bitch about it
Go
all
ahead,
the
go
time,
ahead. I want to interrupt. Go
no,
ahead.
I want you to go ahead. If I say something stupid, go ahead and interrupt. Apparently, I'm
Can
doing
you
it the
just
whole
give
time.
me a
Are
backing
masochistic
definition? I'll
little
take it.
shits.
I just think it's a
Gentlemen,
place, yeah, where
please.
women are so
Women are
restricted that they have no
second-class
say in
citizens.
how
I'm
anything
gonna
goes because
ask
they're second-class
so
citizens.
kindly, the both of you. I love the back and forth. It's very entertaining. But again, it's not for me. It's for the audience. They want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, no
Thank
problem.
you.
So I just say this: can you give me any definition which backs up what you're saying, not as a second or third order definition, but as a first order definition that patriarchy means women are basically second class citizens? Go ahead.
Can you repeat the question? I'm not even sure what you're asking me.
Yeah, I said a patriarchy is rule of the father, where men have authority. Men are the primary authority.
Okay.
That's what patriarchy would be. You would probably
Yeah, but
agree
what does
with me
primary
that
authority mean?
yeah, well, you would agree with me that like if you had a queen, that would be a matriarchy. And if you had like a king, that would be a patriarchy. We'd probably agree, especially if it was rules of patrilineal versus matrilineal, like only women can be the queen, only men can be the king, right? That would be patriarchal, of the father, from the father, which is what the rooted word means.
I don't
You would
think
agree that-
necessarily, especially
Not
if it
necessarily.
was only kings that could only then be succeeded by kings, but if you got a royal family where a king could be succeeded by a queen, succeeded by a king, then I wouldn't call that a patriarchy or matriarchy. That's
That would
a
not be
dictator
patrilineal
or
or
a
matrilineal,
monarchy,
though,
yeah.
would it?
Yes.
That would not be patrilineal.
Right, I'm
or
saying, yeah, if
matrilineal.
it was exclusively patrilineal, matrilineal, like I guess maybe, but again, it also would depend then if you look at the society and say, hey, like what are the roles of men in the society? Are men also having this domain over women? Are women subjugated by the average in the average family by the man? Like that would be more patriarchal. But what if the woman was in charge of the gender roles and taking care of the household, but the man was the one making all of the laws? Like I would consider that like a little more matriarchal of a society because it actually has to do with what most of the people are actually dealing with. So again, this is all pointless because the only reason I brought this
that would
up.
still be central authority. That would still be an authority of women or authority of men. It would both of them. Like you're
I
still
mean, there's
making
like
my
it's so much more
definition for me.
nuanced to say that, oh well, this one
It's not that
specific
much
role, the
nuance.
ultimate decision of this specific role is the dictator of what the entire society should be called. I think it's just very anti-intellectual, but whatever. It doesn't matter. The point of me bringing this up was to say,
anti-intellectual.
yeah, I believe it is because you're trying to pigeonhole
father
everything
for
into a
patriarchy
singular
is
definition. It's like
anti-intellectual.
when men do this, then patriarchy, and not hey, like what are the roles of women in the society and like how much freedom do they have and what do they operate? What way do they
Yeah, that's a
influence the
threshold
economy? What way do
fallacy,
they
bro.
influence?
Bro.
What way do they influence the economy? And again, if you ask fucking anyone who studies anything about, hey, do you think that Afghanistan and fucking China are the same in the way that they dictate men and women's gender roles? They would laugh you out of the fucking room because you're fucking stupid if you think these are both patriarchies in the same sense. It makes the word fucking useless. So yeah, technically, if you say, well, men make the ultimate decision, great, cool. Like I can just fucking obfuscate every definition to that degree of absurdity, and it's a useless conversation. And the whole point of why I brought up this Chinese thing was to talk about something completely different. So I'm annoyed that we're still stuck on this.
I wonder how it is that you can take the Destiny mannerism of talking really fast, but be terrible terrible at making any points when you do it. You literally just agreed with my definition, gave me no better counter definition for this. What you did actually was you used another fallacy, you used threshold fallacy. This is like this. If I say to you, when exactly does sand become glass? Name the exact precise moment.
Yeah, it's Loki's wager. I understand.
Yeah, you
what this
couldn't.
is.
Nobody can. You don't, but you don't need to. It's not necessary, and it's actually a fallacious form of argumentation. All you need to do instead is we can put out some fairly specific criteria, which would be agreed to express and explain a phenomenon. In this case, we're trying to express and explain, not in an anti-intellectual, but in an intellectual fashion, the phenomenon of who's in charge of shit around here. And we have these cool words for that. Patriarchy is
that's
a cool
doing a
word
lot
for
of
that,
weight
and
carrying for you, Andrew.
is a cool word for that. And
who's in charge of shit? All the 25% of women in the government don't matter. The women who are CEOs of companies don't matter. They're not in charge of anything.
Didn't interrupt you.
interrupt me all the time, Andrew.
So I didn't interrupt you. I let you go through the whole thing.
Okay.
I let you go through the whole thing. Okay. So we have these great descriptors for these phenomena. In this case, patriarchy, matriarchy, where we're just expressing a phenomenon of who the fuck's in charge around here. Who's ultimately the fuck in charge around here, and whoever that's based around, you're going to consider that a matriarchy or a patriarchy. Instead, what you did is you devolved the argument even worse, because you were like, anybody who's an intellectual, they would look at Afghanistan and China and clearly say they're different forms of patriarchy, which I already agreed to. Yes, they're different forms of patriarchy, but they are both still a fucking patriarchy.
Yeah, by your definition, that's so fucking.
Give me a
if a man, if a man
sense.
is the ultimate, yeah. If I talk about, you can say this is not accurate enough because it doesn't say, hey, a man makes the ultimate decision. But if I say, hey, when women are subjected to a degree in which they don't really have any agency in the society, I would call that a patriarchy. Now you can say that's too vague, and maybe it's just as vague as your definition.
Have authority.
Huh?
Then they wouldn't have authority. So that would be my definition.
And they wouldn't have authority. Okay, so so in China, where they do have a lot of authority in a lot of different places, somehow this is still a patriarchy, right? I would disagree. I think that's a stupid fucking definition. But it doesn't fucking matter, because what we're talking about is gender roles, and we can't fucking say
is it a matriarchy?
No, it's just a fucking, like, it's a society. I'm not saying it must be one or the other.
Really
it doesn't. There's no dichotomy between patriarchy and matriarchy. It's like it's either this or this, and if it's not one of those two things, then you can't define it.
Then what is it? Then what is it?
What do you want me to say? Like it's a self-proclaimed
if it's not a
communist
patriarchy,
socialist
and it's
republic,
not a matriarchy, what is it?
What is it?
What is it?
Are those the only two options?
An egalitarian state?
Are those the only two options?
I think
now you're doing a threshold fallacy, right?
No. I literally
said it must be one or are there the other thing? It can't be anything in between.
Threshold fallacy. Actually, this is logical.
Can it only be these two things? Is every society either actually, by your definition, every society either is or is not a patriarchy, and the other one is a matriarchy, right?
Yeah. So here, let's just step through it logically, right?
You don't have to fucking.
A thing can only be what it is. Now we have men and women. We only have two things here. Two things: men or women. Only one can be in charge, or both can be in charge at the same time, right? Both can be in charge at the same time at equal levels. Hang on.
What is equal levels of in charge?
I don't know. You have exactly the same amount of authority across the board.
Okay. So does that exist anywhere in any society?
I think that there's nations
with exactly the same,
I think it does.
Exactly 50-50, perfectly exactly.
If you have direct political enfranchisement, where everybody has the same exact quality,
having a role in the government, maybe.
Everybody who has the same quality, well, who votes in the government? It's going to be those same people who are enfranchised. So if that is the case, and by the way, if you use that argument, then that would make the United States a matriarchy because more women can vote than men. So
sure, yeah, I think these definitions are super silly, but whatever, it doesn't matter. The point we're talking about gender.
Give me a counter definition. Can you give me the counter definition?
I gave you one, and you don't like it, and I don't like your definition, and we can argue all day about these. I don't want to. You know, I refuse.
I mean, you don't want to.
Because I gave you one, and you fucking bitched and moaned about it. It's like, well, look at my super accurate ultimate authority definition. It's fucking retarded. I don't want to contend with this.
Counter definition.
My counter definition was a society in which women have little to no agency or control over anything in society, and I think that you can call that vague. And I'm saying, yeah, I think that China, women have lots of fucking agency. They work in plenty of different roles. There's CEOs of their women. There's women in the government. And you'll say, well, they don't have the ultimate authority, and that's not my definition. So, okay, you don't accept my definition. Why are we still talking about it?
Well, because your definition actually is bizarre to me.
Okay, that's cool. It's irrelevant to the debate topic. You can fucking
semantics
ponder on this. I think it's bizarre you think women shouldn't vote. I think it's bizarre that you call yourself Loki because you're going to fucking filibuster again. It's so boring. Let's talk about the debate topic.
When it's your argument, bro.
Gentlemen, you're both filibustering. You're both interrupting. I love you both so dearly, but shut the fuck up and listen, okay? Andrew, if you'd like to go ahead, and then Soy after him.
Yeah, so semantics are really important to debate, so we know what the hell we're talking about. One thing you guys hate to do is you hate narrowing in and being super precise when it comes to semantics because it's in the vagary that you attempt to make your arguments rather than with precision. So I want to know from you concisely, what is a fucking patriarchy, dude?
I don't know. Do you want to Google one for you? Like you Googled me on my
Yes,
protector?
of course.
Okay, cool.
In fact,
Google.
you should. You should, literally.
All right. A system of society or government in which men hold the power and women are largely excluded from it. Do you think China fits this definition?
Yes.
Do you think that women are largely excluded when they are 25% of the entire government?
That's largely excluded, sure.
Okay, do you think men,
Yes.
why largely excluded when they make up a quarter? This is the same as America, though. America has about that much women in government. Why do you think that's largely excluding?
Okay, so when you're talking about political tiers in America, I'm going to explain.
Go ahead, I'm slapping.
When you're talking about political tiers inside of the United States, you have equal enfranchisement, which excludes no women. All women can vote for the politicians of their choosing. You can't get mad at them because they vote in men. That's fucking stupid.
I'm not mad at them.
Yeah, so definitionally, you just refuted yourself. You're like,
definitionally, I'm saying when women are excluded from government, you said 75% men in government is excluding a majority of women. Now you're talking about who and who cannot vote. This is a completely different thing. A majority of men in China are not in government. A majority of women in China aren't in government. But somehow 25% participation, it doesn't matter if men elected all the women. Is that like somehow like excluding it from being a patriarchy?
Yeah, if it were the case, let us assume for a moment that men exclusively had the right to vote and women had no right to vote, but under some fucking logical craziness they voted in all women, right? They still hold the ultimate authority because they can vote all the women out. Okay. The problem with your argument when it comes to authority is you're like, well, I definitionally kind of agree with you, but how do you explain the fact?
Wait, so is America a matriarchy because a majority of women can vote all the men out?
Let me finish, then you can jump in. The only argument that you have here is, wait a second, they have equal rates of women in the government. Okay, but who's voting for these politicians in the United States? Women have equal enfranchisement when it comes to the vote. They're voting in men. That doesn't make this a patriarchy. That's absurd.
Okay, so if women, or God, what the fuck was my question that you didn't acknowledge? It was if women voted all the men out and voted all women, and because that capability is existing in America, does that make us a matriarchy?
If the institutional authority for only women could vote or something like this.
No. I'm just saying a majority of women, which you agree, there's more women than men who can vote. Let's just say all of them decided only women can be in government. Does that because that capability exists, does that make us by definition a matriarchy?
No, because the political.
So this is funny because you've been contradicting yourself because you said we can only ever be. No, I'll explain to you because you don't get this. You said we can only be a patriarchy or a matriarchy. I just asked you if America was a. Yes, you did. You did say that. You said it can only be one of these two things because I said China's neither of these things. You're like, well, then what is it? You have to define what it is. And I said, no, it doesn't have to be either of these things. I agree. It doesn't. If you think that now, cool. I'm glad you agree with me.
No, but that was my qualifier.
Your qualifier is what?
In fact, I'll bet you $200. We can rewind it right now. I'll wait. I'll bet you $200 if Sarah rewinds it with me now, you'll hear me say you have this option, or the option of equality across the board. Do you want to take that bet, sir?
No. Are those the only three options now? It has to be one of these three things?
Well, no, I was trying to do
Okay, so is America patriarchy, a matriarchy, or is it equality across the board?
Yeah. So what I was trying to do is give you a logical syllogism. In the United States, it would be equal enfranchisement.
Equal enfranchisement, right? But if women at any point could completely, disenfranchise every man if they wanted to, because they're the majority voters, is the somehow
then it
not
wouldn't
a matriarchy.
be equal enfranchisement anymore.
It is equal enfranchisement right now, and we have the equal enfranchisement right now allows women that power. Does that make it a matriarchy? They have the power to strip. It does. It allows women to vote for people that can strip all the rights of men if they so wanted, right?
Yes,
so does that make it a matriarchy?
Yeah. So. If it is the case that there's more women, and you say because more women,
you said that vote, by the way, I actually didn't know this.
And because more women can vote potentially, they're like potential voters. If we had a straight democracy in which 51% of women voted against 48% of men for the right to vote, would you still have a matriarchy? I would say no, under two criteria. The first is force doctrine. You would come down to a force doctrine. And then the second idea here is at that point, you have disenfranchised all of the men. So then you could call it a matriarchy, but only after disenfranchisement happened.
Okay, so
before you answer, Soy, may I ask?
There's no contradiction.
I just wanted to bring it to your attention. It is veering a little off topic. Now we're going into like matriarchy.
You're bringing this to my attention, Sarah?
Okay. No, I'm to both
we can bring it back.
I wanted to tell you, we can still like kind of finish that point. And then if you wanted to bring it back, that would be great.
I would love not to finish this point because it's ridiculous, and like I do want to bring it back. I've been trying for a while, but this is the Andrew Wilson. Let's get stuck in the definitions of completely irrelevant parts of the conversation.
You could have just agreed; it wouldn't have even hurt your position.
Well, I don't agree.
You could have just agreed, but I
can't see everything.
You can't do it, and that's why
because I don't
because you can't do it. You bogged yourself in the quagmire on this.
No, you bogged us down because you won't just move on from the fact that maybe we can have different definitions of this.
No, we can't have.
Why can't we?
Definition.
But
listen,
why does patriarchy and matriarchy have anything to do with whether or not we should prescribe gender roles in a traditional society? It doesn't mean that we need to define what is not a patriarchy to talk about whether or not gender roles should or should not exist in society today.
Yeah. It does.
Why?
It can at least transition and relate to it when we're talking about the generalities between the capacities of what men and women are capable of. And all of these different types of things. Perhaps it's the case that because men can provide the security, I could make an ontological argument that they ought to have more enfranchisement than women. There's all sorts of different arguments around these semantics, which is why we narrow in the semantics. No tactic. You could have conceded the point, wouldn't have even hurt your argument. Instead, you dug in and made yourself look stupid. But you can move on to whatever point you want.
No, sure. Let's talk about it. So I mean, I don't know. Do we want to talk about the enfranchisement of women and whether or not that should exist? But again, I want to talk about the idea that I don't think we should tell people that they should do something.
Yeah, I like that. Let's dive into that. I think that we should tell people what to do, and it's good. And so do you.
Based on gender roles, right? So I don't think that we necessarily need to tell you, oh, you're a woman, therefore you need to do this. And I don't think we should shame people from not doing that. But it's funny because you did bring up in the beginning, like, hey, I think we should incentivize more births. And if you want to talk about like, the fertility rates are dropping, this is an issue. And
let's start with the first issue.
Yeah.
Let's start with the first issue. The first issue being you don't think that we should tell people what to do based on gender roles, right? Why is it that we ought to tell people what to do for the purposes of outcomes inside of society, which we do all the time at every single level, institutional and even social, but for some reason this is off fucking limits? What's the ought for that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm not saying that we should never tell people what to do, if that's what you're implying.
Yeah, I'll repeat the question. Why is it that even though socially and at every single institutional level of society, we tell people what the fuck to do all the time in almost every capacity, but somehow gender roles are off limits? What could possibly
Did anything I've said tonight imply to you that I think we shouldn't tell anyone what to do?
Let me finish the fucking question.
Let Andrew finish and then
what could the ought for that specific thing possibly be when you're for it for every fucking thing else?
Well, I'm not for telling people what to do in every scenario all the time ever. I'm saying that gender roles are specifically harmful insofar as they restrict people, insofar as they restrict people to a certain role that they have to fill. And I don't think that should be how we encourage the virtuous behaviors that you and I probably agree on a lot of. And so I'm saying, we should absolutely tell people what to do, or at least encourage people.
They clearly encourage the virtuous behaviors, though.
Some of them do, and I don't think we should shame people into saying, hey, if you're bad at this, if you don't do this, like you said, why not? Because I don't like the outcomes. I don't like the way it treats people. I don't like the mental health.
Okay, show me the outcomes.
What if we hooked everyone up to a milking machine that injected heroin into their arm and it made the birth rate skyrocket and everyone was really happy? Should we do that? The outcomes are amazing.
Yeah, so you could make, in at least that case, you could make a negative utility argument to the point of like autonomy, or at least something that you could say there's so many negative side effects to this that, hooking them up to like a reproduction machine or the pleasure machine or whatever would be bad. I could at least accept that as an argument. You haven't even made an argument.
Do you think there's any negatives to promoting good behavior?
Hang on. I'm asking you that question.
I'm asking you this
question.
question.
I'm going to give you the positives of it.
Okay.
Here's my positives. I'll read it back from my opening
Let me know if any of this contradicts what I prescribed at the beginning.
Yeah. Okay. And what did you prescribe? That
we can promote all the good behaviors that come with gender roles without gender
behaviors. They're not universal behaviors. So traditional, right? Definitionally, we would say are experiments that worked. I'm saying that the current neoliberalism experiment in social behavior engineering has failed miserably.
By what
mental health, where mental health crises are out of control, right? The promotion of degeneracy in society is out of fucking control, right? The liberal social paradigm of keeping families together, which is necessary to even have any institution, you have to start at the family level, completely eradicated it, along with their pro-abortion stances. They have decimated the social fabric of societies, completely fucking decimated. I'm asking for a propaganda campaign to just reintroduce some semblance of sanity here, which women are moved towards their ontological purpose, or what I would consider their telos, their purpose of reproduction. They're the only ones who can reproduce. Even from an evolutionary mind state, it makes sense that we would want to propagandize women to reproduce. Also, it makes sense that you would want to propagandize then men to provide security for maximum reproduction. Makes total sense.
Okay, so actually I do want to talk about this because I'm actually curious. So you might actually be able to change my mind on this, but I think this is like just cut and dry. Like there's just no example of this ever working. Like what are you prescribing with this like propaganda? How do we actually make this happen where we're pushing people into these traditional gender roles, men, women, and somehow this is going to work out different from every other way it's ever worked out in society? Like I'm sure you hate feminism, right? You don't like feminist roles and what they promote. Like you don't like where feminism, I'm guessing, right? I would just assume. I don't want to strawman you. Yeah, you're not a fan of feminism, but like feminism comes from this oppression and all of this. Where does it come from then? Feminism was born in the traditional societies that you want to strive towards because people weren't happy with them.
Here's what actually happened when it came to feminism is that there was a great project which was conducted by several corporate entities, which included you can look this up if you want.
I know.
Including the Rockefeller Foundation and others. The truth is that feminists had to disenfranchise women. They wouldn't allow women to vote against voting because if they did, women voted to not have the right to vote. And do you know why? Do you know why they did that? It actually makes a lot of sense. The 19th Amendment, you would agree with me, enfranchises women to vote, right? The 19th?
Yeah, that's all right.
Yes, but the previous amendment, the 18th Amendment, was passed by women. They're the ones who got that passed. How is it possible that non-enfranchised women were able to pass an entire amendment, in this case, prohibition on alcohol? It's because they were able to have the social status in society, the moral high ground. They didn't want to lose it and become political cogs. It was a terrible, terrible fucking thing which was conducted on them. They became political social cogs who are now fucking debt slaves to a machine. They weren't even allowed to be in debt. They could hold no debt. The husband was 100% responsible under coverture laws for all debt. And he had to provide for his family. He went to fucking prison. Not a joke. So the thing is when you say, where does this work? Every single previous society which has ever existed, the gender roles maximed work, and they work really, really well. And
if they
there's
work
a lot
so
of
well, then why
societies I'm
can't
going to
just
point
one
to.
company come out and push a little bit of
ton.
propaganda and dismantle your entire fucking society that works so well? It seems like it's pretty
It's
weak.
not
And
one
like right
company.
now, you're
No,
arguing
it's not
on the
one
fringes
company.
of the political Overton window. Like you
No,
guys
I'm
are
not.
losing ground, if anything, and all
No,
of these like
we're
women are
gaining
getting
ground.
more autonomy and like divorce
Yeah,
rates are
then why
still
don't you
going
have
up. And it's like
abortion?
I just
Then why
don't
don't
see
you have
what.
abortion if we're losing ground?
Why don't I
huh?
have abortion?
Yeah, why don't they have abortion if we're losing ground?
Oh,
Because
okay,
we're
sure.
gaining
You're
ground.
gaining a little bit back. I'll agree. But again, right when that happened, then the fucking red wave was decimated in the 2018 midterms because it was so fucking unpopular.
And then we got
but what I'm
Trump.
asking, well, yeah, it's because enough people hate women, and not a lot of people like Kamala Harris.
Yeah,
But
so I guess we're making a comeback, son.
a little bit of one. But what I want to ask is then, like, where do you see this playing out in society where this is a sustainable model of traditional gender roles where somehow, like, you're going to be able to subvert every other, like, movement of people if, like, every little propaganda insurrection that's going to come in and say, hey, woman, don't you want freedom? Like, how are you going to go against this?
Great question.
I'm just very curious, like, how this plays out because I haven't really seen it. Yeah, please do.
Actually, you have seen it a million times. In fact, I'll give you the reverse of it.
Yeah.
Rosie the Riveter, right? Excellent governmental propaganda designed around moving women into putting screws in a fucking pack so that we could send them to our fighting boys, right? They were there to roll up fucking cigarettes and send the Lucky Strikes over to the soldiers in World War II. They were there to put screws in a pack, and they used Rosie the Riveter. We all know the bandana, shit like that. It was all government propaganda from the top down, and worked fucking great.
Okay, so giving
How
women
can you
freedom,
say
they want to keep their
propaganda
freedom.
in the opposite direction won't also work great? It
This
clearly
is-
worked.
Yeah, so if we get propagandize people to have more freedom and they enjoy and want that freedom, and that actually leads to the feminist revolution post 40s and 50s where they say, hey, we actually really fucking like being in the workforce and we want to promote it more. Somehow now this like goes to your position that if we restrict their freedoms, they'll be totally okay with it? Like,
When
what
you
the fuck
look
are you
at,
talking about?
yeah, so when you look at the anti-suffragette versus suffragette movement, they had
Can you contend with what I just
sequences-
said before you
Yeah,
say
I
that
am.
point?
I'm,
Okay.
I'm giving you
It
example
sounds
after
like you're not
example so
contending
that
with
you
this,
know.
but-
If you look at those movements, the anti-suffragette arguments read now like prophecies more than anything else. Okay. Women were gravely concerned about the fact that they would become institutional cogs in a political machine, be responsible for massive amounts of debt, and at some point perhaps even be drafted to go fight in the armed forces, which they don't want to do. Okay. They just don't want to do it.
All right.
Ultimately, reverse propaganda would work exactly the same way.
Why didn't it work back then?
as the anti-suffragette, it did work for a long time. As the
Well, then it failed.
anti-suffragette movement, yeah, so everything fails, and then it makes comebacks. That's why we have traditionalism versus modernism versus this versus that. They go in waves, pendulum swing. You think that everything exists in a monolith? Like, do you
No,
think
but
we're not
I
gonna
guess
get
I
empires
guess I'd
again?
ask you to point, where has a society like gone back to like restricting women's freedom and everyone's totally cool with it?
Societies do that. Actually, I can give you historically multiple examples under fascism, for instance. That would be something which evolved into a very restrictive ideology when it came to voting and things like that, and then moved away from it, but then actually moved back towards it. Right? You can see that in Franco's Spain. You can see this in multitudes of societies.
Yeah, and all of these things are gone because people don't like being told what to do and oppressed. So that's what I'm asking you is like, how does this happen?
Listen, empires themselves, we're in a new experiment when it comes to democracy. This is one of the first times where you've had nonstop political enfranchisement that now future generations are feeling the effect of. Our founders didn't have it in the Constitution for political enfranchisement, not even for every white man. They didn't want it, right? They thought it was a terrible idea for exactly these reasons, that people would be able to vote themselves whatever they wanted out of the treasury, which is exactly what they do at the expense of this group or that group. It's exactly what they do. When you move forward in history, we're going to have empires again. You think we're not going to? That's really foolish. There's times in history where empires have completely fallen and been gone. Roman Empire, it fell after 1,000 years, right? 2,000 years, whatever, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But then we still had empires that rose up again after that. We had the empires that went from democracy to empire to democracy to empire. Again, Rome. Example after example of this. You think the pendulum can't swing?
The pendulum can absolutely swing. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but there's a clearly upward trends of people want more choice over and over and over again, and you have yet to establish that, hey, as we keep putting this fucking Pandora's, shoving this everything back into this Pandora's box, that everyone's going to say, you know what, I actually do really like being restricted, and this is cool, and we'll go not just back a little bit, tick a little down, but all the way back down to what, 1950s, 1900s, 1850s. Like, this isn't demonstrable, and you kind of just sound like these like crazy Leninist Marxists who are like, well, we didn't try it the right way, we didn't do the right way of traditional gender roles in society, and somehow this time when we do it, we'll make sure we're going to keep everyone where they need to be. Feminism isn't going to come up and propagandize and make all these women vote to get franchised again, and it's just not going to happen. Like, we'll do it the correct way, and it's just I don't see this played out. I don't think we have a good example of
I can
this.
show you exactly how it'll play out. I'll be like a prophet here for you.
Okay.
Right? And I don't think you'll even disagree with me.
Okay, go ahead.
Through the multitude of enfranchisement right now, the reproduction crisis, we necessarily have to pump in immigrants in order to bolster our economic GDP period for our workforce, other things like this. But most importantly, the main reason we're pumping in immigrants is not for any of that shit. It's because we don't have anybody to take care of our old people. Old people are living longer and longer. We need someone to wipe their ass and take them on walks and shit like this. Same thing Japan's dealing with. Same thing everyone's dealing with. Well, those immigrants don't have the same view you do. They don't have the same view that you do on patriarchy and my freedoms and my rights and shit. They don't have those views. And as there becomes less and less and fucking less of you, there becomes more and more and more and more of them. And you place them in a democracy. How stupid could it possibly be? You place these people in a democracy where they can democratically vote themselves power, and they are. And all you have to do is look at London to see that they did. All you have to do is look at these other nations in Europe where they're doing exactly that. We're dealing with the same exact thing. You, my friend, ultimately, as a political prophet, tell me I'm wrong here. If your population is shrinking, and it is, and it has to be replaced by other people to wipe your fucking ass when you're 80, what do you think those people have these patriarchal views and these really stringent Catholic beliefs and these very stringent Christian beliefs? When they go and they vote, what do you think is going to inform their vote? My freedoms? Or do you think their patriarchal lineage and their religion is going to be what informs their vote? What do you think?
So you started off this argument with making a completely false claim, which is necessarily we must be importing people to replace this rate. This just isn't true. This is something we are doing, but it's not necessarily true. You can absolutely promote people to have more kids. I think Hungary and Georgia are two examples of them doing it poorly, where it's not really working out. They're trying to give tax breaks to people who have, more than 4 or 5 children. But you can look at a country like Mongolia, where they say, hey, we're just going to give cash flows to people who have kids. And this isn't, by the way, an enforcement of a gender role. It's saying, hey, men, woman, go have kids, right? This is like, you can say this is an agendered thing. Just go do this, which is my whole point. And and that has nothing to do with importing a shit ton of fucking immigrants. And even if we did follow this logic of, if we import all these immigrants, like some of them might not agree with me. Okay, well, then they don't agree with me. And I don't think that I should base my entire fucking ideology on whether or not that is going to happen. And then when it does happen, if it does, I think there's a lot of pushback. And you see that pushback. You are some of that pushback. There's pushback in London. There's pushback here. And I don't think they're just going to all vote for this like matriarchal, I don't know, I would assume
I'm
going
to be able to change
I'm not
your
going to
mind on
strawman
this.
Muslim
I think I'm going to be
thing.
able to change your mind on this right now.
Maybe.
Right? Pull up or if you want to, I can just give it to you.
Sure.
Pull up the population in 1960 of the United States.
Are we just going to talk about the Immigration Act of what 1964, 1965, and how the demographics
What do you think
changed?
the population was?
I don't know off the top of my head. Just tell me.
Got it, right around 150, 160 million, roughly.
Okay.
What do you think it is now?
380.
Yeah, and the birth rate has been collapsing since the 1800s, but it stabilized. It stabilized for a while, and then it began collapsing again right about the 60s, right? Right about the same time it started to collapse again. Now,
Okay.
how is it that you can be under reproduction rates to even replace your population, but still get to somehow 330 million people in your 150 million person country, sir? How could you do that?
Are you just trying to get me to say we imported people? Like what?
Didn't we?
Yeah. Did those people vote into some crazy like restrictive society, or have we gotten nothing but more progressive and all those people integrated
Yeah,
into
well,
these
we had the
American
numbers.
values?
We had the numbers, and now we don't.
What?
You had the numbers, and now you're not seeing the numbers anymore. So
Do you
what's
think
going
that
on?
immigrants were exclusively voting against progressive policies in these places?
No. At first, the key in for progressives actually worked pretty well. So they would heavily utilize Hispanics, and then they would put them in key target demographics and locations, and then they would vote in progressives. But that's beginning to flip. The Hispanic vote is beginning to turn on Democrats, and they know it.
Yeah.
The woman vote is the thing that they're banking on. Why do you think they keep putting up women candidates? They're banking on the female vote because the minority vote, other than the black vote, isn't doing so well with them. In future trends, it looks like it's not going to do so well with them either. In fact, you see it's Muslims who are standing up at the PTA meetings, and it's traditional Hispanics and things like this who are trying to outlaw the transgenderism and shit like that. Not the woke skull fucking white women, right? They're the ones who are voting in the progressive policies. And so the progressives are courting them. And that's why they target college-educated progressive white women. That's their voting block. Look at the voting trends.
How does this demonstrate? Let's say, well, I'll concede everything. Let's just say we import all these people. All of these people want to import, vote for some crazy patriarchal society that oppresses women. What then happens when women, like they have in every society in the past, say, "Fuck this. We don't want this. We want our freedoms," and they again enfranchise themselves again, and we progress further. Like, I just don't understand how then you're going to be enforcing these.
I'm going to change your mind
roles.
right now. I'm going to change your mind right now.
Maybe you will.
Ready? So here's what happens in a society where women want their freedom and men say no. They don't fucking get any. That's what happens in every single society in the fucking world where men say women have no freedom. They don't have none.
I can literally every society men have said this, and now they do have the freedoms because men changed their fucking minds. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Conditionally on men, right? So men changed their mind about giving women freedoms. Great.
Wait, I thought you said that women gave women the right to vote. Did women give women the right to vote, or did men give women the right to vote?
Let me respond. Your literal hypothetical here, sir, was what happens if men say you don't have any freedoms? Then women bitch
that wasn't a hypothetical.
Well,
that was a look at every single society in
any.
history where this was the case and then stopped being the case. It's not
because
hey, what happens in the future where this happens? Maybe in your hypothetical future this happens and every single man says nope and we're not budging and we're all going to gather up all the guns and point them at you. Well, okay, but again, can you address the fact that you said women gave women the right to vote, but somehow men gave women the right to vote? Like I'm confused in America. Who gave who the right to vote?
Yeah, so this is a complex tale, but I'll tell you the tale if you want. And
no, I just want to know whether or not this was up to women or up to men. Do men dictate whether or not women have rights, or do women dictate whether or not women have
so in this case, ultimately, if it's reduced to forced doctrine, it's always going to be men who make the ultimate determination on who gets what rights.
What do you mean reduced to forced doctrine?
It just means that if men want to change the conditionals of their social situations through rebellion, they can, and women can't.
Okay, but this is again an absurd hypothetical where this isn't happening.
It's not. We had a rebellion right here in the United States twice. It's not absurd.
Are you well, yeah, but you're saying when men want to change their conditions, they can then enforce their will on women. Therefore, what?
And women can't. Women can't do that, so they always have to appeal to men.
Well,
so if
women can vote in exclusively women,
collective,
right? We agree that that is a thing that could happen.
What?
That women are the majority enfranchised, and if they all said only women should be in government, they could then vote for that. And
sure. If women collectively voted like that, sure, but they don't.
Okay. But they
a lot of them are married,
and men don't say, "Hey, woman, you have to listen to us because we're stronger," right? Like,
sure. But the conditionals of your hypothetical was, what if all these immigrants come in who have these non-progressive views and have way more like Roman Catholic or traditional or very rooted views?
Sure.
And they say no more rights for you.
Yeah.
What can the women do then?
Well, I guess every single society that, including theirs, by the way, where they're immigrating from, it's going to progress where it's like, hey, it turns out women actually participate and talk with these men. It's not just like this weird gender segregated society where everyone goes into different doors and never speaks to each other. And eventually the men say, hey, wow, this fucking sucks for my wife and I don't like this. And progressive movements like arise. This is what I'm saying is like, yeah, every other more strict, more, more Catholic, more religious, more patriarchal society in past has eventually come to this progressive ideal where women do get their rights.
That's all true. That's all bullshit.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, not every single one,
half
but
the planet Earth.
Half of the planet is still
bro.
half the planet. You're right. Actually, excuse me, I misspoke. Not every single society has done this, but most of these societies, especially in the Western world, progressed from these even more strict.
So how come the women can't get the right to vote in those societies, dude?
How come they can't? They're on their way. It's not going to happen fucking overnight. There's movements happening all the time.
They're not on their way.
They're absolutely happening all the time, dude.
Which ones?
You could look at like the progressive feminist movements in Iran and Iraq and Afghanistan. Like this is happening. It's not going to happen overnight, and it takes a lot of effort. I'm not going to pretend like, oh well, this is just going to fucking tomorrow like the women are going to enfranchise themselves. But it's crazy for me to think that well because
say no, they have no rights. Is that true or false?
For now, yeah, I'm just confused as to what this has to do with whether or not it's going to arise.
Force doctrine.
No,
so I told you the two
if force doctrine is just hey, if men decide no, which is again a hypothetical that just doesn't really exist.
It happens over half the Earth, half the planet Earth.
Yeah, it happens, but when does it happen insofar that it perpetuated forever that women are now no longer having rights? Like you would point to an example of America in 1910s and say, look, this is men saying no, and then I would say, well, okay, 30 years later, then it or not 30, but 20 years later, then it happened.
Yeah, so here's the thing. But again, it was still men who allowed it because they collectively say no.
Okay.
Women collectively can do nothing. So ultimately, the allowability, your view, the neoliberal view, is the new view. This is the view that's brand new. The cultural view that if men societally say women have no rights, they don't. That's the standard view, which has been perpetrated throughout all societies in history, always, because it's a fundamental fact that men have the monopoly on force. That's why we do all the security, and that's why we want virtuous men doing it, bro. Because if we don't, and they have the monopoly on force, they can do real fucking bad things.
Men have the monopoly on force. I'm a little confused by this because it's like, are you saying that men as a gender exclusively do? Or again, this goes back to the whole like, well, men have force in a majority in the government, or men have force in a majority as the strength carriers in a lot of these like scenarios. Therefore, like
because men are physically much stronger. They're more resistant to heat. They're more resistant to structural punishment. And unlike your bullshit that you said the other day where women shoot better, they don't even do that. Nope.
No,
not even true.
Sport shoot better,
nope,
I think.
They're not even good at that. They're not even better at that. They're completely
literally like Olympic target shooting, I'm pretty sure.
Not only are they completely equal in just regular fundamental marksmanship skills under similar training, but men always have the edge because they're much stronger. They can handle recoil better. They can carry more ammunition.
Recoil on sport shooting guns. That's what I was talking about.
You mean for 22 long rifles?
No, not the pistols.
The 22 long rifles into combat against the men who have fucking heavy MIM-60s,
I'm
bro.
not talking about whether or not women or men are shooting at each other in this area. I was just saying that there are certain things that women are biologically better than men at.
No,
well, you think that. You think they're better at giving birth, right? So at the very least, there's that.
Not when it comes to the physical traits of men.
Women are actually better at endurance running. Did you know that one? Or did you Google that one first?
Okay, agree or disagree? Do men have the monopoly on force or not?
It depends what you mean by that. If you mean by men hold the positions of power, or that men are stronger in general, what do you mean?
No, I'm saying this, that if men decide collectively that they're going to enslave every single woman on planet Earth tomorrow, engage.
Yeah, if you and I were in the quarry in a forest and I'm bigger and stronger and you're a fat middle-aged old man, yes, I would make you my little bitch. But like, what does that have to do with how we operate in society? Like, this is ridiculous.
I know that you think about bending men over, but engage with what I'm actually saying.
Yeah. So if men decided tomorrow, all right, men, let's do this. Everyone get together. All men. Okay, we're all going to get away from all of our political strife. We're all going to collectively say women need to do this.
I'm just going to
You asked me. Yeah, theoretically, in your absurd hypothetical, men could control. What are you talking about? What does this matter? Does this inform how we should operate in society? Should I give you more? Should I have more rights than you because I can fucking overpower you? Like, what does this have to do with anything?
Yeah, so I'm not talking about ought claims. I'm making a descriptive claim, hoping that you can at least agree with this.
Are you just saying men are stronger? Then yes,
it's the only sane position.
Are you saying men are stronger in general?
Can you let me make the argument?
Can you say it in less than 20 words?
Yeah, so the
challenge you.
argument is really simple. Yes, in under 20 seconds, men have a monopoly on force because they're way fucking stronger than women. We can look at the entire historical standard and see this in half of planet Earth right now. I just need you to agree that men have the monopoly on force.
If by men have the monopoly on force, you mean that men are stronger, then I agree.
No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that collectively, if men wanted to enslave all women tomorrow, they could, but the reverse isn't possible.
Yeah, so again, now if we're saying men have the monopoly on force because in this hypothetical scenario that has never happened where all men decide to enslave all women,
has happened.
Okay, so if you're talking about subjugating women, like insofar as Afghanistan, that because what happened in Afghanistan
is talking about the ancient
possible
world.
in every society, therefore men have the monopoly on force. Yeah, I guess I just don't see what this matters at all.
No. Well, the first claim is like this hasn't happened. Yeah, this was a global phenomenon for most human history.
Right. Okay, and that's why I'm saying if you're saying like, okay, men have the capability at points in history to subjugate women like they did in Afghanistan now.
No,
I'm just
even
using
right
a modern
now,
example.
right
And yes, it happened in all of a society.
No, I mean right now.
Now. Oh my God, yes, I'm actually trying to agree with you here. If you're saying that because men can do this, that means they have monopoly on force. Sure, I just don't see what the point of saying this is. Because I could say, hey, did you know that tomorrow every woman could commit like ritual suicide and end civilization? Now they have capability of destroying our entire civilization. They have that power. Isn't that crazy how they could do that? Like,
so I would totally agree with you within the confines that is logically possible, probably not practically possible, right? But logically possible.
Okay.
That women could collectively commit seppuku, right? And away they go, right? Off into the great Neverland.
Right.
However, there is no standard for that ever happening, but there is a standard for men collectively basically enslaving all women at any time they so choose throughout most of the historic standard, except when neo-progressives came in and claimed, hey, it's not actually true. Men and women are equal. They're interchangeable widgets. They're not. Women's rights are granted by men's grace. That's a fundamental truth of force doctrine. Their rights are granted by men's grace. I just logically demonstrated it to you, and you agreed with me that it's correct. Can
I
you
just don't see what this has to do with anything. Like if we're talking about gender role, I told you if by what you're just explaining, if you're okay with the way I repeated your definition, men have the capability in all of societies today to tomorrow enforce their will on women. Like that is what it means by monopoly of power. Sure, okay. I just don't see what the point of bringing this up. What this has to do with like the current American society. What this has to do with an ought.
This is perfect. Because what we've now demonstrated is our ought claim for why men need to be virtuous in the role of security for a nation and why we ought to promote that. Because if we don't promote virtuous men who are necessarily going to be in those roles, because they're the only ones who can, because if they collectively decide to enslave women, they can. So they're going to have to protect.
Two things here. You're saying the role in which they collectively decide to enslave women and the roles they currently have, which is in the military, in the government, or as bosses. These are not the same things. This is not how day-to-day society like interacts at all. And we've moved so far away with what I was talking about with, hey, what should we tell people to do? What should we tell people to do in day-to-day society? This is where your ought is coming from. We ought to prescribe virtue.
Who are they protecting women from, bro?
Look, you can keep talking about this like
I just need this question answered. You just prattled, dude. You don't answer questions.
Dude, you've been prattling the entire fucking
If you
time,
ask me a question, I specifically answer
No, you don't. You go for like a 40-paragraph thing about how actually...
No, just give you the qualifiers. I'll say yes or no, then give you the whole qualifier.
Okay. What?
That's it.
What
I'm just
would you like
asking
me
you
to
this.
answer right?
Who are all of the men who are in all the roles of security in society, right? The primary beneficiaries of which are women and children. Who are they protecting
and the men.
society
Are they not
from?
protecting the other men, the majority of which are not in the protecting roles?
Society from? Ultimately,
Are you going to say other men? Is that what you're trying to get me to say?
Yes, other men.
Okay.
And so because only men have the capacity in which to collectively protect from other men who have the collective capacity to attack, they ought to be in those roles. If that's true, then we need that gender role to not only be virtuous, but promoted. It needs to be promoted.
Okay, so again, we're talking about this idea that because a small subset of men are protecting the country,
not a small subset.
A small subset of men are protecting the country from other men. No,
it's a lie. It's not a small subset of men who are protecting the country. One, even if you just look at the percentage of men in the military, that's actually a lot. That's actually a lot of people. But I'm not even talking about.
No, it's really not in comparison to the entirety of the male population. It's a very, very
when
small
you get
percentage.
into like millions, these numbers become astronomical. But the thing is like. What we're talking about is security starts at the home, The defense of the society starts at home. It starts with your own personal security with your family. It moves out into the streets with the that men ought to be protecting the infirm, the people who cannot protect themselves, in this case, women and children, generally speaking, from other predatory men. This expands from there, though. It keeps going. They're the ones who are going to protect you from all the dangerous criminals who are in prison.
Hey, remember, like,
they're the ones who are going to
said you answer questions, and now you're going on your own little fucking show.
I'm telling you, I'm giving you, literally, you asked me to make a justification for this, and I'm giving you the justification. You won't contend with
you haven't contended with my initial point, which is that all of these things that you're prescribing, these virtuous things that help protect society, can be told to every person, regardless of the gender, and regardless
you're going to have to allocate resources towards one or the other. You can't have both. You can't have your cake and eat it too here, and here's why.
This is like the first time. Go ahead.
You necessarily lower standards in order to have equal participation.
No, I'm not arguing for equal participation, Andrew. You'd know that if you listen to me. Now you're strawmanning me.
Okay, great. If you're not arguing for equal participation, then why ought we not move towards the promotion for
promotion of good things for both people? You're so close to getting to where I want to be, which is just saying
no. You're saying that the virtues are equalized or not.
I'm not. I'm saying that you can promote them equally, and just because if you're saying okay, we have to specifically tell men this, because if we don't tell men, if we say to all the children, hey, to each your own, whatever you're able to do, you should protect people.
No,
somehow this is going to make men go, well, you told that to the girls, and girls are weaker, so should I even protect? And what do? I'm confused. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand.
Because we're going to prioritize social orders, and we're going to prioritize social orders based on the physiology, which is even logically possible. Ultimately,
what does that priority look like?
For the domain of what each sex can actually accomplish here. Men primarily are going to be the only sex which can accommodate the security and the procurement of resources for a nation. Women necessarily, their duty is going to be to reproduce for the nation. They're the only ones who can do that.
So again, you're talking about these specific subsets of these populations.
No. Yes. The whole subset. The whole subset's responsible for it.
No, not the entirety of men are not responsible for protecting. They're not responsible for producing. A lot of men don't do fucking shit. You probably complain about all the men on welfare that just sit around all day and don't provide, right?
So because they fail at their duty doesn't mean they don't have the duty. So yes, all men
What's the duty? Well, okay, so now are we going to talk about how, like, they have a duty that's prescribed by, like, a religion, or, like, because society
you would just say no, actually I'm just making the ontological claim from your view, what you've already agreed to, that inside of this capacity for men to do X, primarily men do X and must do X because they must protect from men doing X, right?
Okay.
That men ought to be moved towards doing those jobs, prioritized, and they ought to be respected for it. They ought to be push towards this. They ought to see these things as duties, including the duty of general protection of society, and even the responsibility of men who are infirm ought to try to move towards the idea that the protectorate in society is somehow honored, it's somehow raised up. They're participating still in that. And we want to hyper-focus women into the gender role of reproduction, where even women who can't reproduce are still moving women towards reproduction as being a glorious, wondrous thing, instead of prioritizing your reproductive years in fucking college getting fucked, bro.
Okay, so that's you almost contended with my point, and my point is, would what I'm prescribing, which is to have these virtues pushed on society regardless of gender, somehow not equal the outcome that you are asking for, which is, hey, a majority of men would go into these positions if they are able to? Because what I'm saying is, hey, yeah, people based on their merits, based on their abilities, should go into the positions that make the most sense. Yes, we should honor them. Yes, we should promote independence. I just don't think that somehow, if we specifically do this gendered, this is the only way to do it. And again, what you're prescribing for society, it just doesn't pan out to work in any of these fucking historical examples. So please contend with the point there.
Which ones does it not work in?
Please contend with the point of whether
Which one does it not work in? You made a claim.
It didn't work in America.
It has worked in America. It worked
in
most of America's history.
What it resulted in was feminism, which is you fucking hate, because everyone hated the fucking traditional roles being forced on them. And at the very least, if it was a propaganda campaign from other corporations, they were able to capitalize on the unhappiness of all the women in these traditional gender roles, right?
No, they weren't capitalizing on that. No,
they weren't.
In fact, they took women. Women weren't allowed to vote. Why do you think they had to pass a constitutional amendment? They wouldn't let them vote on their own enfranchisement because they voted it down, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
No,
that's one. And two, the other big problem here that you're not contending with is, like, no, this is most of our fucking history and most of the history of planet Earth and the history of half of planet Earth right this second. The truth of the matter is that when inside of these social norms, you must push men towards duty, and you must push women towards duty. It can't just be about entitlement. You trying to equalize duty is a complete fucking waste of time. It can't be equalized.
What do you
Men
mean by
can't have the
equalized duty? What do you
women
think
can't
I
provide
mean
the
by
security.
equalized duty?
Simple. Huh?
What do you think? Do you think when I say I've never said equalized duty? What do you mean by when you say I'm saying we should equalize duty?
You're saying that you should take what are gender-specific roles that only genders collectively can even do. They can only do them. In this case, childbirth would be one.
I
The security
literally
of a
have not
nation.
said this, so this is
The
interesting.
security of a nation would be another one. Well, then why would you promote them? Why would you promote them equally then? Why would
Promote
you
what
say
equally?
Yeah, so why
I'm
are
not
you
promoting men should give birth. Again, I've never said this.
Then
But
it sounds like
I'm
you're
not
all about traditional gender roles.
No, because I don't think that giving birth is a traditional gender role. Now we're back to this fucking
It's
bullshit.
not?
So no, because I don't think a gender role is, hey, you. Okay, excuse me. No, you're right. We conceded this point. All right. So I'm saying we should move away from saying women have to give birth. Right. So I think that, yeah, we shouldn't promote that men give birth and moving away from a traditional gender role. I do want to promote women to have the choice to give birth if
It's
they want
not
to, or
the
not to give
standard
birth.
in the most oppressive societies I can think of right
Okay.
now.
And
that
which of
women
those societies would
have
you
to
rather
give
live in
birth.
than America right now?
Yeah, you're not. That doesn't contend my point.
Well, what do you mean?
I
It's not
can't
you said the
actually
standard
think-
as the contraction of
can't
what I should
actually
do.
think-
So which of these are better?
I'm
Which of
responding
these are
to your
performing
argument.
better?
I'm responding to your argument. I can't actually think of a society, the most oppressive one I can think of, maybe North Korea, maybe, but I don't know for sure because we don't know much about them. But any known society that I can think of, I can't think of one where women have to give birth, meaning they're like forced into a grape cage, raped, and then they must. I can't think of any. Now, maybe there's some that exist. I don't know, right? But I can't think of any off the top of my head. And that's not what the advocation here is. You keep on using that as some kind of bizarre straw man. I'm not proposing
I'm
a
saying
society
that
where
we
women have
shouldn't
to give
shame
birth.
them for not doing it too.
I'm
either.
saying that but that would be good. Why would that be bad for society? If you said,
Depends what you mean
hey,
by
your
bad.
antinatalism needs to be socially shamed. Your
I'm
move
not
away
saying
from
antinatalism
tradition
needs to be shamed. I'm
fucking
saying
shamed.
antinatalism. Oh, excuse me. Go ahead. Sorry. Say again. I misheard you.
What would be the problem with you stigmatizing the bad effects from non-traditional gender roles like childbirth for women? You stigmatize women who move against it or don't consider women to be matrons, but instead glorify fucking girl bosses and shit like that. Fuck that. That's retarded.
Why?
No, you want women
Wait,
to
why
be
is it retarded?
moving to glorify the girl because it
Not to
leads
glorify. No, not to glorify. To
Yeah.
say that that's even an option for them, or to shame them for choosing that option.
Yeah, why shouldn't you shame them for that? That sounds
No,
fine.
I'm asking you, why should you shame them for choosing?
Because I think it leads to way better outcomes socially for everybody.
No, if you shame people for being independent, women specifically.
Some independence, sure. Like I would shame women for having abortions, even though they could. It's independent, right?
Yeah, okay,
I don't
but
care.
That's different because I think you and I might even have some sort of overlap on whether or not abortion is.
Yeah. So
murder.
what's wrong with
I'm talking-
social?
but what about?
what's wrong
I'm
with socially
asking about-
shaming out bad behavior? That
Because
sounds
because
great.
I think that's one of those things that's like an inarguable, like unless we have the exact definition of what is and what is not a human life. I think that is just like, hey, you truly in your heart of hearts believe this is bad and you should shame bad behavior. But this is going back to my point of I think we should promote good behaviors, and I think it's good for people
Well,
to be
glorifying
independent.
girl
I think
bosses
it's
good behavior.
I think that people
Yeah,
who
you
are
think it is,
independent and have
right.
more autonomy are going to be like operating society better.
Tell
They're
me,
going to have more.
how does the girl boss movement actually help society socially?
How does it help society socially? Well, first,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would start at the individual level. I think people having the ability to be self-sustaining and take care of themselves is a good thing. I don't want a society where everyone's reliant on the state. I want people to have the freedom of choice to move around, be happier, make those things for themselves. And then if you're talking about society, I mean, again, I don't know how much you're going to disagree with if I bring up any of these economic stats of how many innovations and amazing things we've had since women entered the
Not from-
workforce, how much this has promoted our
Not from
longevity of
women.
life. Huh?
It's not from women.
We're
We're not getting innovation out of women who glorify girl bosses. That ain't happening.
When you get fucking cancer from chain smoking, the person that's going to take your x-ray, you might want to thank like Marie Curie for doing all the radiology research. But I mean, like, do you think that's not a big deal? Do you want to talk about all their like contributions to programming, like all the mic
deal.
that you use, like literally everything you fucking use in life at some point is like assisted with research or work from a woman? And
that was awful nice of her. We could never have men who assisted with research.
Well, I would rather double the
be
amount of
insane.
people who can contribute
You're not
these
doubling
things.
anything. What you're
Can you
doing-
name me a society where women aren't really a majority in the workforce where they have these great innovations?
What are you talking about?
Where's the society where men are where the women are
Well,
discouraged from working and they're
Well,
producing all this amazing things?
Yeah, I'll name you many. Did women have these social innovations when the Wright brothers made the fucking airplane, doofus?
I'm talking about now. Now that we Yeah, obviously, if you look at history and say, well, women were subjugated. Women were subjugated for all. Women were subjugated for all of history, and we still had inventions. I'm talking about. Can you look at a society that's actually producing things at the same rate as these societies that have doubled their workforce? That people can actually fucking contribute.
I can.
Where?
I can point to you. Our society in the United States, pre-women's suffrage,
we are
tons of innovation.
Astronomically better than we fucking were back then in terms of doing inventing these amazing innovations. So you're going to look at the quality of life. Oh, cool. The tuberculosis fucking asbestos era. That was great when we didn't have women fucking researching cancer drugs and all this other stuff.
What you're doing
what the fuck
here,
are you talking about?
You're using another fallacy. You use fallacy on top of fallacy on top of fallacy.
Yeah.
Here you're using the fallacy of presentism. We have no good reason to believe that technology would not be every bit as sophisticated right this second in the United States.
We absolutely do. What the fuck
women
are you
weren't
talking
enfranchised.
About? We can literally trace the productivity and how many inventions are happening over the course of time since women have entered the workforce. This is something that I can't believe you're contending with, because this is just like hard facts. And you're going to say, well, actually, it wouldn't have happened nearly to this. It would happen to the same or a better degree if we didn't have like millions and millions and millions of more people contributing to this.
Show me the proof.
What do you mean show the proof? Look up number of inventions over time since 1950. Look up GDP per time over 1950. Look up any of these.
That's not the proof you have to show.
What's
you have
the
to
proof I have to show you?
That this was due to women's participation in the workforce is fucking.
Do you think if we just removed all the people that contributed to the participation that somehow it still would have happened?
Interrupt.
All you would have to do is show me that women are taking STEM field jobs. They're not taking STEM field jobs.
Just for a second, I'm going to give you about 10 more minutes, because it sounds like you both are just kind of having fun now, and I'm going to let it cook. You guys are enjoying this conversation.
Thank you, Sarah.
But we'll go I'll give you about 10 more minutes. You're playing well. It's fine. And then we will go into closing statements and super chat. So I apologize for the interruption. Back to you.
Yeah. So anyway, you would have to make this demonstration. What would you would have to demonstrate that it's due to women being in the social categories they are in the workforce, which, by the way, is not in STEM fields. Not in STEM fields. Almost none are in STEM fields.
None?
Almost none. They
so
get
therefore every contribution from women in these fields therefore negates the fact that they were ever in there because it's the majority of them.
No, it doesn't negate it. But you would have to give me powerful demonstration that absent women inside of jobs, which are generally speaking non-scientific related, would somehow lead to way less innovation.
Like this negative that I can't possibly prove because I can't show you what society would have looked like. But I can show you all of the things that have improved when women enter the workforce. How great everything has gone from disposable income, GDP, all these other things. Like, but that doesn't matter.
It's gone way down, bro.
Sorry, not disposable income. Actually, no. Normal disposable income has gone up. Actually, I can show you that graph.
Yeah,
okay,
show
cool.
it.
I'll bring it to you right now.
Show that the average household, that the disposable income has gone up now for the average American. Go ahead.
Yep. Let me grab this for you, buddy. Let's see. We've got U.S. median household income has gone up. We've got. Where can I send these to you?
What does that have to do with anything?
You could drop them in the back.
Are you talking about disposable income? I have like all of these in a list.
Disposable income, yes. Okay. That when you remember how one man used to be able to work and support an entire family? That seems like a lot more disposable income to me. I don't know.
What are you talking about? That's not disposable income. That's being able to take care of your family. Do you think we do or do not have more luxuries and like a higher standard of living now than we did in the 1950s?
In some cases we do. In some cases,
in most cases we do. On average, we do.
No, that's not true. Here's why.
Yes, we do. What do you mean it's not true? I look at the standard of living for everyone on average is better. Just because
you want me to get? No, they're not.
Well, because you don't understand what a disposable income is. Apparently,
the cancer rates are way higher. There's all sorts of side effects which are bad.
From what? The disposable. Wait, the cancer rates are higher from what? From women entering the workforce?
From
if you want to make an argument that women have invented a lot of innovations of like plastics and things that give us cancer because they've advanced our technology, I could contend with that.
That wasn't the argument. The argument was
that
whether
would
or
make
not,
sense at least.
If we're looking at the 50s to present, if you're using the fallacy of presentism, you want me to make a comparison contrast. I can say there's some aspects due to technology which make present day life better. Sure. Nobody would argue that that's the case. But there's also social characteristics of society which are much, much worse.
Okay.
Obesity being an epidemic is one.
Yeah.
The disrespect of children is another one.
Do you think the obesity,
there's all kinds of various social prescriptions. None of these are you contending with my point that the things that have got improved are because of women entering the workforce. No, they're not. Then prove it. You haven't shown me the proof.
Prove it how? Prove to you that in the absence of doubling our fucking workforce, and do you want me to name inventions that women have made?
No, I just want you to demonstrate that the reason for all of great American
I didn't say
innovation
every
is
single
due to
thing
women
is
in
due
the
to women.
workforce.
I'm saying that the like by letting women enter the workforce, we have seen like every graph you can show when women enter the workforce, how much this skyrockets like exponentially. All these metrics.
Rockets. What?
Real median household income,
about
hourly compensation for
What
workers.
about debt?
What about debt?
Did debt also
okay, so I'm
skyrocket?
sorry. So you're gonna ask me for examples. I'll give you examples, and then you'll say, "Well, hold on, I can think of a bad thing, and therefore all those
Yes.
good things that you
That's
said
what
aren't
a
good."
debate is. Welcome to a debate.
No,
Welcome
you're
to a
ignoring the
debate.
points I'm making. You're
Welcome
asking,
to a
"Hey,
debate.
give me a good thing." I give you a good thing. You're like, "Okay, but a bad thing does exist. Therefore,
That's
this is bad."
because we're having a
Yeah,
debate.
but this is a fallacious
Yes.
argument. You're saying, "Well, I
What's
can
the
name a bad
fallacy?
thing that happens in society. Therefore, everything that's happened
Yeah,
up until
that's
then
called a
has
supporting
contributed to
argument.
bad things." Like
That's a
I
supporting
understand
argument.
that you don't like when I make
See,
bad arguments, but
supporting
somehow
argument,
you're
the
allowed to make these
counter-argument
super
is-
fallacious things where you're saying, "Well,
That's
hey,
not a
I can look at the
fallacy.
mental health, and the mental health
Name
is
the
because
fallacy.
women have entered the workforce." What the fuck are you talking
Name
about?
the fallacy I'm engaged in.
You're engaged in this fallacy where you say, "Well, I can
No, name the
you know what? I
fallacy.
can't name the fallacy because I
You
don't look up
can't.
these
Yeah, 'cause
debate
you
boards.
don't know
I
what
can
the
just
fuck
tell
you're
you that it's a
talking
bad
about, bro.
argument, and I can demonstrate
It's
that
a bad argument.
it's very easily to say this is a bad argument to say, "Well, hey, a bad thing exists today, and therefore I can now negate every single progressive thing that has come from the past 60 years because if this bad thing happened, I can attribute that to women enter the workforce." Versus,
Well,
hey,
I'm sorry. If we're talking about the social comparison of if women should have entered in the workforce because of all the innovation technology, then I'm
yeah,
going to
so there's a
obviously
really
point
big
out all the
difference
side
between being able to
effects
say,
that are
"Look, I can
negative,
show you
doofus.
that the number of workers going up in
You
all of
should
these
spin the
industries has."
propeller, bro.
Yeah,
This has
actually,
been a
hey,
disaster
you know, my
for
audience
you.
loves when I do that. Yeah,
Just
so
like a total disaster for you, dude.
yeah, you can keep saying this when you're floundering. You don't understand that you're making a bad argument. But you got to understand is when I can point to women entering the workforce and we can look at these metrics of number of workers, productivity of women, and then I can say, hey, look, this is contributing to GDP. This is contributing to spending power, life expectancy. That I can show you. You can't show me that, hey, because women entered the workforce, this is when everyone started getting like fat. You know, like this is when this is exactly contributed to. You can show me on trends. I don't know if you'd be able to make that argument because as you've demonstrated in the past, you don't know what a correlate is. And even if you did, you know that correlation is not causation. But again, this is not an argument. You can't just say,
I don't know what a correlate is, but you just said a correlate's not causation. Let me ask you something. When you're thinking about what causation is, do you look at the strongest correlate?
I look at what you can look at these graphs and say, hey, I can directly attribute the entering the workforce as a number of workers, as in all of this productivity
because
going up
the strongest
because there
correlate.
It's not the strongest correlate
No,
insofar
it's
as
not.
the direct cause. We can definitely say this is why it's happening. I'm not gonna look at a bunch of graphs and overlay all of them, and whichever line lines up the best is somehow the one that determines whether or not that happened. It's ridiculous.
Bro, can you prove? Let me show you how absurd this is. Let's say, for instance, you have you want to get rid of drunk driving. You can say all these people who get in car accidents, right? Their blood alcohol level is really high. And then you can attribute that to the cause of the car accident. Makes total sense to me. It makes total sense to you. But the thing is, you can't actually demonstrate, hang on, you can't actually demonstrate that in all of these cases, the accident was caused by them drunk driving. You can't. But it's the strongest correlate, so we go with it. You see how that works now? Do you get it now? Are you understanding?
Yeah, in your very simplified, stupid example, I agree that drunkenness is
yeah,
probably
that's the same thing you're doing right now, bro. You're doing the exact same thing, but you told me I didn't know what a correlate was.
I can show you with our direct, if you read literally any sociological analysis of, hey, when we increase the workforce by this much, this is going to increase productivity. These people are going into these sectors. This is causing our GDP to go up. This is increasing our standard of living. These are very easy things for you to look up and understand.
It's very easy for me to give you the counterclaim.
And the counterclaim of what? That woman entering the workforce causes obesity. Can you explain that one to me?
No. That wasn't my claim. My claim was that.
Well, no, because you brought it up. You were like, oh, look at obesity. Look at debt. Okay, so debt, for example. Yeah, let's bring up the debt example. So how does women entering the workforce, now that causes debt because what? They have more independence. And then this debt now negates the positive things?
They couldn't incur debt.
Yeah, letting women have debt made the debt happen. Okay, cool. That's true. Yes. I agree with that one. Now, are you going to say that now this debt is now the badness that negates every positive thing that I've brought up?
Well, no, I'm going to give you a huge list. That's why I want to go one at a time. Okay, and I can counter each and every claim with the negative side effects, which I think are profound in comparison to your positive claims.
Okay, well, doesn't that just come down to a matter of opinion, though?
No, we can demonstrate these things.
No. I understand you can demonstrate a negative or a positive. Both of us can show hey, this is a higher number, this is a higher number, mental health, GDP. What I'm saying is, does this not come down to then what do we value of what is better and what is not better? If you say, hey, I think all this mental health stuff is bad, and I think that badness of mental health is worse than the increases of the standard of living, I think we should decrease our standard of living to get rid of these mental health problems, right? Isn't it, we're just going to talk about that?
Oh, wow. Hey, that's wild. It's almost like we're having a debate where we're laying out our counter positions to each other in order to convince a massive audience of our perspective positions.
Okay.
That's crazy, bro. I didn't know that. Tell me how that works again.
No, it's silly because you're going to try to equate these like completely like non-analogous things and say, well, we have to get rid of this because of this, and we have to get rid of this because of this. Like,
we're having a debate on whether traditional gender roles should be in society. We're supposed to be pointing out the pros and cons of these various things that non-traditional gender roles have led to. That's the point of this debate, sir.
Oh, really? Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
No, thank you for explaining that.
Do you get it? Are you sure you get it?
Can you explain to me then, like, what is the worst thing that has happened from women entering the workforce, and why we should do away with that, and why that negates the positive things that we've gotten from it?
Yeah, so
and maybe without the mic that you are using, that
I will give you.
I'll give you the best.
I'll give you the best argument from my end,
Mhm.
because it has led to terrible, horrible outcomes on behalf of children. What has happened is we have removed women generally from the household, and public education has become a daycare system, and we spend 5%, dude, of GDP, 5% of total GDP on education. And our literacy rates are some of the poorest in the world. Our educated population, some of the poorest in the world. Mothers being at home. I want the best and brightest women on planet Earth at home.
Do you think men are smarter than women?
Assisting with raising the next generation.
Do you think men are smarter than women as well?
Only at the ends.
Only at the ends? Do you think they're better at instructing men how to be men? Like a single mother or like two lesbians would be bad at raising a boy, right? In your opinion?
Yeah.
Okay, so why shouldn't men be the caretakers of all boys?
Yeah, so this has been answered a million times. So generally what has always traditionally happened and would happen again is there's what's called a handoff. So you have your nurture years into your middleman years, which would be like your teenage years, right? And generally speaking, that's when you see a lot more of the pair bonding between the father and the son, the father and the daughters, things like this. Then we're past the nurturing stage. Little children only need a few things. They need the capacity for love. They need to be fed. They need their diapers changed. They need to be showered. They need to be cleaned. They need those things, right? And to live inside of a secure household. Once they become about 8, 9, 10 years old, you begin to see the handoff transition where the father's participation begins to happen in a much more direct manner, because now we're at the age of reason. We're at the age of learning. We're at the age of doing these things. And that's why those primary roles exist that way.
Okay, so when we remove women from the workforce as a whole, I know you don't want to force it, but let's just say we encourage it, and let's say 70% of the women do this, and now men have to like work 3 or 4 or 5 times as hard to make up for the lack of productivity. How are they going to be nurturing their kids?
Wages would skyrocket overnight due to scarcity of workers.
Wages would skyrocket overnight.
Yeah.
So like if you think that we just this is weird, because I think you would agree that a big problem with the fertility crisis is that as we are not meeting our replacement rates, we're not going to have enough workers to replace and like let the country operate to the degree that it's operating now, whether that's taking care of old people, people in hospitals, people like working and doing all the productivity that makes America the number one, economic powerhouse of the world. But somehow if we just remove all these women from it, all the wages are going to skyrocket. The productivity is going to go like 5 times bigger, and we're going to make up for like all of this.
Yeah.
Like where
I
does
can
it
show
come
you.
from?
I can show you
And by the
trend.
way, women aren't going to be
I'll show
spending
you.
any money nearly as much because
No,
they
they'll be
don't have
spending
the reason.
most of the money.
No,
They still will. They'll
Wait,
still be
how?
doing most of the shopping. They'll still be ordering most of the luxury goods for the house. They'll still be managing the household, which is what they normally do.
Right
so
now.
here's what'll happen. I'll explain it to you. Here's what'll happen.
Okay.
You'd have a dip. Men's wages would necessarily skyrocket as half the market participation was removed. It is true that we would take a massive hit to the GDP on the short term. However,
No, society would collapse, Andrew. If half
wouldn't
of
collapse.
if tomorrow you think
If you
all
did it
women
all
were
at
removed
once,
from
maybe.
What?
If you did it all at once, maybe, but that's not what the plan is. The plan is a gradual transition. The idea here being this: you want to replace your workforce? Great. You want the women to have the kids, doofus?
Okay.
Do you get that right?
If we have
Like,
like
we
a
need the
no,
women
no,
to have the
I don't
babies
think
so
you
that we have
understand.
the
If you have
worker.
like 1 million nurses, right? Because we need this capacity of nurses, and it's already in a shortage to take care of the current population, because people are getting injured and sick, regardless of whether or not they're working or not. Sometimes it happens more in the work, right? And somehow you say, okay, I'll remove all of those. Where are you going to get the replacements for these things? Do you think there's so many unemployed men that you can fill every single one of these roles and still maintain a society at the same time?
The position.
Well, I thought that's what you said, but you know what? Tell me how this doesn't happen.
I said that this would be a gradual transition.
I understand. I agree. I said gradual.
Based around propaganda. And the thing is this: The necessary replacement that we would be looking at would be somewhere around 15, 20, 25, 30 years. If women are at home making babies, we got a brand new generation of workers, don't we? We have way more than we had,
Well,
which
no,
is
we
exactly
don't. We have
what we
half
want.
of a brand new generation of workers, and you still haven't
What?
told me how we're somehow good. Because what? Women aren't going to be the ones working, right?
We're under replacement rate. Do you understand that?
No. I'm asking you for all the jobs that currently maintain and hold our society. If we, who is going to be replacing those? And you're saying
You're
the
not
women that are
removing
having,
women from those job capacities instantly. And
right?
by
I'm
the
not
way,
saying that either, but you're saying we're
ones who
going to
would
be
leave-
replacing them with the men that are
20, 30 years. Now you have a brand new workforce and many more of them, don't you?
So you think that if women have the, okay, well, hold on. Are you saying that women are going to be having like
did the
5 or
light
6 or
bulb go? Did the light bulb
in
go?
this hypothetical, are women going to be having like 7, 8, 9, 10 babies?
They don't need to.
And like, dude, if you want to replace all the women in the workforce, you absolutely have to be having those. Especially because 1, you can't control for gender, and 2, because half of them aren't going to be fucking working. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, there's a lot of jobs that you're going to be needing to fill here.
Here's the thing.
This is like
here's,
super
here's,
unrealistic.
So here's what would happen over a gradual period of time, gradual transition. And by the way, yes, in the reproductive years, they're going to have way more children. Especially if they start in their 20s, you can average it out to like 3.5 or 4. That would basically solve the problem very quickly, especially if you had a majority of women in that age bracket having those children. Yes, it would solve it. Now, you would do a gradual transition over time. I was just saying that men's rates would skyrocket if you did it all at once, but that's not the goal. The goal is a gradual transition so that we can support our own society. It's a great plan. By the way, Musk and other eggheads have literally proposed similar plans, and other nations as well have begun implementing
good plans.
They've begun implementing them, and they've been working. You pointed out Hungary. You said Hungary, it hasn't worked. Their birth rates haven't worked. No, they're beginning a recovery, a huge recovery on birth rates, actually. I don't know if you know that or not, but you were wrong. These birth rates are beginning to recover due to this social transition. That's what the proposition is. Now, could there be some short-term economic pain? Sure, but your future literally is condemning. It's 100% condemning all future generations because we're just not having any. So what I propose instead is that we move women towards the idea of family. We put that as the highest priority in society with all propaganda in society. And even if it took 50 years, it still would be better than your plan, which is a fucking social death sentence.
Okay. There's a lot to address there. So yeah, this idea that, okay, we might take a short-term GDP thing if we start transitioning women out of the workforce. I think if you look at every other country that allows women into these workforces, we would just not be able to outcompete them. It wouldn't just be we're losing a little GDP. It would be the economic collapse of America. We would not be able to compete on the global stage. We would turn into a fucking third world country that can't actually produce because we would not have the workforce. It's just not happening anymore. Every other country is going to accelerate. Every other country is going to accelerate past us because we're not utilizing like half of the fucking workers that we do.
You're utilizing the womb, dude. How do you think it is? The Muslims came out and made this very argument. We're going to weaponize the womb. They're moving into the UK. They're doing great, and they're moving into their reproduction sky high. And by the way,
wait, hold on. Your ideal hypothetical society relies on the fact that the only way we're going to be the only way we're going to have to be able to compete with Japan and Europe and all these other societies that utilize women workers is that we have to import export American babies into these countries so that because they need us, and then we'll take over ideologically. That's the hypothetical that we're going with.
No, it's not even a hypothetical. This is in fact what is going to happen is that South Korea's birth rate is so low, it's under 1, dude.
Yeah,
it's under 1.
And they're an incredibly pro-natalist society, and it's not fucking working, unfortunately.
Yeah, but this has to do.
Well, they're not doing it right. That wasn't real communism. Sorry.
No, it wasn't. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the herbalist movement, and it has to do with feminism. And I can walk you through the state of South Korea, which adopted the Western Americanized policies and birth control, which led to the conditions they find themselves in. And we can find this over all Western.
This goes back to so feminism
nations.
is apparently so much more powerful than all your incredible pro-natalist propaganda. How the fuck are you going to ever fight back?
Don't you understand that the argument from incredulity doesn't work here? You have to make a real argument.
I'm asking you. You are proposing this thing that's going to work out super well, but you haven't. Yeah, you haven't contended with this question, which is what happens when a corporation, whoever are these crazy people promoting feminism, comes in and it appeals to people and they say, wait a minute, I don't like these pro-natalist policies and I want to move away from these. What are you going to do?
Yeah, so again, inside the conjunction of the hypothetical, I would anticipate that there would be much pushback, the same way there is with corporations right this second who don't like the fact that we have an anti-abortion policy and they're pumping in tons and tons of money to Planned Parenthoods all over the world. What are you going to do then? Well, we're going to resist it like we've always done.
Well,
and we're going to try to promote our own policies.
Well, it seems like people are really, you know, pro freedom and pro these choices, and it's like, yeah, I guess, like if
it
you
doesn't seem
if
like
you,
that
like,
to
take
me.
hold, if you take hold enough,
Didn't
it's
we
maybe
elect a fascist? Didn't we elect a fascist?
Yeah, but we can attribute and talk about the fact that people have the people have a short-term memory. Yeah, when people actually feel the stresses of, hey, I'm banning abortion everywhere, then they vote against your ideology. But they really do, especially when you forget the contradictions you make early in the debate. But what happens here is that in 2020 people were not as excited to vote for Kamala, and people might not have been thinking about abortion on the ballot. A lot of people said, hey, I don't even think Project 2025 is going to be a thing. But I bet you that if you try to do an abortion ban, just like you did back in the 70s, 60s, and everything before that, you're going to get a movement of people that say, I don't fucking like this. It happened in Romania. It happened in America.
Seems like people aren't as pro-freedom as you thought. They just have really short memories when it comes to my freedoms. Maybe they'll just forget. Maybe they'll just forget they had my freedoms.
No, I think we just have a higher standard of living and disposable income and luxuries, which you don't think. And that allows us to live comfortably in certain societies.
We don't, bro. We don't even have a middle class. We had a middle class. It's completely gone. How you say people have a better standard of living, you lunatic?
The poverty has fucking been erased since women entered the workworkose in comparison to what it used to be. Wealth disparity is increasing
with the population. Gentlemen,
oh my God, dude.
We can continue the party absolutely, but for purposes of sparing time for those who do want to join open panel and have some fun, I would like to go ahead and shut this portion down. We can definitely continue on here momentarily. And so Soy Pill, if you'd like to give your closing statement, please.
Oh man, usually I write one out, but we were very engaged. All I'm saying is that I don't think that gender roles need to be enforced in the way that Andrew is. I think there are plenty of ways that we can promote virtuous behavior and still maintain a well-behaved and great society. I think that Andrew probably agrees to this to some degree in a way that he will never admit, because he thinks that of this intrinsic way that if we don't promote it specifically for women, specifically for men, that it'll never work out and everything's going to be bad. He really never contended with this idea that this could happen. He didn't contend with all of the facts I brought up about how things have been better for all the countries that bring in women into the workforce, that allow them the freedom. And I will say that, yes, there are negatives that come with that. I don't think that negates every positive that has come. I think those do completely overwhelm the negatives. And I think we can actually do something more like what Andrew is promoting in a gender neutral way, insofar as what Mongolia is doing by promoting, cash inflows to people who are having kids, if we need to. I don't think that means we need to say, hey, woman, if you don't give birth, you're doing a bad job, get out of the workforce, because ultimately in every society, it really does seem like eventually people get fucking fed up with it. It happens in almost every example historically. And today there are people that are oppressed as women, but it's going to keep happening. You see these feminist movements bringing up or spurring up in these different Middle Eastern countries and all of these patriarchal societies. And if people don't like being fucking oppressed, it's never going to stick. But good luck. There's a reason why your ideas keep fucking failing. It's because they're unpopular. And, you're right. It's the pendulum swings here and there. But at the end of the day, you're fighting an uphill battle. You're a salmon with a broken fin. And I'm happy that at the very least, no matter how popular you get, it's never actually going to take off. Thank you. I'm the Soy Pill. I make video essays. I appreciate you being here, and I want to go watch Andor.
Thank you, Soy Pill. Andrew, to you.
Yeah, so just to give a multitude of refutations, he actually conceded on my argument multiple times that gender roles are necessary. He even gave the primary one. Only women can give birth. That's a gender role that's specific to women. He conceded on this point. Therefore, it's necessary that we promote this single gender role at the very least, meaning traditional gender roles need to be intact. Society lost the debate right there. But even if I was being maximum charitable, he also doesn't even know what a debate is, because he has points, positive points. I have refutations to the points. I was ready with refutations to the points. He refused to go down his positive listing of points, rather saying that I don't agree with the fact that I'm supposed to give you positive claims and then you're supposed to negate them, even though we're having a fucking debate. Also, to move on from there, he conceded to force doctrine, 100% conceded to force doctrine. But for some reason, the ought that men should be moved into the ideas of just force and the ideas that men should be promoted specifically for men to be just and to be virtuous in the capacity that only men seemingly are able to do, because they have to protect from other men. He agrees with all of this, but somehow that's gender neutral too. Makes no fucking sense. It's bizarre. It's stupid. It's self-contradictory. In fact, almost every single point he made in this debate was a direct contradiction of his previous point. Every time he says it should be gender neutral, he then speaks out of the other side of his face and he says, but not really. You are right that these are basically positions which are dependent upon the sex of the person for the most part, but I just don't really like the fact that we need to promote them individually and allocate resources to that because fucking reasons. He was completely wrong about birth rate reallocation, opting instead to want to have mass immigrant labor for no particularly good reason I can ascertain, even though the economy would be better. When I bring up women's debt, he doesn't care. When I bring up all of the coverture laws and what was going on then, he didn't care. He doesn't even know. He doesn't have any historic context for any of this. When we go down the historic path, he says this ridiculous shit. Well, the thing is your ideas are losing, Andrew. They sure as fuck ain't. The president that I promoted got elected. Yours didn't, right? And the president I promoted the time before got elected as well to his first term, right? Which was Trump. Both times. My ideas seem to be, and by the way, I was for the repeal of abortion. That idea seems to have made its way into the mainstream as well. In fact, I would say most of my ideas propagate very well, and those of people who agree with me because they're fucking better and we have actual arguments and they make actual sense. Your argument is, well, I'm just incredulous, Andrew, that people, even though the entire historic standard operated this way, and your neoliberal idea is the thing that's actually brand new, I think people would just become too resentful. But on the other hand, people have goldfish memory and forgot that Trump was an evil, oppressive fascist, but somehow they're going to remember all their rights and freedoms and how oppressed they now are from all those rights and freedoms, right? Everything's out of both sides of his mouth. He starts by saying, and he tried to pull a fast one earlier. He's like, if you look at the world, you can see clearly that people, when they're oppressed, it's like, no. And then I point out, no, half the world lives under patriarchal authoritarianism or some variation thereof. And then instantly he agrees, right? We talk about the numbers of immigrants who are moving into the UK who are doing real bad things there due to this massive birth rate crisis, right? He agrees, but at the same time just wants to ignore it like it's not even happening. Eventually, the case of the matter is that this is going to happen one way or the other. We're going to have to move towards traditional gender roles. You're not going to have a nation. It's just not going to happen. A nation that can't reproduce itself is going to rely on people who can. And right now, the people who can are all those evil, non-gender equality people in the world, aren't they? The authoritarians of the world. They're the ones who are reproducing, not the Western nations. So if that's the case and our birth rate's way down, their birth rate's way up, it's just a matter of time, isn't it? He never could refute that because he knows it's true. You can't argue with it. It's not an arguable point. Those people don't have the same collective values as the neo-libs. In fact, I would argue it's my ideology that would save society and his that damns it. Because ultimately, the ideology of the traditionalist and the traditional gender roles gives us the three components that we need for a nation to begin with, which is we need language, borders, culture. These are the three components that we need, and they need to be a shared value that people have, or you don't have a nation
what is
to
this
begin
Lord
with.
of the Rings ending? How many fucking times?
It's
did
my.
you
Did,
do that?
did I interrupt your close? Did I interrupt your close?
You didn't have to because I made a concise point.
Yeah,
You're doing
and the
Andrew
thing
Wilson
is
show.
she gave you plenty of time, just like she's given me. Just because you didn't use it has nothing to do with me.
Yeah, okay.
Also, let me point out that time and time again, this was one of the numerous contradictions he was caught in. When we say, okay, you have to understand that because of GDP and things like this, women needed to enter the workforce. Again, completely unwilling to contend with the fact that the inventiveness of the American populace was well enforced long before women were ever enfranchised, which is why I point out the Wright brothers. We can point out automobiles. We can point out all these things that happened before women were enfranchised. But he wants you to nebulously believe that because women weren't a part of the political establishment, that somehow technology would have just fucking stopped being innovated on, even though before they were enfranchised on, it was being completely innovated on. Totally fucking absurd. Anyway, with that, I'll yield my time. I enjoyed that. Thank you.
Thank you. This was the most Thanksgiving dinner kind of conversation I've ever heard in my life. I hope you guys never meet in person. For purposes of time, I'm going to go ahead and drop the link to members only in a community post right now. That's been dropped. So if you're a member, you have access first, and then I'll give that a few minutes and I will drop it to the public. We're going to go through just 10 and up to get through these super chats to spare everybody's time this evening. Jess Gerald with the Big 10 says, here's a coffee, sleepy Sarah. Yes, thank you, Jess. Evan Lord with another 10. Hey, Sarah, enjoy Michigan made and founded Big Bees coffee. I am looking forward to open panel dumpster fire. Yes,
So
I see
annoying.
them
It was about
already
as annoying as I
piling
thought
in.
it was going to be. So.
Let's see. Just again says Soy is going against gender roles, so he doesn't have to fulfill his. Just coming through another time. Men who don't take on societal roles and responsibilities of a man should just throw on a dress and tuck it
Yeah.
backwards. Oh,
Sounds like a
Jesus.
pro-trans argument. I wasn't expecting that from your audience.
I stopped making expectations on my audience. They swing left and right all the time. Jeremiah with the Big 10, all men can't be Navy SEALs, so that means men aren't generally more oriented to be protectors than women. Gender roles shouldn't be encouraged in this case because every man isn't Chris Kyle. Who's Chris Kyle?
He was a Navy SEAL from the American Sniper movie. Just to
Oh.
talk to that point specifically, I wasn't saying because not every man can be not every man can be a Navy SEAL, that this means we shouldn't enforce gender roles. I was using Navy SEAls as a thing that is exclusively men to try to illustrate what a gender role is, so that we could talk about whether or not
Which
if
is
it
a
was
logical
one.
fallacy.
What?
Yeah.
Well, how is that a logical fallacy to say? I'm asking if this is a gender role, and that's a logical fallacy?
No, it's the idea of the presentation of the syllogism is what's fallacious. So it's not a sound argument. So you're not actually asking a question, you're making an argument. And the argument you're trying to make is like, because all dogs have tails, all things with tails must be dogs. That's absurd, right? You can have tons of dogs who don't have tails, for instance, even though most dogs do have tails. You agree that that's true, right?
Sure.
Okay, but they're still dogs, right? And they still only are going to have whatever the capacity that dogs have, even if they're not in the capacity some dogs are in.
Yeah, and then how does that inform what they should do?
Because
Kind
only
of the
dogs
point
are
that
going
I'm
to be
trying to
capable.
make, not whether or not they are men.
Yeah, it's just that only dogs are going to be capable of dog stuff, right? That's it. That's the whole point, right?
Yeah,
So
again, but then I'm talking about the role that they fulfill. There are certain roles that are exclusively for dogs, but that doesn't mean that therefore we should inform. If this is a role exclusively for dogs, is that how we should promote that specific?
Well, that's a
behavior?
different claim.
No. That's what I was trying to do there. Maybe I didn't do it well. By the way, I don't know if you have access to this chat, but I put the disparity one. I couldn't find that graph in the real time, but yeah, our disposable income one has gone up. Linked it for you.
No, and did you put in the inflation chart with it?
It's real. It's real disposable income. Oh, I've seen you actually not understand this. So it's when it's real wages, they compensate for inflation. They're not so stupid as to say, "Oh man, people made money. That's more money than back then. A dollar is less than 25%." Yeah, like
let's
a lot of these.
Well, let's take a look at the chart and see if that's accurate or not.
Is this
because
one the
there
real
are people
disparity?
actually who give me wages all
Yeah,
the
this is
time,
real
which are
disposable
not adjusted
personal
for
income.
inflation.
This is
let's find
it's
out.
called real disposable personal income. When it says
Well,
real,
yeah,
that means
let's
it's
find
adjusted
out.
for inflation. That's what
And
adjusted for inflation
is that the
means.
second chart?
No, the first one.
Oh, the first chart. Okay. This is the
one that says real disposable personal
I can't read the link,
income.
the entirety of the link, bro. Is this the Stonesfield.org?
The first is the one on top.
Yeah, I'm just making sure I'm clarifying. Is it the Stonesfield.org?
You're talking about the stlouisfed.org? Yeah, they're both stlouisfed.org. It's the one that's /DSPIC96.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you want to bring it up on screen, or are you looking at it on your end, Andrew?
Yeah, no. I got it. You're good.
I can share it if you want. You guys see that?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the metrics that are used here. That's
yeah,
all.
Real disposable income. Well,
yeah, but
do
we
you
need
know
to.
what that is, or?
We do need to clarify what they consider disposable income to be. Yes.
Okay, well that's a different story. Sure, maybe
Yeah.
wouldn't agree with your what is disposable.
That's why I'm actually reading it. Right.
Okay.
So is that okay?
I'd love to hear your better. No, you can read it. I'm curious
Okay,
what you're
great.
better than the Economist definition of a thing when you don't even know what a real wage is.
Yeah, I know.
but
Even
that'd
though
be cool.
economists are wrong constantly. Like remember when
Yeah,
economists
this
came out
is
and
a
forced-
fallacy. It's something wrong happens sometimes. Therefore, all of them can be completely
there's no
disgusting.
fallacy. I
No,
have
it's a
good
fallacy,
cause.
buddy.
I have good
No,
cause
it
to
is.
question.
It's a fallacy because
No,
you're
it's
saying,
not a
well,
fallacy.
economists are wrong. So, well, this
You made an
economist
appeal
must be
to
wrong.
authority.
My appeal to
That's a
authority is that
fallacy.
I trust someone who knows what a real wage is
That's
over
an
someone who
appeal
has
to
no
authority.
fucking
That's the
idea what
actual
they're talking
fallacy.
about. Yeah, it's
That's
appeal
the
to
actual
authority that's
fallacy.
more more correct than you, and that's
How do you
not really
know?
a fallacy.
How do you know?
How do I know? Because I understand what real wages are, and you
don't
don't.
understand
and you're
shit.
demonstrating
You
your
haven't
low IQ,
understood
which you brag
nothing
about
the
for some
entire
reason.
fucking debate, bro. Nothing.
Clandestine scientist with the big 20 says, can we just agree people like Soy Boy recognize they are not men, so gender roles can exist in their worldview, or they have no role?
I'm bigger and
Crucible
stronger
prayer.
and manlier than Andrew, so I'm at least more of a man than him.
A hunter says, wearing a dress is a bold statement. You might think it's feminine, but it challenges gender norms, showing great bravery. Soy pilled, I would wear a dress to defeat patriarchy.
That's a strategy for sure.
Trib says, unironically, every country, USA too, would be a patriarchy essentially under Andrew's definition. Is he wrong? Maybe not, but then what's the complaint about? You live in a patriarchal society, celebrate.
Do you have by chance, I'm just wondering, do you have a graph for disposable income that makes a direct comparison to the fact that only men were in the workforce and what the disposable income was for men, just men as a monolith
Off the top of my
versus
head, no. I'd
versus
have
in
to prepare
modernity?
that for you. I'm sorry.
I actually can't find that. I'm looking for it.
I don't
And
know
anywhere
even
in
what
this
you would
graph.
necessarily look up for that, but yeah, the super chatter was, yeah. Do you want to address that? That was kind of my point at the beginning. How, yeah, I guess by this definition, most, if not all, societies are patriarchy. What's the point of the word patriarchy then?
Unironically, every country, USA too, would be a patriarchy essentially under Andrew's definition. He's wrong, maybe not. But then what's the complaint about? Yeah, how would every society be a patriarchy under my definition?
Well, I guess, yeah, you say that the USA isn't, but like to say that China is, I mean, if you can look in like literally, what is it, Article 14 or whatever, it's like, oh, women have the suggestions and can forward opinions on, what is it? I don't fucking remember what it is. But the point is, it's like, yeah, this clearly has woman enfranchised to a degree, but it's patriarchy because the ultimate decision is a man. I just don't see how this is a good way to define patriarchy.
Yeah, I would agree that
obfuscates
most
the word
non-Western
to
nations
the point
are
of
patriarchal.
absurdity. Like,
no, it's not absurd. I would argue that most non-Western nations are patriarchal. Yes.
Okay.
Do you dispute that?
Well, you know I do. I just don't want to have the same
I
circular
mean,
argument
I don't see
again.
how. I don't see how.
I just, words have utility, and if we're going to call China a patriarchy, I think that's really not good for the utility of that word, because it doesn't really mean what other people mean when they say like a male-dominated society where they make the decisions.
I think it does.
I know you think it does. I just don't think it's very helpful.
Think patriarchy is. I think my definition is way closer to what people think about with patriarchy than yours.
I think if you asked most people who study anthropology and you said, hey, do you think both China and Afghanistan are patriarchy? They, again, laugh at you, but you can say that's
no,
a
they
appeal to
wouldn't.
authority.
Here, in fact, I'll demonstrate it to you.
Hey, this is something I think you could easily demonstrate to me, actually.
If
you show me like...
If feminism is an oppressed class and they're resisting inequality, who are they resisting? Who?
So again, we're going to go into this idea that like, am I supposed to assume that you're agreeing with the American feminists that because men do hold disproportionate power that we live in a patriarchy, but you don't think the USA is a patriarchy? So why are we not? Why are we appealing? Why are we appealing to the feminists?
Yeah, but I've already demonstrated that the power here would not be disproportional if everyone's enfranchised.
Okay, yeah, I agree. You're not a feminist and you don't agree with the feminists in society, but now you're appealing to the feminist idea of what they're resisting, which in America is a patriarchy. But again, I don't agree with the feminist definition. So what's the point?
Exactly. Perfect. So then if that's the case, you don't agree with feminists, right? You don't agree that it's just like resistance to men in charge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then again, your idea of patriarchy, what is the difference between patriarchy and slavery then, in your view? What is it?
Well, slavery isn't like a gender exclusive thing. So it's
it would be if it was patriarchal, and that means they're a second class citizen. And
sure.
Blah, blah, blah,
if you
blah,
had a
blah,
slavery of women, that would be a patriarchy. I agree.
Okay, got it. So slavery is actually what you mean by patriarchy. It's a
that's
less
an
good
example
definition.
That fits within my definition.
Okay, well,
but
then how would it be a patriarchy absent an enslaved class?
I said that Afghanistan I would consider a patriarchy. They're not necessarily enslaving all the women, but they're restricting them from a vast sectors of society, and I think that is making them second-class citizens. It's gender exclusive. I think that's more of a patriarchy. Yeah.
Yeah. So then you're just saying that the authority rests with the men.
That's not just what I'm saying. I am saying that men are removing a lot of the autonomy and the enfranchisement of the woman, and that's what's making it a patriarchy.
That would be conceding to the authority of men.
I think that men hold a vast majority of the authority in America, and I don't think this is patriarchy.
Well,
in
I'm
the
going to take
government.
my
They have 70%
authority
of
back
the
so that we
government. They
can
have
move
most of the CEO
on,
positions,
gentlemen.
like in the
They don't
households,
hold
like
the
you said.
colleges. Women hold most of the teaching positions. When you're
Okay.
talking about healthcare, it's completely inundated with women.
Okay. Do you
I
think?
could go
Wait. Do you
on
think
and on
China
and
has all of
on.
this?
What?
Women in healthcare,
No, they don't
women
have
in
the
these
same
institutions.
institutional authority. No.
Wait, it's not that. What to what degree is it not the same?
When you're talking about universities, when you're talking about various
You don't
things
think
like
there are
this,
you don't think there are professors that are
no, they're
Chinese
in
women? You don't think there are
control.
control?
Listen,
What do you
I'll tell
think?
you. You have to let me talk to tell you.
Well,
if
okay.
the state controls the university systems there, which they do directly, the state has control of these institutions, especially
To
the
what degree of
educational
control do you think
institutions.
they have? It's like it's just I do you do whatever I say, and I'm a man, and I'm the state. The state is a man.
Yeah, the state party is controlled.
The state party,
almost
25% of
universally
which is
monolithically.
women.
Yeah, it is a state party. You can argue it's not. It is. It's
No,
a state
no,
party.
sure. I'm saying, but of which makes up a significant portion of women. The same way, the almost the
No, it
exact same
doesn't.
percentage of
The
women in
authority
ours.
rests with the
The
men.
two of you need to grab a beer for fuck's sake. Okay, I'm going to
Oh,
move
your wife's in
on
here.
only
I
for
honestly, I do
purposes of
genuinely.
time.
I'm not joking about this at all. I genuinely do think it's sweet that your wife watches and supports you. That's awesome.
She does. Isn't that so adorable? I love that. They support
However, I
each
won't take her
other.
opinion seriously because she thinks she shouldn't vote.
Rachel
Yeah,
with a
but I
big
mean,
10.
the thing is
Wait,
like,
wait, Andrew,
why,
can you read me Rachel's chat?
why would that?
Can you
Why
read
would
me
that
Rachel's
even?
chat?
Why
I don't
would
really
that
want to
even
listen to her.
matter? Like, why would that even
I don't
matter
wait. No,
ultimately
Andrew,
about the
can you-
voting thing? Because
can you
it's
read
not like
me?
you're ever going to listen or contend with any of her arguments. Like, that's not what you
Okay.
do.
No, I absolutely do.
Rachel
I will contend
says
with
with
it
the
if you,
big
a man, say,
10,
wait,
the
Sarah,
history of feminism
Sarah, please,
was
can you make Andrew
hijacked
read it for
by
me? I don't want
women's
Rachel. I
studies
don't want.
departments. Plus, trust me, there's plenty more he can read from
Oh
her.
yeah.
The history of feminism was hijacked by women's studies departments. Feminism was pushed through billions in NGO funding and
Yep.
CIA project called the Congress for Cultural Freedom, not grassroots at all.
Correct.
Okay. And if it's not, then it seems like it's very easy to dismantle your society, ideally, and it's going to happen again.
Somebody
Which is
just
exactly what
said
she
in
did.
chat.
I agree.
Okay.
Hold on. Somebody just said in chat, soy pill versus large Marge.
Who's Large Marge?
Oh, it was from whatever podcast.
Oh,
Oh
the
my
Gorlock
God.
the Destroyer.
It was a lady on the heavier side who had some very interesting things to say the other night. Airborne animal with the Big Ten says soy boy cannot control his emotions and has to interrupt. An important part of being a man is not being controlled by your emotions and feelings, instead by logic and reason and doing what is needed.
Yeah, I think anyone who watches this VOD will see Andrew interrupting just as much as I do, and I think that, yeah, you can say that both men and women should have emotional control. It's probably a good thing.
Fair enough. Jess says, Andrew says, let me show you logic behind this. Soy says, derp, feminism.
True.
I hope I emulated that properly. Tied up with the big 500 of something just for me to tell you both thank you for coming tonight. This is fun. New York Shade with a big 10. Lesbian divorce rates are twice that of straight/gay male couples. Exponentially worse financial outcomes and much higher mental illness too. Remove men from the equation and the social fabric crumbles.
Yeah, I have an interesting take, and this might be a hot one, and I would have to do more research on this, but I think a lot of the increasing divorce rates, and especially among lesbians, is probably, in my opinion, a good thing. I think that in the past, people were restricted from being able to be divorced, and now that people have the autonomy and understand that both they can work and get out of this marriage and still be able to support themselves, so they're not locked into it financially, but also they have the emotional control and can realize, hey, like, this actually didn't work out the way I wanted to, and I can realize that this is a harmful relationship, and they can end that. I think that's actually good, and there are plenty of good divorces, and I think lesbians, or at least women in general, are more in tune with their emotions, and therefore I would expect them to get divorced more because they say, hey, this isn't as good, I want to get out of it. So I don't think it's always good.
Wait,
but
why are lesbians more in tune with their emotions?
do you think women are more in tune with their emotions in general? No?
I think that because they have, I think that this is great cope. So women actually have hormones inside of their body, which give them a huge struggle with emotional regulation, in fact, and men have the opposite. We have hormones in our body that give us huge advantages in emotional regulation. Specifically, testosterone is one such thing that really assists with emotional regulation. As you know, you work out, right? So you know the importance of testosterone for mood regulation. Women, on the other hand, their hormones assist in disproportionately affecting their mood regulation. So I don't see how lesbians, just the fact that you eat pussy means that you have better emotional regulation as a woman. Can you explain that?
Well,
for me?
I cry for Rachel every night knowing you don't eat pussy. But the point I'm trying to make is that, hey,
What is
I
it?
think if you look at the social
What are you?
roles of women,
Lesbians eating pussy has nothing
I'm
to
just
do
saying
with
it
me
sounds
eating
like you
pussy. What are
clearly
you
don't have
talking
good
about?
emotional regulation, and you probably, I guess you don't eat pussy. And what I'm saying is that women, lesbians who are
So you're just gonna make
socialized
shit
in
up as you go?
social, I don't know. You want to tell me about eating pussy? Go ahead. But look, if,
I don't want to hear about it.
But anyway,
gentlemen.
yeah,
anyway,
you
how
wanted
do
to hear
how
about
do they have
pegging,
more
Sarah.
emotional
Yeah, so
regulation?
the point is when you look at like how women are socialized in American society to like, hey, cry more, be able to like let out these emotions, deal with them, and cope with them, whereas men kind of sequester themselves into this like stoic stereotype. And we can, oh my god, I don't want to get into toxic masculinity, but the idea that like, hey, you don't have to actually understand and cope and kind of process this emotion does lead men to have poorer, maybe not regulation. If you want to say women might be more prone to outbursts, that might be true, but less capability of dealing with these emotions and actually
Oh, I
processing
see.
them and
So
doing something because of it. And I think that men are more likely to put up with shitty situations where they're just like, hey, yeah, this sucks, but I'm going to bottle it up. Whereas women will try to process and do
this is the
something about
most
it.
self-defeating position you've had all night. So let me
Mhm.
get this right. Lesbians have more emotional control.
Women have
which
more
leads to
emotional
more
understanding
divorce.
or EQ.
Can I finish?
Well, no, because you're not saying what I'm just cutting you off so that you can understand my point a little
That's
better.
your position. Your position is that
Do you want me to tell you
lesbians.
my position? Because you're already saying
Okay,
it
well,
wrong. I can tell
lesbians
you.
have more
Okay, do you know what
emotional control.
EQ is?
What is it?
You know what IQ is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so EQ is like your emotional like version of like, oh, your intelligence, right? And I think that women in general, the way they're socialized means they have a higher EQ. Lesbians are women. So I would say that they usually have a better way of being able to process these emotions and do something about it. Men will bottle them up and not deal with anger, frustration, or like some sort of insecurity that they might be feeling because of their relationship, and hence they don't divorce as much. That's my idea.
I see. Hang on. And
I would actually
the
say back to that.
self-defeater.
Having emotional intelligence doesn't mean you have emotional regulation.
Sure, yeah,
I can
that's why I
have
try
an
to concede. They
I'm
might
not
have
even
more
going to say that.
outbursts,
I'll
right?
just grant it, but it's still a self-defeating argument. All you're saying here is because women are better at expressing their emotions, they get divorced more.
Yeah, I'm saying
all
that
you're
women
saying.
who are able to process these problems and say, hey, I actually want to do something
Then
about
it
this,
sounds
are
like
more likely to
stoicism's
get
the win,
divorced.
bro.
Sorry?
It sounds like stoicism's the win.
Well, if
I'm
you
going
think
to
that
take
they're
back
happy, I don't know if they
stoicism.
necessarily
Tied
are.
up with the big 100 of something says, man, this is wild. You got the retired Wolverine versus John Mayer.
I'll take that.
Drib says, got to stop with the men versus women argument, rightoids. Men fight men plus women in times of conflict. The solely men's side loses. It's why societies get more progressive and don't revert. Only men plus women is a win.
This isn't a gotcha. I guess this is a question, Andrew. Like, do you like that America, like, pushed women into the workforce in the 40s to help win World War II, or no?
I think that there can be necessary preconditions in which you have to use the infirm or weaker classes of society, at least physically. So, in order to assist in like great conditionals where you're under threat, that's such a conditional where I thought that could be appropriate, of course.
I appreciate you conceding that, because I conceded that as well to you, which is I don't think that we should be forcing women to give birth. However, in an existential crisis where it was like, hey, like if we don't do this, everyone will die, I think we would have to, and I would also concede that. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
And he would diddle a boy too, though.
Wait, would you perform? Wait. I have a question. Would you perform cunnilingus on 100 gorillas to stop someone from diddling a boy?
No, he's getting diddled, bro.
No, you're gonna let him get diddled? Wow.
Doing it.
I would give those gorillas the time of their life.
Actually, that's the most moral position. My neutrality is the most moral
Wait,
position.
actually, wait, okay, so this is actually, this might, no, wait, I actually do want to ask this question.
No, it's my turn to ask one back. It's my turn to ask one back. You just asked one.
Because I think this is good faith. No,
please.
please.
We're asking trolling card questions. It's my turn now.
Go ahead, ask the question. Yes.
No diddles.
Okay. Would you diddle a boy 1,000 times if it meant that you would save the earth?
Save the earth, yes. Now, let me ask you this question.
You guys are
is
weird.
the reason you're not
weird.
doing it, is it contingent on the, like, that you know that an afterlife exists?
You mean the neutrality of the ethical stance?
Well, I guess my saying is, like, I think you could get me to agree I would not do it if I knew, because, like, in my worldview, it's like, look, my moral justification of I shouldn't do bad things to people means nothing if everyone dies, right? It doesn't matter what my morals are. If everyone's died, there's no moral systems there where everyone's gone. However, if I knew for a fact that heaven existed and that all those people would be judged accordingly by God and then go to heaven, I wouldn't care as much. I'd say, you know what? I'm not going to commit a sin. I'm not going to do a bad thing because I think that this is not the end. This is not the end of all moral systems. Now people can be raptured. So if that is why you wouldn't do it, I actually agree.
Well, actually, that's kind of reductive of the claim, right? Because then you just say, well, why would I stop somebody from committing suicide, for instance? Because just gonna there's an afterlife and they're gonna do this, or
well, no,
why would I even care about
abortion?
abortion? Or
Things,
how about
right?
that? Why wouldn't I advocate for abortion then? Because then just like every kid who dies, they get a one-way ticket to heaven, right? You could use that argument. It's actually kind of reductive ultimately, though. The truth is that like even under a utilitarian frame, you can make a good argument in the trolley cart question for why you should divert the track towards the 5 people, right? What's really interesting about the claim, though, is that if you change it and you say, okay, would you push your best friend off of a bridge in order to save the 5 people? They say no, they wouldn't do that, right? So there's something to do with counterintuition when it comes to utilitarianism. And it's the only way you could make moral judgments as a consequentialist is with intuition, because there's no hedonic calculator. Bentham tried to make one, he couldn't make it, right? So
it's
you're
hard,
you're just utilizing intuition.
All of society, right? Like, what's the point of having anything, any moral framework, any sort of like deontological belief if everything disappears?
If there is no society, if there is no society, period, right? You have now negated all potential bad experiences for everybody forever.
Yeah, but I want good experiences for people, and
why would
I think
that matter? If they're not alive, they can't have good or bad experiences.
Right, but I'm the arbiter of whether or not they are alive. So I would rather not everyone not exist. If I could choose that everyone could exist, I would choose that. And if I had to do something bad to make that happen, I would also choose that.
Yeah, but that really doesn't make any sense, right? Because if all future generations from your worldview, they're just in a void, they don't even exist, and they're never going to exist, all potentiality for negative experience is now erased completely. Now, you can make the argument they won't have positive experiences either, but who cares? Ultimately, they're not having any experiences, so that there can't be any negation of it. So if the entire species was gone, that seems like it would be ultimate in the utilitarian framework.
I guess if the hypothetical is not the world would blow up, but like no one would ever give birth past a certain point and then human beings would cease to exist, it does change the calculus a little bit. But I was under the assumption that it's like, hey, if you press this button, a bad thing happens, and
but even if it was like 8 billion people died instantly, right? If you didn't do this, all those 8 billion people might suffer for however long that was.
Yeah, there'd be more suffering from that than from the
zillions or trillions of people in the future. You've ended suffering, right?
Yeah, I don't follow that logical conclusion that the only way to, or the best way to end all negative things is to end everything. I don't think that's
Lost
the logical
Ronin
case,
in with
but
the
I mean, that's the most logical conclusion, though, right?
If you don't care about the positives,
Lost Ronin says, watching Sarah's face as 2 men argue over men's dominance over women is fucking hilarious. I definitely subscribe to Andrew's worldview, and I definitely appreciate Sarah's channel for great content.
This is a matriarchal panel. We listen to Sarah.
Lost Ronin says again, thanks, Sarah, for all the great debates, and I support the grift as well. Tied Up says, I'm not going to lie, Andrew looks like a frustrated saber tooth, and the rainbow guy looks like a professional volleyball coach.
Which one though? I know of some bad professional volleyball coaches, at least Olympic coaches, unfortunately.
He follows up again. Tell me I'm lying. Andrew looks like a frustrated Batman villain.
Oh my god! Hey, I couldn't get Dylan Burns to say this. Andrew, can you say "it's the bat" in like a very Brooklyn accent?
No.
Okay.
No.
Light Escape.
But tell Down syndrome Burns I said hello.
Light Escape says, so if he thinks men should go to war over whatever, why did he have an issue with Rosie the Riveter? That was women working at home so we could beat those people, almost like he's inconsistent.
It sounds like he is consistent because he addressed this, and I appreciated the concession. He said if it's necessary for society. Sorry, I shouldn't speak for you, Andrew, but I just really like that you, like, I after all that back and forth blood sports, I really do appreciate that there's at least one thing we could both be like, yeah, in this case, like, I think that it's okay to compromise on this thing because it's necessary. But yeah, if it's necessary, it seems like that's okay.
But that would feed into traditional gender roles as well, that women are supposed to be helpmates to men.
I tried so
hard. So in that particular case, when men are risking their lives and the best thing that you can do is like roll their fucking cigarettes and send them in packs, then great.
Trip says, to make it more clear, both Soy and BPF say yes to the prompt. Andrew wants trad roles to be the only roles, and Soy wants it to be whoever's capable for the job and the role. It's a big loop of a debate.
That's not correct.
Sarah.
That's not correct. So I'm not making the argument from outliers. Rather, I'm saying that we should be fulfilling these rules as a primary edict. That would be good for society. Not that people would be unincluded in all capacities because they refuse to fit inside of that mold. You're always going to have outliers. There's not a damn thing that you can do about it. But we still want to promote the best for society, and that's going to be the best for society.
But your ideal society is most, if not like more than 95% of everyone is fulfilling those trad roles, right? Like, unless I
I think
misunderstood.
that would be for the betterment and outcome. Sure.
Okay, I think that's what they're arguing because otherwise, well, no. Okay, yeah, that's all. I think that's all they're saying.
All right. Tied Up says, this is my last one for a while because I'm going to be broke, but I'm going to steal the phrase, your logical consistency, Andrew. LOL. Light Escape sends 10 just for me to say hello, maters. Just Gerald says with a big 20, if women no have baby, we no more have people.
Right.
Women must make babies and men must be prepared to die to ensure their survival. This is how it's been since forever until recently. I still see nothing wrong with this setup.
Yeah, I agree that that is historically the case. I agree that even today it's the case. I just don't think it needs to be enforced. I think that, or even necessarily encouraged. I think that the best people can fulfill those roles, and whether or not that's majority men or majority women doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but then the answer to the hypothetical makes no sense because in the consistent framework, you would say that the reason you wouldn't detonate all of humanity is because of the perchance of positive experiences. Without doing the promotion of women in childbirth, you're also curtailing the amount of humanity who in the future is going to have positive experiences. You're doing the exact same thing.
I'm not saying that we should not press the button because of the every single future generation wouldn't exist, and that if women aren't like, I'm not precluding women from ever giving birth to people that would then have positive experiences. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
but you're going to have more people with more positive experiences if there's more births. That would be positive utility.
Yeah, we
at
could
your
run past the idea of like, does my worldview lead to the idea that everyone should be pregnant every 9 months as much as possible to have as many people? But I don't know if that necessarily
If you want
the
to
most
have the
positivity.
maximum amount of people with positive
just because there's
experiences.
the potential for positive doesn't mean it's the best positive. If you have 10 kids instead of one, it's very very the fuck's the word I'm looking for? Very likely that these people are going to, be in poverty because they're not going to be able to afford as much. They're going to have a worse life than if you had 2 kids. Like, I don't think that necessarily.
That doesn't mean that they would be unhappy or not have positive experiences because they're in poverty.
I don't know. That's the thing, and I'm not going to rate every positive experience. I have to have this like karmic bank of like which is the most best thing, and now dictate.
Well, since there's no hedonic calculator, you can use intuitive reasoning, can't you?
What intuitive reasoning to determine what?
Well, your intuitive reasoning is that more people, better experiences.
More
people, at least more good experiences.
I think that you could, if there's an overcrowding in a room, there are more people in that room, and that room could result in a crowd crush, and they could all die.
But there's more people in that room who can have potential good experiences.
Yeah, but I can look at the past and the present and determine whether or not they're going to have good experiences based on the circumstances of their environment, and then say, hey, what should we try to maximize?
You can't make that determination.
If I put a bunch of people in a room, I can
examples.
determine whether or not they're going to crowd crush each other based on how many there are and how close the walls are.
Again, unless it's an extreme example of like I can say that you're going to have a negative experience if you come out of the womb and hit a fucking blade that cuts you in half.
Yeah.
Sure. But generally speaking, in most situations that human beings find themselves in, you're not going to be able to make the predictor of the positive or negative experience. You're not going to be able to do it. In most social interactions, you won't be able to.
I think that's interesting. Yeah, for social interactions, but you can determine like happiness and outcome based on the country they're in, how much wealth they have.
You have to make up arbitrary rubrics for which you can then make a comparison to. But who determines the rubric? It's not the people themselves.
Actually, it is. When you look at like the happiness index, they literally do ask the people. It's like, hey, put yourself on this ladder. Where do you rate yourself, and like how happy you are? It's not, hey, I came up with this metric.
Based on pre-made questions which favor a worldview of a happiness index. If you were to rearrange those questions another way, you might find out that people were much more happy in a more egalitarian society, or they would have preferred to go back to previous governments 40 years ago. They're not even there for the people to relate to this information that way, not in those types of polls.
Right. But regardless of what metric we use to measure the happiness, I don't think that this must entail then that I have to advocate for the maximum amount of births because that is then the most potentiality of the most positive things that could possibly happen. I just don't think that's the case because we can measure, hey, if there's too many people here, this could be worse. And we'd have to then go through every possible experience and look through all these environments and say, what's more positive, this or this? And yeah, we can't have an exact hedonistic calculator, but we can make pretty good outcomes of how people's lives are going to be and how happy they're going to be.
This is great then.
And whether or
This
not
is
they're going to
great.
suffer.
And you agree that right now in the United States there's more happy people than there've ever been, right?
No, I think happiness index has gone way down, right?
Oh,
Yeah, I think if you
Damn.
measure it, that could be because, yeah, it is an arbitrary
Damn.
metric. It could be they're comparing their standard of living, which is much
Oh.
higher now, to what they used to have. They could be comparing themselves to other
That's weird.
societies. They could say, hey, I can't afford a house anymore. And they take a lot of things for
I
granted.
don't understand. We
There's
have all
lots of
this
different ways
fucking
to measure.
equality. We have all this equality, and people are more miserable than ever. It's fucking weird, bro. It's
Yeah.
weird.
And speaking of happiness, Tiki Tack sends 10 just to say clown shoe. And last one for now. Andrew, do you want to read this one?
Oh.
No.
Wow.
Bottom
So
line,
rude.
only men can build and maintain critical infrastructure. Only women can give birth. To the extent that we encourage either sex to deviate from those responsibilities, we decline.
All I can say is if I was in a forest clearing with Andrew, I would force him to read that.
No, you wouldn't. You get
I
shot.
absolutely would, dude.
You'd get shot.
You're a fucking chain-smoking middle-aged fat guy, dude. I would kick your ass.
Oh
yeah,
my
but
God.
are you tougher than a 357 Magnum?
Oh, so you get to have your gun in this
Debate that's
hypothetical?
ended with
Always.
physical
Well, I'll
threat.
actually
Wow.
have my Benelli
Anywhere I get
M4.
teleported
I'm going
on
to
this
dodge your
earth.
bullets. I'm going to hide
Yeah.
behind cover. I'm actually more limber and smaller than you. Your eyesight is fading, so I'm going to get the shot off first. I'll hit you in the leg. You drop your 357 Magnum, and I
Do you
hold
even
your
own a
face up
gun,
to the
Soy
phone.
Pill? Do
I
you even own one?
I own 2 firearms, actually,
What do you
which is
own?
not enough. I own a Benelli M4 and an M1A1 carbine. Actually, an
Oh,
M1
come
carbine, not an
on.
A1.
You don't
All
own
right,
an M1. You don't own an M14, dude. Come
It's not
on.
an
Are
M14. It's
we
an
ready
M1 carbine.
to play
Oh,
with
an M1
open
carbine, 30 cal
channel
carbine.
dumpster
Like the World War II
fire?
one.
Fucking pathetic weaponry. Pathetic.
Okay.
Okay, are we
Pathetic.
ready to do Soy Pill? Are you hanging out for just a little longer?
Yeah, if you let me
I
get some
think there's
water, I'll
some-
hang out for another like 15, 20 minutes. But I
Sure.
really want to watch
I
Andor.
don't know why people always, like, for some reason, especially when they lose a debate, they always want to go to, like, oh, yeah, well, I'll kick your ass. It's like, dude, there have been way
It's only because
bigger-
of the Force doctrine thing that
there's
you're
been
bringing
way
up. It's
bigger
the
people-
point is, I don't actually
way bigger
want to
people
kick your
than you who
ass.
threatened me in
I don't want to
person
kick
and
your
mocked
ass.
me.
I'm not actually
I'm
going to
just
make you do
gonna kick
anything.
both
I
your
think that the Force
asses.
doctrine
Get
shouldn't
your
inform
water,
what we do in
Soy.
society. I think the fact that I could kick your ass. Okay, I need some water. Guys, I hope you're having fun. This was interesting, but Andrew's clearly a little upset that I thought he was stronger. Hey, he said he does cunnilingus, so maybe his wife is having a good time. Yeah, sorry, I know this thing's loud.
What a micro.
Who's talking? Don't do that.
All right. Hang on.
Right.
I'll be right back. I gotta sign off on my side here.
Sure. And then since Soy has the least amount of time to spare, I wanted to kind of let anybody who directly has a question to him.
I do.
Go
Yeah, I
ahead
do.
and
I do.
engage.
I'll just really quickly jump in with this one. Soy Pill, just have a seat. Have
Hey,
a seat
buddy,
right
what's
there.
going on, Jake?
Just have a seat. Just have a seat right there for me, would you, Soy Pill? Thank you very much. What was your intention in coming here tonight?
My intention was to talk about gender roles and how we shouldn't enforce them. My intention was to wait. You know this. You talked about this yesterday. Why am I answering?
What was
this
your
question?
intention in coming here tonight, Soy Pill?
My intention was to debate Andrew Wilson on the role of gender roles in society and to advocate for the fact that we should move away from them.
Really, that was your intention? I had the chat logs right here, Soy
Promise
Pill.
that
It
was my
clearly says,
intention.
Soy Pill. It clearly says that you said I would diddle 1,000 kids.
I would
Doesn't
kidnap
sound
1,000
Yeah,
children
that
before
was
I
that
let
was
them
an
spend time
ethical
together.
that was an ethical dilemma. By the way, if you
Oh,
don't understand
God.
ethical
It's
dilemmas,
here.
Wait,
Already
no,
got
no,
it.
guys, you don't have to. No one defend me.
hold
Everyone,
on.
shut up. I want to
It
defend
doesn't
myself.
sound-
Chris Hansen, I would.
Stop. No, I want to go one at a time, specifically because Soy Pill has a limited amount of time with us. He did do 6 hours of time with us last night, so please be mindful and respectful of that. Right now, Chris Hansen is engaging with Soy Pill, so please allow the back and forth.
Yeah,
Thank
clip this, Chris.
Yeah,
this is
you
for
can try and
I would
evade this,
kidnap
but Soy
1,000
Pill, you said
and diddle
you would
1,000
diddle
children to save the
1,000 kids.
planet.
It doesn't
yes.
sound good, does it, Soy Pill? What do you have to say for yourself?
No, I'm agreeing with you. I would diddle even more. Every time you talk, I'm going to increase the number of kids I'm diddling to save the planet. Okay.
Well,
Chris,
listen,
just
Soy
saying
Pill. I
things
don't
out
want.
of
I don't want you to.
context.
I don't want you to react badly. But Soy Pill, I am Chris Hansen.
Okay.
You are on camera right now.
Yes.
And this is a Dateline NBC special.
Okay.
And there are police
Dude,
waiting out
your
front for
bid
you.
is falling apart because I'm agreeing with you. I would diddle 20,000 children to save the planet.
Well,
okay?
Soy Pill,
every single
that's the
one.
perfect episode. That's the perfect episode.
You did
Soy
it,
Pill.
dude.
So this is
Your
proof
comedy
that you
career is
did-
taking off. And by the way, Andrew
Thank
made
you.
your points way better than you did. You really need to learn a thing or two.
Well,
from
actually,
him.
you conceded every single point during this debate, Soy Pill. So
Yeah, just because
didn't-
Andrew
it
says
didn't
it
go
doesn't
well
make
for
it
you.
true.
Are we still
unfortunately,
entertaining this, really?
Hold on, Mel. Hold on. I do want this just between Chris Hansen and Soy Pill, please.
Yeah, would you
Well, yes.
would you perform cunnilingus on 1,000 gorillas to stop one child from being diddled?
no,
So you'd let a kid get diddled? You care about gorillas more than a child? Like, what's up with that?
no, I'm not performing cunnilingus on any gorillas.
Why?
Soy
Because
Pill,
you
but
so you'd be okay with the child
unfortunately,
getting
this isn't-
diddled?
This isn't
You'd
very
be
good
okay
for
with
you,
the
Soy
child.
Pill, because you're the one who said you would diddle 1,000 kids. We have it. On
I'd diddle
record.
1,000 gorillas
You've
to
said
save
it-
one kid.
You've said it multiple times over the last
But
few
you would
days, and
diddle
also
zero- you would-
conceded
you
the
would
debate
diddle
many
zero
times
gorillas to
because
save
you
one
said-
human.
You conceded the
So you
debate
wouldn't
yesterday,
you don't
Soy
care
Pill,
about
when
kids
you
getting
said
diddled,
that
Chris
you would
Hansen?
enforce
You, Chris Hansen, the
women
man of
having
Dateline,
babies.
does not
You
care
said
about
that
kids
you would
getting diddled.
enforce women having babies if it got to a certain point. That's
Okay,
a gender role. You conceded it many
No, that's an
times. You're
ethical
also wrong
dilemma.
about China.
Mel, please.
Shut up, dude.
Yeah,
Shut
and,
up.
No, this
and
person
Andrew
doesn't know what an
conceded
ethical
that
dilemma
women
is.
should work in
Mel,
sexual
I will
crisis.
throw you back
Okay,
to
like,
the back.
whatever.
Chris Hansen
Tell
had
that-
more
Tell
journalistic
that
No.
fella.
capabilities.
Tell that
No.
fella to be quiet. Silence.
No, I'm going to remove you.
Shut
now.
up, silly woman.
Conceded the debate many times there, Soy Pill.
Soy
So
Pill, I'm
congratulations.
just wondering, how tall are you, Soy Pill?
Hold on, tied up. You're not
Uh,
listening to what I'm saying either. Right now, I'd like the engagement to be between Jake and Soy Pill. I'd like everybody else to just shut up.
I'm
Thank
happy
you.
you find this productive, Sarah.
Yeah,
So to be
so,
clear,
yeah.
Chris Hansen, you would not be preventing, you would not take the affirmative action to change any of these kids getting diddled by I don't know, diddling a gorilla or performing cunnilingus on it. You would be okay with the diddling because you don't want to compromise your insecurity of how well you could perform on these gorilla women or whatever.
I won't be lectured by a man who said that he would diddle 1,000 children on.
Yeah, I'd
absolutely
save the
anything
planet.
when
They
it
would
comes
build
to this-
statues
when it
of me,
comes
and
to
they
this
might even build a
topic.
statue of me
So
diddling
listen,
at children, and yet you
listen,
would let
listen.
infinite children get
Soy
diddled
diddle,
because you don't want to
soy
touch a
diddle.
gorilla.
Soy diddle. Stop trying to avoid it. You conceded.
I'm
the debate
literally
many,
saying I
many
would diddle
times.
20,000
Soy
kids to save the planet. You can
Diddly soy.
pretend like I'm upset and triggered by this, but I'm agreeing with you, and you're like,
Soy
oh, I
diddle.
don't know what to do. He's not upset.
And
Oh, geez, he's not
Just
reacting
for
weird.
logistical purposes, Jake, your team is telling you are muted on I believe you're stream sniping. You're muted on your end.
Oh no.
Just so you know.
Oh, no. I wouldn't
No,
trust you to
is it
perform
possible?
cunnilingus on a single gorilla.
Jim Bob, did you have a
Yes,
thought to add?
Can't find the
Well,
mute
I have a
button,
question
can't
for
find the
Soy
clip.
Pill. I have a hypothetical. It's going to require you to. Are you a heterosexual?
I'm a heterosexual man.
Okay. So let's say you're walking down the street with your petite girlfriend,
Okay.
and you see another petite woman get assaulted by a strong man.
Okay.
Now,
What did she do?
would you intervene yourself?
I don't know what she did.
Well, let's just say it looks like she's the victim.
Yeah, I've done that before.
Okay, would you allow your petite girlfriend to join in?
Well, in this hypothetical, is my petite girlfriend the idealistic girlfriend that I want that is capable of defending herself and that sort of thing? Or are you saying in this very specific example, let's
Don't tell
assume
me
she
you're
is
looking-
incapable of
no,
fighting?
You're looking at a guy that it doesn't look like she.
Oh yeah, then I
she's
would,
probably gonna get
as
hurt.
the more capable person, I would go in and stop. Yeah.
Okay, so then would you advocate for men in society to intervene in those altercations?
I would advocate for the
instances?
stronger person to intervene. Yes.
Okay, and if it was the case that a society was built on procreation, as Andrew argued tonight,
Well, I
if
think
it
that's
were the
just a
case,
fact. Without procreation, there's no
hold on,
society.
hold
right?
on a
Well,
second.
I'm just skipping
Hold on
forward
a
so you don't
second.
have to make the
Hold on a
point, but
second.
yeah.
If it was the case that stronger men was good for women and petite women were good for men in the process of in procreating a society and keeping it upheld by the strong men in protection of the weaker women, wouldn't you advocate for women to remain dainty, petite, and protected by men who you'd advocate to be stronger?
Yes, in your absurd hypothetical where every woman is dainty
Well, that's
and
not
petite.
absurd.
I'm not absurd.
It's reality,
every
dude.
woman is dainty and petite, and every man is
No,
stronger than
not
every
every.
woman.
I
I
didn't
would
say
say that the
every.
men.
I didn't say every.
Well, if it's not every, then in
Hmm.
general, I would again advocate for the stronger person
For
to
gender
defend the
roles.
weaker person.
Good. That's a gender role. You're affirming gender roles, right?
I think you can take
Just say
what the
it.
Good.
Just say it. No,
It's
just
it's
say
not
it.
if there's a woman who's stronger than another woman. Should a woman
Just say
defend?
you're
should a
affirming
woman defend a
general-
weaker woman? Do you think that should happen, Jim
No,
Bob?
look,
Jim
dude,
Bob, answer the question. Do you think a
I
woman
didn't
should
ask
defend a
if-
weaker
no,
woman?
no.
I'm
didn't
asking
ask
you. Well,
if
I'm
it's
asking
possible.
you now, Jim Bob. Should a woman defend a weaker woman? Yes or no?
Against a stronger man, they're
Should
going to
they-
get hurt. I would
Okay,
say
yeah,
go
they
get a
can get
man.
hurt, but if
I
she
would
has the
say
capability
I
of
would
defending
say
that
go get a
smaller
man.
woman, what if there are no men? There's no men. They're out in a field. There's two
You can
women,
give
one
it a
smaller,
shot.
and there's a guy
We're
coming,
talking
right?
about what we're advocating for, not what we're
I
desperate
advocate
to
for
do.
people who could defend others and have that capability to do it. If
That's
that's a majority
gendered
men,
situation, dude.
Sometimes it's women, sometimes it's other people.
No,
and
you
if you
just
say
said
it's
men mostly
exclusively,
are stronger.
I
It's
agree.
mostly
I agree,
stronger.
and I
Hold
think that
up,
we can
hold
still
up.
advocate
Y'all
for
know
this on a gender-neutral spectrum.
Look, the question wasn't, can you find an instance where there's a chick
Yeah,
and
the
her
question
only
is,
choice is to
should
try to scratch?
every
right?
man
you
do
have a
this?
problem with interrupting, dude. Shut up for a second.
Yeah, well, you're saying
The
stupid
que-
shit,
the-
so I'm going to interrupt
dude,
you.
Dude, the question isn't whether or not you can find a hypothetical where a chick desperately tries to scratch at the bigger guy and fails, okay?
It sounds like you're saying
Of course,
every
that's
chick can't do it.
I'm saying that for the most part, you yourself,
Mhm.
right, are
Okay.
going to advocate and perform
Yep.
accordingly, that
Mhm.
you're going to step in the way and protect the weaker woman, who in this case is your girlfriend.
Sure.
And you're not going to advocate for them to go out and risk their own harm, right?
Okay, yes.
Okay, so if it's the
Do you
case
think
that
we should
generally
teach women, if they can, to defend themselves?
if they can, but that's the
Okay,
question.
cool. You
isn't-
agree with me. That's it. We don't have to go further than that. I just think that we should teach people how to defend themselves. We should teach them to be protectors to their
Dude.
capability. And if men are
Dude.
better at that in a lot more scenarios,
Okay.
that's totally fine.
Okay, I understand, but so here, last one, and I'll let the rest of the panel go. Is that if you have a daughter, will you
Uh-huh.
teach her to rely solely on herself throughout her life?
No,
or
as
to find a
Andrew
man?
so
Dude,
clearly
why can't you
demonstrated.
let people get their questions out,
'cause your
dude?
points are
Is
so
it the
boring and
hat?
slow.
Is it your hat?
Yeah, it's blocking all.
Why don't you
of the
spin the Why don't
debating.
you spin the fucking
I'm
propeller so
I
it
will.
matches your head?
Yeah.
Date the two of you, and it's going to be obnoxious.
Fucking
Finish your
retard.
question. Finish your question, Jim Bob.
You have a very poor emotional regulation, Jim Bob.
It's aggression.
doubt.
You wouldn't know anything
Yeah, you have
about it.
poor emotional regulation. I'm just
Good,
saying.
good. I'll
Good?
fucking bite. I'll bite into someone's
I think
neck if I
someone should-
have to.
Awesome.
You look like you're on a fucking kiddie ride right now.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and I'd kick your
Jim
fucking
Bob,
ass,
Jim
buddy.
Bob,
How
may I
embarrassing would
have-
that be? The beanie propeller hat kid.
Wait,
kicking
only
your
when
ass.
the end of the world
Party.
gets
You're
here.
gonna fucking
Then he'll
roller
be on the
coaster in your
kitty
house?
ride.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
It's only when the end of the world's here, then
Gentlemen.
he gets on the kitty ride.
Oh,
Gentlemen.
Anyway,
Jim Bob, may I have the question, please?
that's pretty much it. I just wanted the in real world example of where even he himself would step in the way as the stronger man and say, "No, honey, do not get involved in this."
get aside,
asking you-
stupid woman. I'm going to
asking,
defend you.
not stupid, weaker. Okay, so here's the thing. If it's a good thing generally to advocate and to teach and promote that men be stronger
Mhm.
for weaker women and women be like women and not only expect but rely on stronger men to defend them
I don't
in
agree with the
society.
second point there. I don't
That
think we
is a
should
good
teach
thing. You
women
don't
to,
have an
to
alternative.
rely on.
One
I don't
more
think we
question.
should teach women to rely on men. I think if anything,
Why not?
Just like Andrew would rely on his 357
What do you teach
Magnum
them
to
then?
stop me
What do
from
you teach
making him
them?
read the Rachel Wilson
If they're not
comment.
relying
I
on men,
think-
what are you teaching
I
them?
think they should be self-reliant to as much degree as they can.
They're
be,
not
and,
self-reliant.
well, maybe because you're doing a terrible job teaching them, buddy. Like,
No, dude. Tell me
you
how.
can't even
give
hold
me
your own
one-
in this
give me one
conversation, so I don't.
example.
Clearly,
Soy
no one
Bill.
taught you how to be
Soy Bill.
self-reliant.
Soy
Yeah,
Bill,
what's up?
Give me one example of a woman who's self-reliant in modernity without the force of collective men protecting them.
Give me one. Wait, I'm sorry. A woman who.
Where is there a self-reliant
self-reliant-
woman in the West right now?
Are you saying they're not self-reliant because men?
How?
Again, is this the force doctrine thing?
It's always the force doctrine, dude. You don't get
When
away
you're
from
done,
it.
Yeah,
can I
well,
say my
okay, so
piece?
we can talk about the fact that when we lived in caveman times and all these gender roles were like implicit.
Right
based
now,
on
I
the
said.
yeah, and right now there's tons of self-reliant women. If you're arguing
Where are
like,
they?
oh, if there's a woman who's a
What does it look
CEO,
like?
she's not self-reliant because men are the ones enforcing the laws, and men have the force.
Where
like,
is she a
this is just
CEO?
an
Where
absurd
is she a
definition.
CEO? Where is she a CEO?
Where is she a CEO? Like, in
Any-
America, and in America,
Where?
men-
Just
men
name a place.
control.
Just, it doesn't matter,
Name a
dude.
woman
Name a place.
CEO.
Name a place. Are they in a building?
Yeah, and the men built the
Okay,
building,
cool.
right?
Who built the buildings? Yeah.
Who fucking built your fucking computer? Like, who built like this? It was probably a bunch of
That's
like
not a
children,
you're-
like in a
notice how
fucking
you asked me a
sweatshop.
question?
Like,
You notice how you asked me
you're
a
reliant
question?
on Sarah, the woman, to allow you to be
See
here
how he
and say your
dodges?
dumb
He
shit.
knows.
No, I'm engaging
Listen,
with your
I'll
point. I'm
just-
trying to
Sarah-
follow it to
Sarah's
the logical
relying on us
conclusion.
to be here. What do you mean?
I'll finish.
Well, that's
I'll
true, I
finish right
guess.
now.
It is
Soy.
it's a symbiotic relationship.
The reason
That's
we've
fair.
seen this the whole night, by the way. You're dodging Andrew's questions and you ask questions instead of answering the questions.
Sorry, I
The
will
reason
go
I'm
slower
asking
for
you.
you.
The reason I'm asking the question is if the woman's a CEO,
Mhm.
probably built a company built by a man in a
Mhm.
building built and maintained by men
Do you
in a
think
society
women have
or a
never
city.
founded a company?
Shut the fuck up for a second. built and maintained by men, the entire infrastructure, right? The sewage, the electricity, the roads, all of it is brute force, right?
Yeah.
You say, look at how self-reliant she is. No, she's in a fucking Sims game.
But again,
It's
I
an
can make this
allowance.
argument about literally everyone in society ever. We're all dependent on each other. No one is self-reliant.
You mean
and
men?
And to attribute that all of the accomplishments of men as a collective, which no one really does, because how can I take credit for all of these things and then say, well, I am self-reliant because I belong to the
said
gender
that?
that did the fucking construction?
Things
It's
no
fucking
one
ridiculous.
said for 500 with the fucking spinny hat.
Engineer, a construction worker, Jim Bob?
No, I actually built houses 5
What do you do
years.
now?
Let's
I was,
awesome.
I was a metal.
let's
I was a
do
metal.
a
What do you do now, Jim
little-
Bob?
Let's do
Are
like
you gonna let me answer, or
hold
it doesn't
on,
matter?
Say what
Spinny
you
hat?
did. I don't care about your history. I want to know what you do now.
I'm paid to make fun of retards like you.
It sounds like you're relying on a bunch of men and women who pay you money.
I never argue I wasn't relying on men.
So you're not self-reliant. I don't
like you're
really
actually
want to
getting
take your opinion on
The
anything. I
argument
want to listen to a
isn't
self-reliant
self-reliance.
person.
You're the one who made the
You're
argument.
the little
women
beta
are
cuck getting
self-reliant,
supported
dummy.
by all this society. I want to listen to
wanna
someone who's
fight?
self-reliant.
Oh, stop that, Jim Bob. You always want to fight
Your emotional
everyone.
regulation is
No,
just,
do you want to
telling
fight?
you,
you're proving
we're
Andrew
gonna
wrong in real
set up a
time. You're
box
doing a
fight.
terrible job. You got to have a little more
Bob.
logic. A little more logic to
A
control
little
your
more logic,
emotions.
says the fucking spinny hat guy. Get out of here.
I'm
dude.
sorry this
Okay.
triggers you so much.
You're fucking do a
Like-
clown show. Do a
Animal
little
with
blow up a
big
balloon right
and
now.
comes in
I wish I
to
had
say
one.
Veteran
Chat.
population percent varies by state. The population of Alaska is 10+% military veteran, more for men, and about 49% of post 9/11 veterans saw combat. Spew more made up nonsense soy boy. Harbarganar with the Big Ten says this debate was the audible version of Khabib mauling Conor McGregor for 4 rounds till he was made to tap. Andrew gave Soy Boy a Dagestani multi. Who's
Dagestan.
Dagestani? Send soy chicken 2 to 3 years, crucible, then forget. And I'll do 2
Okay.
more.
Hold
Hold on, I'll do 2 more, and then Ryan, you can jump in. Kokomo says, "Thanks for hosting this follow-up debate, Sarah. Credit to Soy Boy for taking a beating 2 days in a row. Win Andrew and Rachel." And Daniel says, "Question to the simp: Can another man please another man and still be considered straight? I'm asking for Asian female friend." All right, go ahead,
Compelling
Ryan.
stuff.
Jump on in.
Yeah. I just want to say my piece. I'm not gonna take too long. I got a little monologue here, but then I'll let you guys tear into it or whatever. So I just want to say, let's be real. We've all seen Andrew run the same tired playbook. He wraps it up and talks of telos and natural roles, but at the end of the day, he's just selling us 1950s fever dreams. His worldview is a cocktail of paternalistic fantasy, apocalyptic fear-mongering, and biological determinism. The world's falling apart? Blame women for not having enough babies. Mental health crisis? That's feminism's fault. Family breakdown? Time for a state-run propaganda campaign to nudge women out of the workforce and back into the kitchen. And to be fair, Andrew says it would be gradual. He's not proposing mass layoffs for women tomorrow. He's pitching a 30-year soft authoritarian PR campaign to shift women out of public life under the illusion of encouragement. But here's the thing, gradual coercion is still coercion. Whether it happens fast or slow, it's still an effort to strip people of agency and dress it up as virtue. And let's be honest, this debate is not about economic policy, it's about control. Andrew doesn't trust people, particularly women, to choose their own roles, so he imagines a state that slowly, quietly, permanently shapes them into what he prefers. And when people resist, he calls that degeneracy, which to him usually means gay people existing or anyone having sex that Andrew hasn't personally signed off on. But tonight's debate is not about whether people can choose traditional roles, it's about whether those roles belong in modern society. And the answer
Fucking long
is
are you gonna
simple.
monologue for?
We
dude?
all have
when I'm
aims,
done,
debate.
when I'm
Yeah,
done,
we
Andrew,
all
come
have
on, man.
aims.
You of
Wait,
all
that's
people.
great. The answer is simple. Only if people choose them.
You could have had the
If a
debate,
woman wants to
Ryan.
be- If a
Go
woman
ahead,
wants to be a
Ryan.
stay-at-home mom, dope. If a man wants to be a sole provider, go off king. But those roles should come from individual choice, not from the state, and certainly not from Andrew's insecurities. And let's be clear, if Andrew's ideas were so fucking great, he wouldn't need propaganda to sell them or a government to enforce them. People would just choose them. But they
Yeah,
don't.
you
That's
lose
what scares him.
that the
That's
second
what
you have a
scares
rainbow
Trump.
flag.
That's why
on the
Roe
White
had
House,
to be
bud.
overturned from the top down. That's why these ideas
Uh-huh.
Turned down by men, right?
Executive
Turned around by
orders
men.
and Supreme Court decisions just to stay afloat because they're not winning in the open. So feminism didn't break the world.
Yeah,
It gave
not a
people
single-
to push back against the life they were
Wow, you're
told to
triggered.
want.
You're
And
so
what we're
triggered.
watching right now is a bunch of pussies panicking.
Not a single
Yeah, you're
argument.
really
No longer
upset,
needs
bro.
Their permission to be free.
You're legit
I'm
triggered.
Ryan, aka Radical Coder, and I'm here to build Resistance OS, the operating system we need
You're
for this
so
unique
gay.
and terrifying moment in American
You're
history.
triggered.
Putin is lying about a 9/0
You
Supreme
are
Court
so
ruling that
gay.
explicitly outlined how his
Ryan, I like
That
what you
was
had to say, but you're going too
particularly
long, buddy. Come
No,
on.
That was
gentlemen,
particularly
hold
gay.
on, hold on,
Dude,
hold on.
this is
Hold
insane.
on,
Resistance
gentlemen.
This is like an insane person.
Jim Bob, I gave you your turn. As for you too, Chris Hansen.
Wait, what's it called?
one-
What's the
There's actually
resistance
one more
movement
sentence
called?
here.
What's the resistance?
What's the
called?
resistance movement called?
Is it
Starting
T?
right now.
Is it T
Would
cell resistance?
imply- So
What's it
anyway,
called,
the
Ryan? What's the
deportation of
resistance
Tomar Abrego
movement?
Garcia would imply
You
the
guys
ability
are
to
cutthroat
incarcerate or
as
deport any
fuck.
American citizen with no due process, which is what the Supreme Court ruled. We should
Yeah,
definitely
what's
not
the
let him do
what's
that.
the
Good night. Like
OS?
and
What's the
subscribe to me,
resistance called?
Soy and Sarah, and Andrew's a bitch who never gave me the $500 he told his audience to donate for my missing.
Oh, the tooth. I knew this had to do with the tooth. I
What?
knew it.
What it-
Anything to do with what we're talking about.
You know,
Jimbo,
I
can you
totally
bless
would.
for me?
I
I wanna
totally
see how
would have given
strong
it
you
to him too. Totally would have given it to. He doesn't respond. How am I supposed to get a hold of this guy? I have his Discord. I literally will
just run?
show the message on the Discord that I sent him saying I'd pay for his tooth.
Wait a second. Did he just run?
Well,
Kinda
no, he
does.
wanted to.
Move him
He
out.
wanted to come in and do his go off.
Oh,
I just
he
wanted
just
to
read
know.
his thing. Yeah.
I
He
just wanted
wrote
to know
that-
what
he
the
wrote that
Ryan
whole thing
resistance
up. It was
movement
like
was. I just wanted to hear about the Ryan resistance movement.
Well,
Jimbo,
I just want
Jimbo,
to
can you
point.
give me a
I just
flex?
wanted to point.
Can you give me
I
a
just want to
flex,
point
Chris?
out
Are you
Ryan.
triggered, Jim Bob? Are you
Right.
triggered?
It is
Hold on,
short. I have a
All right,
question.
Melanie.
All
I just
right,
want to
gentlemen.
point out that the overturning of anything inside of a system, a justice system, is upheld by, enforced by.
Men.
Yeah.
I know a few
No.
Dommy
No,
mommies that
sorry,
could
I'm not
overturn you
Melanie.
and peg
Sorry,
judges.
Melanie.
There are also women who are cops. I
Oh,
want to
really?
point out.
Yeah,
hold
we'll
on,
rely on
hold
those. Yeah.
on.
fucking-
Okay, hold on. Just really
wanna-
quick.
I wanna finish,
I
please.
want to ask a question.
Stop.
There are
Hold on,
some
hold
women
on.
that are cops.
All I had to do to have you was sign up for tier 2 of your Patreon. 'Cause you're my Patreon.
Trying my best.
I already said my patience is very,
Look, I'll
very
prove it.
thin. Hold on, Andrew,
I'll-
just a second, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll mute myself. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
That's okay. All right. Listen, I want to kind of try to run one at a time. If I think Gender Tomato, I think you had a
just say it.
question
Yeah,
for
you can say
Soy.
it, Jay. It's all good. Thank you so much. I'll be really quick, guys, because you know, at the end of the day, when it comes to philosophical American debates, I'm just a lottery baby, right? But I love being here. I'm glad my parents came here and had intercourse, and I was born in, you know, this place. It's all great. It's so frustrating for me because this gender role thing is very confusing for me from my perspective. When it comes to like the median household, as of 2022, I had this stuff ready because I wanted to make sure I get it in because I know you guys are busy. You might leave. But the median white household, right, is $284,000 in wealth compared to $44,100 for black households. But as of like 2024, it's stating, according to Forbes, that Asian Americans have the highest median household income at about $225,000 for dual household income, right? And as a child of Asian people who migrated to America and was blessed enough to be born in the West, I often struggle with this debate because when we talk about success in economy, which is kind of what a lot of you guys were saying, you look at like total assets, all the top 4 banks are Chinese, and even by market capitalization, ranking third is the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, above Wells Fargo and just under Bank of America. So if these people in China and India with their developmental issues and all these problems were arguing about what we're arguing about in the West today, do you guys think they would have that amount of success? Because they clearly follow traditional gender roles. I was raised with traditional gender roles, which I would consider like 70s, 60s America. So post World War II. So respectfully, sorry for kind of spurging. What do you guys think about that? Like, why are the numbers on paper just making more sense for traditional gender roles as opposed to these debates we're having today in America and the West?
Yeah, I already addressed. I don't think China nearly follows these traditional gender roles as much as people here are advocating for. I think they have a huge amount of women in the workforce. I think they have a huge amount of women in government and women in positions of power. India is actually on the lower end of that. They have very, very few women in the workforce and women in power. And if you want to go live there, go ahead. I don't think it's doing so hot.
Hey, can I ask 2
Thank
questions, please? Hey, Soy Pill, I want to ask both you and Andrew the same question. How tall are you, Soy Pill?
I'm
Andrew, you're
5'10",
still muted.
but I say I'm 5'8", so the people look like they're lying.
All right, Andrew, how tall are you? Andrew, can you hear me?
Andrew, I think you're muted.
Yeah, I'm 6 foot.
Okay, Andrew, whether you want to say he's middle-aged, overweight, he's 6 foot, you're 5, you said 8. He'll kick your ass, dude. I'll put $300.
No, this is relevant. Andrew has a 357 Magnum, right? It's the great equalizer, which is interesting because the Force Doctrine, I feel like, would not be holding so much weight if a woman also had guns.
All right, second, you look like a
realize
gay
that fights are
Inspector
based on weight class, right?
Okay,
Not
so look
height.
though.
He's got more reach. He's got more reach. I'll give him that.
Yeah, well, you like a gay Inspector Gadget. Like, I want to ask you a question. Do you not acknowledge that? Do you not acknowledge that some men are better at women than something, and some women are better at men than something?
I acknowledge it.
Okay. So don't you naturally think that will fall naturally under a certain gender role, even though that word is so toxic to you?
That's not toxic to me. I just don't think that we should be advocating for everyone in society to do it. I know
To
you
be
guys
good
keep...
at what they're good at.
If you listen to the beginning of my debate, I said that people should do what they're good at, and that will actually fall on biological lines.
Gentlemen, I ask you very kindly to just be respectful and mindful of Soy Pill he already did 6 hours last night. So he is trying to get through your questions as quickly as possible, but we can't do that if you keep fucking interrupting.
Jim Bob, regulate your emotions.
So no, I'm chilling. I'm actually just
No,
trying
you're good. You're good.
So Soy, what we're trying to say is, well, I'm gonna say what I'm trying to say is, if there's things that we are better at doing than women, and women are better at doing than us, then there would be a more productive society if we tend to put them in those positions. Doesn't that make sense to you?
That does make sense. What I'm saying is that we can promote these things without attributing them specifically to gender, and whether or not that makes, and it's going to in a lot of cases.
Wait, hold on. Wait, you can't say it makes sense to you. Then say
I'm not saying what you said doesn't make
You're gonna
logical
promote
sense.
something
What
without
I'm saying,
gender.
I'm saying that we can promote virtuous behaviors, and if the specific behaviors that you're enforcing or promoting are, hey, women need to do this because women are subservient, I think that's more harmful than saying, hey, I think everyone should be able to do what makes the most sense for their capabilities. And yeah, if that does encapsulate gender roles, which it will for a lot of people, I think that's fine. I just don't think we should be gendering these virtuous advices.
Understood. Wait. Who said women need to do this?
Again, that's why I corrected. I said
Asians in America. That was my whole question.
No, I know Andrew wants it to be a should, like it should be like government enforced.
No,
it's just a direct
wait, please. Who said who needs to do what?
Certain people advocated for it, but if you want to just say should, then we can talk about should. I don't think we should say you should be subservient, you should do this. I think the negative aspects of gender roles are why I don't want to enforce them as gender roles. I want to enforce the virtuous behaviors as agendered things.
Okay, who said we should just do a certain thing then? Who said we should?
People advocating for women should.
Name a person here in this panel, please.
I don't know, Andrew, Jim Bob.
Okay, now Andrew, what did Andrew say women should do?
Just went right for Andrew and
Jim. Andrew said that women should be in the household. He says, I don't think we should force them, but they should be. Where are we going with that?
Stop. Duck. Shut the fuck up. How do you not understand this? They are engaging right now. Let them fucking engage.
And so, sorry, thank you, sir. And so I appreciate you answering my questions. I genuinely do. But I'm trying to get to the bottom of this because this is a matter of semantics. It's retarded every time I see it. Okay, so let's ask Andrew. Andrew, have you ever said women should do something?
Yeah.
Can you give us one? So that means he's right. So I have to yield to his his point. What are you saying?
Yeah, I think that lots of people ought to do lots of things, including.
Well, just name us one thing.
But this, you got to understand. There's a contradiction in terms. He says he doesn't want to reinforce gender roles. He wants it to be gender neutral, while at the same time conceding that they're gender roles. It's just the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
And that was my question. Like, living in India is bad.
Hold on,
but Indians and Chinese in America are doing well because they follow traditional rules. Sorry,
DJ Khaled's nephew. Hold on, Andrew. What do you say women should do?
What I think that they, I think they should. I think that they should be moved towards the idea of following feminine virtues.
Okay, okay. So what I want to say now is we should be careful with our words. Andrew, you might disagree with it, but our words are very careful. Should and most likely to succeed or most beneficial is different, because should finalizes the role of the gender, which I will go ahead and agree with Soil then. Should is different because it could adjust. For example, some women should handle finances and some men should handle finances, depending on that. But I would never finalize it and say women in general should do this. I would say they're better at this most of the time or more likely. So I would have to, and I didn't even expect to say this with Soil because he looked like a grown-up cow. But I would be careful in saying the word should. That's it.
Yeah, tied up. I actually agree with your assessment.
Should we be careful?
I'm glad you clarified.
But me and Andrew, I understand what you're saying, but he's because of, I'm sorry to say this, because of people that stand for his positions, they try to use those words and they say, well, it depends. Like in 1960, it should be this. That's the only reason why we got to be careful for people like him that make unrealistic assumptions. In my opinion, it could be unrealistic to me, but since you just admitted that, I have to yield and say that, okay, so I'm on your side. I don't think that we should finalize women should do anything. Now, I don't think women should pick up a damn couch other than men. I think men are more beneficial in doing that.
You don't believe that.
No,
Wait a second.
No, I don't.
What?
No, I don't. No, I'm saying they would be more. I think that men would be more beneficial in moving furniture.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean women shouldn't ever move furniture, right?
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, I know.
Wait
But
a
what if
sec.
you have? But what if you have a should in which you, generally speaking, want to see most, if not all, women move towards the capacity for the benefit of something? Shouldn't
Then
they
I
do
wouldn't
that?
say the word should.
Yeah, but why not? Why not? What's wrong with saying the word should if they should?
I think it
What's wrong with that?
finalizes. I think it finalizes. I think it discludes variables. That's why.
Wait. Should black fathers not leave their family?
Oh my God, Jim!
Wait, no, we can stay here.
Stop it.
Yeah, can I stay here?
No, what do you stop it? No,
No, we can stay here.
no. Serious, dead serious.
That's a
Dead serious.
finalization that I would agree with.
Dead serious.
You know, like obviously without them being like deadbeat dads, like, that's a finalization that I would agree with. That's not offensive at all.
Is that a gendered role?
Sir, can I jump in with one point?
No, you said.
Hold
no,
on,
you
hold
said
on.
black dads should not leave their family. No, I
Right,
totally
for Gadget, gay Inspector Gadget.
What's up?
Should men who are fathers stay as fathers
I
and
think
stay
parents should,
married
and that includes
as
men.
husbands?
Yes.
Right. So that's
Anyway,
gendered, right?
No,
They should be
I'm
fathers.
saying the advice can
the
be
women
agendered. You
shouldn't
don't
be
have
the
to tell them
father,
to
right?
do it.
Soil always points
Should
to
the
like,
woman hold on?
Yeah,
Should the woman be the father?
Depends on what the role the father fills. If you've got two
Is there a
lesbian
role
women,
that-
I think it's totally
This is
fine.
a brain dead
I know
argument.
lots of lesbian raised
Okay,
kids. They're
okay.
doing great.
Soy asked me it yesterday, and I would have.
Oh,
ruined
Fightsport,
her-
you're back.
Yeah, I would have.
All right,
yeah,
I
would've ruined her-
should read some super chats. Scathing Poo with
Great
the Big
name.
10 says, at Soy, it seems you would do the wrong thing, the diddling, to save the world, but would not do the right thing to save it. Defend the life of babies in the womb. You are a coward and shouldn't
I
have.
would step in front of my
voice."
petite, weak, pregnant wife to stop a bullet.
Well, anyway, I don't know how much longer you're going to.
Hold on. I'm going to do a few of these.
Should you do that though? Should you?
Yeah, well, it depends. I mean, if am I going to die and then she can't protect herself and the guy who shot her is going to shoot her too, maybe I would have a better chance of running away and impregnating a different petite, girlfriend. So maybe I should run away. I
So
don't know.
then you wouldn't actually do that.
It depends on the circumstance. A lot of these things are
What if there was a
contextualized. That's why I don't like
You
making
say you
the,
would.
generalizations.
You just lied, right? You
What?
wouldn't do that then.
Would
Or
what?
would. Maybe.
It depends on the
You
context.
should have just said maybe. You should
I'd
just
say
said
maybe. Sure, okay.
Yeah,
I would
maybe.
maybe defend a child's life in the womb, depending on how much I cared
Yeah,
about it.
maybe.
Ooh. Fry says, the whole planet is fucked, not the kids. Soy, you need to rethink this.
The whole
Soy.
planet is not fucked if the kids are, by the hypothetical, by the way. The kids are fucked.
The Lanes train says, in response to Mr. Soy Diddler threatening Andrew, you are not beating up anybody, little bro. Nobody is scared of your gym
I agree.
muscles."
Andrew's got a
Andrew
357
is
Magnum.
fine.
That's the clown
Before
starter. He would get me.
I'm
I'm a
doing
clown.
If
and
I could just
destroy
make one point, because Soy, Andrew and the gentleman earlier have been making the same points that I would have buried you on yesterday, but you keep hiding behind your soy army and interrupting every 5 seconds and brain dead hypotheticals.
This dude must have talked for
thing-
like 2
the thing
hours
is-
yesterday.
It was
Like,
so
he
funny.
did.
I want him to keep talking.
Everybody, yeah, here you go interrupting again. Everybody has made you admit
You had a
that
full
there are
soapbox
differences- there are
yesterday.
differences
Don't
between
complain.
males and females, and therefore there are roles that each suit better.
Wait,
and you
I'm
keep
sorry.
on
Actually,
hiding
could
behind
you actually speak up,
hypothetical
because you were being a
interrupting
little
again because you
feminine
have
and
no-
quiet right there. I
You
didn't
have
hear
no
your point.
legit argument. Every hypothetical you
Fight-
bring up.
fight
is
for-
completely
Spite, can you turn your
not
mic up?
have
I
voice
actually
on
can't hear.
Let me-
you.
I'm gonna
For 2
turn his
hours
mic
that
up
there's
on
no
my
argument.
end.
Can you say it one
Is
more
that
time?
better?
I actually one more.
All right, sorry, is that better?
That's a little better, yeah.
These guys, Jimbo, Andrew, and Tied Up, they've got you to admit that there are differences between men and women,
They got
and
me.
therefore there are roles that each of them suit better. For the future of humanity, it is better that women go out and be mothers and raise families, and men go out and be providers. And you basically admitted that. You just keep hiding behind brain dead hypotheticals that you want to bring up to defend your ludicrous arguments.
Right. Acknowledge gender, but at the same time, we shouldn't promote gender roles. It's the
No,
stupidest
the
shit I
idea
ever
is
heard in my
that
life.
if there are things
It's
that
like-
certain genders are
I
better at,
agree.
that
That's
is
why
going
it's
to
so confusing.
fall into some sort of, when I promote things, good virtuous values, yeah, people who are better at being mothers are going to be mothers, and that's fine.
You mean like
I'm
women?
saying that we
And here's
shouldn't,
like
women.
like
I
one of
think
the
that we
brain
should
What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
prescribe
One-
that people
one
do
of the-
something and say, if you
Sorry,
don't
one
do
of the
this,
brain
this
dead
is you're a
arguments you
bad
brought up
person, you're not as much of a woman. woman, you're not as much as a man. And I think doing that would be very healthy to society, and we could still have all the births you want and all the men doing military stuff. And no one got me to admit that men are
why
better
there
at
more
women than other
nurses
people. Like
and not
everyone
women
knows
roofers?
this
Sorry,
does look like
sir.
Ness's hat.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of clear the floor because you guys were starting to talk over each other. Fight Sport, did you have any more thought to add into that?
Yeah, well, one of the points that he has been insisting to make, because again, one of the brain dead hypotheticals is that, well, if the woman is stronger, then they should be the ones defending the house before the man. The reality is, if there weren't weak men like him, then every man would be defending the household against intruders.
You just
before
reminded me of my
women.
favorite
And-
hypothetical. Andrew,
Yeah, and
would
you-
two gay men be better
all
at
you-
defending
all you
than
have-
a straight
all
couple?
You have a brain dead hypotheticals because none of your points make sense. You just want men to be as weak as you are. So when you can't hide behind hypotheticals and interrupting every 5 seconds, your arguments fall apart. And Jim Bob and Andrew and Tied Up have gone you to admit there are differences between men and women, and therefore for the future of humanity, we should promote the positive things that women do, which is be mothers, raise families, etc., and men be leaders and providers. And you would
And
basically admit that when you hide
disincentivize
behind
the bad things, right?
Too easy. Too easy.
So Sawyer, if you don't mind, did you grow up with two parents?
I did grow up with two parents, and I still have two parents.
Okay, because it
Thank God.
seems like there's something that traumatized you to allow you to defend women way more.
We don't have to go down personal shots like that.
I just
We
love
don't-
women.
it's
I'm
not
actually a male
reasonable.
feminist trying to get laid. That's the whole shtick I'm doing. You kind of got me.
you're admitting
That was funny.
You're gay and just that's all.
Wrong tactic.
I wanted to hear the two gay. I wanted
Hey,
to
it's
hear the
working
two
pretty
gay
well
men
for me.
hypothetical.
Oh yeah, I'm just curious. Like it's a stupid. Like because fight for sport talk just bites like every fucking bait. And I this isn't. I'm not trying to gotcha. But do you think that two gay men would be better at defending a household than one man and one woman in a straight household?
Yesterday.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking Andrew. I know Andrew would actually have a dumb engagement with it. Like
he's
have a little
making an
fun.
argument against lesbian relationships, so I want to hear the hypothetical.
Hey, I don't know. They have a lot of domestic violence. I think they might train more, if anything.
You're a motherfucking
I
dude.
really want to know Andrew's answers because I don't know if you saw two gay dudes fight before, but I'm never gonna fight a gay dude. That nigga will beat me up. I ain't gonna hold you.
What the fuck, Ty?
They can fight. But let Andrew answer. To answer the question to Andrew. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I agree that two lesbians should never have children of any kind because they're going to be completely ineffective at protecting.
Wait, what if they have
them. You're
your
right.
357 Magnum?
You're totally right about that. No, the two gay men are still going to be better with the 357
No.
Magnum.
The lesbians have it. And what if the burglars are lesbians too?
Well, then the gay guys have an advantage.
No, the lesbians are defending against lesbian burglars.
Yeah, then the gay guys would still have an advantage.
No, there's 4 lesbians in this scenario.
Whoever's more masculine.
Yeah, I get
Whoever's
it.
more
So-
masculine.
Yeah, so if the lesbians attack the lesbians,
yes.
I guess it's like winner take all. But if we're talking about what's optimal here, then you would still say the two gay guys, which would imply that lesbians shouldn't have children because they can't protect
Yeah, that would be
them.
the wait. If two gay guys are better than two lesbians and a straight couple, should we have polyamorous male gay conclaves who are going to be the best at defending?
I don't know. I don't know if you understand what Andrew just did here. If there's two lesbians and they're fighting each other, wouldn't you agree that
4 lesbians,
the women or the singular woman who's the most like a man will win?
Yeah, the one who's stronger.
Okay,
and if strength is a masculine necessity,
dude,
then
again.
yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it's over, dude.
I mean, I'm not the one who's actually advocating for two gay men to be the norm because I don't think.
Do you advocate for women?
I don't advocate for relationships based on how well the dynamic of the relationship could defend the house.
All you'd actually be advocating for is that 3 straight men would be even better than
but
2
not
gay
but
men.
not if 5 gay burglars attack the 3
So
straight
wait,
men.
So hang on.
5 gay burglars. 5 gay burglars
that a
versus 3
father
straight
with
men.
4 sons.
4
is definitely
sons?
going to be
okay.
optimal
9 gay
over 2
burglars.
gay men.
It's an orgy of gay burglars. It's like 15
This is
of them.
crazy though. This is crazy because you guys are talking about one specific aspect of a categorical race. When you're talking about brown people or you're talking about like not black and white people in the West, traditional gender roles are statistically more successful. You're not going to have gay orgies in Muslim houses or Sikh houses or any
more successful. What do you mean?
like this is the most insane shit ever. Like
it was a
you're
dumb
applying
hypothetical.
one category.
Well, I mean, maybe in some of them.
We're
All
a melting pot, right?
Let me reset. We'll read a few more of these. JK says, great use of Chat GPT for your monologue coder. such that word. A bearded gamer says, Ryan, did you get that monologue from chat LGBT? And Mr. E says, this soy soccer is ridiculous. Even if you work as a mechanic, plumber, welder, etc., you still rely on a man, the man who owns the business you work and secures the work you do. Laughing my ass off. One more. Michael says, if the soy pill is supposed to be the left's great white hype, he better learn to debate because that was dog shit. Maybe Andrew can suggest an online course. Wink,
I'm not
wink.
claiming to be the great white hype. I believe
Try,
Jesse
try
Lee
Debate
Peterson
University.
advocates for the great white hope, which is Donald Trump, and I would never presume to subvert Jesse Lee Peterson's
Hang on.
will.
Do you love white people?
I love white people.
I
I
knew
love
it. I knew it.
amazing, Andrew.
I knew it.
You're the reason,
I knew
you're
it.
the reason we need hope.
I love white
We're going to
people.
bring it down.
If you believe in God and you're a good person, you're great in my books.
Can I ask Andrew a serious question?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so why can't we use scientifically validated differences between men and women to kind of figure out what the kind of optimal distribution is? So like we get some benefit from women having kids, but we also get some benefit from the high ability, high merit women from entering the workforce, right? So it's like maybe those women would offer more to society by working than they would being mothers. Like those specific women, right?
So I'll respond to this directly, right?
Okay.
I think it's a fair criticism. The problem is that knowing something scientifically is extremely difficult to actually know it.
True.
Right? It's extremely difficult to do. However, we can look at results, right? We can look at cataclysmic results.
Can I offer you some differences that I think you might agree with?
Hang on. Let me finish. We can take cataclysmic results, and you can almost equalize this distribution without any forms of science almost whatsoever, because it's obvious. We also have what's obvious. So science starts, what's step one of the scientific process? You make what?
Observation.
A hypothesis.
You make an observation. No, you don't make a hypothesis
sure.
before you make a fucking observation. Who said that? What the fuck is that? But anyway, all right.
Yeah, I'm talking about
No, you don't
every
make
time.
a hypothesis before you observe something, or what would you be making a hypothesis about, bro? It's like, what?
Sure.
All right.
Walk into
Anyway,
I'm gonna hypothesize this.
all right. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, what was your point? Go continue.
Weren't you making a point?
Oh yeah. Well, I was just saying that just based literally on observation alone. Yeah, I guess you can make hypothesis past this, but I would say that the rigors of all the scientific data for outcomes are on my side right now.
Wait,
Like,
what
all of them.
specifically are you referring to?
The outcomes of children. That's the primary one. And what I would say is that 90% or more. And
Wait,
I
I'm
could
not,
at
I'm
least
not arguing against that.
Yeah, I know exactly. So
That's
when I'm
bullshit.
talking about,
You're just presupposing that, Andrew. No offense, but that's
what am I
bullshit.
presupposing?
You're just presupposing that somehow we open a scientific textbook and all of a sudden we can make these drastic conclusions that affect my family. I don't see how I'd reach that.
It's not opening any random scientific textbook. It's drawing the strongest correlates we can to the problems that we have in society. One of the number one correlates for criminology in the Black community is fatherless homes.
Wait,
Number
sure,
one
Andrew,
correlate.
How did you? It
Number
doesn't seem
one
like you
correlate.
answered the question I initially asked.
Go
Like,
ahead.
why can't we say that there are some high merit women that would provide more to society by working than being mothers?
Yeah, or being
Why can't we do
authors.
that?
Yeah, or
Can I
being
also-
authors. Hang on, man. Let me answer the fucking question. Right?
Right.
Nobody is saying that you need to exclude women from working. Maybe there are like some women who are just like, I don't know, fucking supreme at
Sure,
doing
but
this.
how do we balance
Hang
the
on,
shaming?
bro.
'Cause
Hang
I
on.
think-
Can you calm down so I can answer the fucking question? Perhaps
Okay.
it is true that they are supreme at whatever this category is, right? You don't even have to exclude it. All you have to do is create a promotional value. That is not the thing in which society is promoting as an ought to do, but rather the social continuity between the sexes, the household, and the fundamental family is the primary promotion for your nation.
Wait, so my follow-up question is, like, you mentioned a big part of this is shaming women who choose to go into the workforce, right? So you have to balance, like, how do you know when to shame a
You're not
woman?
shaming them. all you're doing.
Wait, so there's no shame
said
whatsoever?
earlier is that we
So
should
what
shame
you're
them for
doing,
not embodying that
is you're
role.
If there's no shame, I'm
bro,
totally
can
on
you
board.
stop?
Can you let
Can
me
you
answer the
stop?
question, please?
I can't even answer the fucking question you asked.
Please
So-
allow the engagement between the
Yeah.
two of them. Everybody else, shut your mouth.
So
Thank
the thing
you.
is that I think that necessarily stigmas arise naturally, and they can arise from top-down policy. And a great example of this is patriotism, right? The idea of like the draft dodger and shit like that. There's actually not like a great moral basis for why you would shame draft dodgers, but that stigma definitely was fucking in place for draft dodgers based on the norms and regulations of society. And I would argue it was really good to have that in. Like if you dodged a draft, it was probably pretty good that you got socially shamed for it because you're trying to avoid people dodging the draft. I think those stigmas naturally occur and society determines them very, very quickly. You don't even need to socially engineer them. They're not necessary.
So follow-up question then. If the social shame, like if let's say a natural social stigma emerges and, you know, for the sake of the hypothetical, that is making society less productive. Like even when we value, you know, the women could be mothers or they could be working, right? And they would be producing more for society if they were working, but because of the natural social shame, the natural stigma that arose there, they chose to be mothers.
No, I
And
think-
so it's like, isn't in
No.
that case the social stigma not optimal?
Well, no. So first, I would say that because the birth rate crisis itself is most directly correlated with, and this is, by the way, every industrial nation which has it, the most direct correlate is the deference of children for higher education. And the propaganda has been based around women going to college to mostly get degrees they don't fucking use, right? They mostly get degrees in the fields they don't even go into that field, and they're definitely not going into STEM fields, right? I would say that is the number one sort of correlate which is there. So when you're talking about things like social shame, you'd be socially shaming degeneracy. You'd be praising motherhood. If younger people, I don't think they have a clue what they want to do half the time, and that's why
Right, but what happens if there's an inefficient result?
I'm telling you, I'm giving you the answer. I would say that the reason, like these 18, 19-year-olds, they don't know what the fuck they actually want to do with their life. That's why they pick stupid majors and shit like this, right? I think that the problem actually would correct itself better if you didn't have enfranchisement till at least fucking 25 years old. That would be a way, way smarter fucking case for society, maybe even older than that for enfranchisement. That's for
I don't
all
think I was
people,
talking
by
about
the way.
enfranchisement at all.
Andrew, I mean, not Andrew.
Let's
Ivory, if
just
the
hold on,
results
guys,
show,
guys,
Sorry,
hold
what
on,
are you
guys,
asking that I'm not
hold on.
responding to? Maybe he's asking
here's
questions.
the-
Ivory,
here's
if the
the idea.
results show a
So
negative,
so women
if
women
the results
becoming
show the
mothers.
negative
Let him finish.
outcome,
Let
then
him
it would
finish. I just want to
change.
respond to whatever he's saying.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
women
ahead.
becoming
I just wanna
mothers,
ask
that produce that's like a really good thing. And women that are high in merit are like working is also a really good thing.
Yeah.
So if there's a social stigma that takes a woman who would be more productive to society as a worker than as a mother, right? Because anyone can be a mother, really. Any woman can be a mother, really.
Can they?
So
Well,
like,
yeah.
what
No, don't
if
do
the
that.
social
Game,
stigma
Men cannot be a
is
mother.
if the social stigma
Takes
produces
women who
these
would be better in
inefficient
work,
distributions
but
of women like isn't that social stigma bad?
no, I would argue that this actually probably defies logical possibility. If you
Wait, can I clarify 1
absence-
second?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that I'm not saying there can't be a social stigma. I'm saying the social stigma can be modified so that it's not so that the social stigma accurately shames women that wouldn't be more productive working, but doesn't shame women that are more productive working.
How would you have this pre-knowledge of this?
I mean, we can
can
like
look at people and say
measure
they'd be
how people do
terrible
in
parents.
school,
Andrew,
right?
Andrew, you're
Like we
fighting
can
a fight
measure
that is so
we can
easy.
measure what people's like
Please just
aptitudes are
allow
for
the
certain things.
engagement
Give
tied
that
up,
to
tied
him.
up, tied up. Please just allow the engagement.
Look, this is what
between these two.
good faith argumentation looks like when you're listening very intently to what the other person is saying so that you can respond to the criticism, right? I'm just want to hear what he actually has to say.
Yeah, so I think the way that you would measure this is like you can see how they do in school. You can see, you know, are they like what is their temperament, right? Like, are they more conscientious? Like maybe more conscientious people should be encouraged to work, right? So it's like so we can, you know, we have the gender role and we have a stigma for people that and for women that like, you know, and it's tricky because you don't want to be so like you don't well as a liberal I don't want to
It's not tricky.
take away
It's
people's
never been
freedom.
tricky in the first place if you're already defining the different measurements and experiences a woman can have to be this trad role or to be growing families, that's not tricky, and it's not good faith for you two to be stuck in this little tidal wave sphere thingy, like weird tradcon or neocon world. I don't even know what it is, but it just sounds funny to me.
No, I mean, I actually kind of agree with Andrew that I think that women are not encouraged enough to be mothers and not encouraged enough to work in roles that, and men aren't either, but I think women are probably more like, if you looked at women as a general group and said what percentage of women are going into fields that support child rearing and child development, I think like an optimal society probably has
It's all the same. It's the
more
same
women
shit.
than we
You're
currently
just saying
do
the same
in
shit
those
over
roles.
and over again.
Hold on.
And I don't know that for sure. That's kind of just like, kind of based on like the way that, people are really angry right now. And so like trying to like, it's sort of like an intuition. So I definitely want, to investigate that rigorously, but that seems plausible. That
service work primarily, then healthcare, then I believe it's teaching and education, but it's mostly not higher education for teaching. It's mostly lower education. So like kindergarten, first grade, second grade, fifth grade, seventh grade English, that kind of shit. It's usually not higher education.
Industry, right? I mean,
yeah.
can we respectfully ask
why?
Oakley,
So then
Norman,
can't we
hold on, AJ.
use these types of metrics, right? Like looking at temperament, looking at school performance.
Yeah, sure. If you were to take all of the conditionals and demonstrate to me that somehow women working led to a more prosperous reproductive society that sustained the nation, could we then move towards that? Sure, absolutely. I'd change my opinion in a second, but you can't demonstrate it, and neither can anybody else because it's just factually not fucking true.
So I mean, like, I'm asking, like, can't we just approach this in a nuanced manner, right? Like, there's probably
I feel like it
based on
is
the way
being
that
approached in a very nuanced
Yeah, most
No,
definitely.
no.
Well, no, because I'm the
Well,
one that's
I don't
saying,
think your
hey,
re-
whoever
I
could
don't
do
think
this.
your
Like,
rhetoric
actually,
has
can
been
I say something?
this
I refool. I
nuanced.
would say that my ideology might actually make more women become mothers, because what I'm saying is, hey, to each of their ability, we should promote this behavior, and if that means that more women are going to become mothers, then that's just the result of my ideology and what we're pushing. And like, I think that what you're doing is saying, hey, we should push as many of them as we can because we can't analyze that nuance, and it's more effective to do so. No,
I understand the argument, but it doesn't really make any sense, and here's why. Because ideologies necessarily have major conflicts in them, especially when you're doing promotion of X thing, right? And it necessarily like dives into an ideology, especially when it becomes political. That's why we see the polarization of guns and abortion and all of these different types of ideology. Right now, for instance, you can, or it used to be, right, before the Supreme Court ruling, you could choose to get an abortion or not. Did that stop polarization, dude? No. In fact, it fed polarization. So the thing is like, you can buy a gun or not. Does that stop the polarization around the issue? No, it's not encouraging people towards one single unifying metric. And that's what propaganda does. That's what it's designed to do. And it does it well.
I
think you're saying. Are you agreeing with me or disagreeing?
Let me actually put a hold on that thought, all of you. Wrongful rage with a big 10. And just for the record, I want to let the super chatters know, only due to time constraints, a lot of, and I think Jim Bob, you're connected as well. I'm just going to read 10 and up.
by the way.
I'm just going to read 10 and up, and then the 5s or below, and so on and so forth. I'm just going to display them on screen for now. Okay, I do apologize. It's just how we have to do it tonight. Wrongful Rage says Soy Chihuahua versus Andrew. Andrew takes the W. God's not real. Spurging like it's a normal Tuesday. Yep, it's Tuesday. Yes, AJ, you fucking spurg like a bitch. It's crazy.
Wait, what?
Richie.
How did that fall onto
You were
me?
saying I was spurging, but all right. Like, just
Yeah,
catching
what?
fucking
I thought
strays
it was
over
me at
here.
first. Come on, Sarah.
You're doing it again. You're doing it again.
Literally doing it right
You know
now.
what, Bagel
You're
Bob?
always.
I love your
always
satire. I'm hurt. You broke my heart.
Stop yelling, AJ.
Sorry.
Richie says these two bozos advocating for working mothers should visit the housing project where I live and see the bunch of young degenerate men running around because of no dads.
It really has been disastrous to move women from the primary caretaker role and into roles that traditionally have been men's roles. It's been a terrible fucking
I
disaster.
didn't get that from reading his super chat though, because what's
'Cause that's
happening
what he's
here is that
saying.
because he's saying men are abandoning it. If women didn't work, then what are they going to do to support
He
their
said
kids
these
unless you
two
support the
bozos
welfare
advocating
state?
for working mothers. What do you think that means?
Yeah, but it's
Advocating
working
for
mothers
working
working in a
mothers.
home where there are no men, there's no fathers, right? So it's the child is abandoned. They don't
Traditional
have
roles, you
Yeah,
mean?
okay,
roles,
sure. And
exactly.
if I say that
Traditional gender roles.
if I say that parents should stick with their child, and then you say, well, hey, in this scenario where the dad left, the woman shouldn't be working, wouldn't that leave them in a worse situation?
I never said that
Okay.
women were barred from working.
No,
but when I'm
saying you
advocating
think
for
that.
traditional
Do you think
roles,
that
part of that is
he seems
marriage
to be
is
complaining
see the
about working
translation
mothers with
here,
absent
here,
fathers, right?
gentlemen. If you allow me to offer a translation, I see what Soy Pill is saying based on what this person is saying in the super chat. He's saying because of no dads. So dads, I'm presuming, based on context, the dads have abandoned the mothers or children, so on and so forth. So therefore, the mothers kind of are forced into that.
Yes. So
paradigm. Right.
the application for this for the absence of degeneracy is the promotion in marriage, especially against no fault divorce. The idea that you can break a fucking marriage easier than a cell phone contract is insane, especially when you have children involved. It's fucking nuts. So there's all sorts of offsets that you would put in to this,
That
which you
seems
can
separate from
prescribe.
working mothers, though.
What's that?
That I don't think that's like all that connected to working mothers. Like
No,
how,
those
how
would
we
be
treat
those
them.
would be the
Justification for
backstops.
why the
Woman's
mother
not
has to
working,
work
and
is
this
because
is
she
the way
fucked a
that
guy and got pregnant, right?
Sure, but you
Then
can
yeah,
have
it's tied right
working
into
mothers in
it.
a stable relationship too. So it's
Yeah,
not
but that's
like the
much
divorce rate is just a
yeah.
separate issue
But
completely.
that's much more rare, and I can demonstrate it to you because we can go back to a time not very long ago in American history where the divorce rate was extremely low.
Wait, hang on.
No
Are
fault
you
divorce,
saying? Are you
especially.
saying that? I don't think you're saying this, but what like the argument that connects this in my head is if that women working more is causing the no fault divorce.
It's
policies.
causing destabilization in the home. Yes. Yes, it causes destabilization in the home.
I
That's
guess
correct.
that's kind of plausible.
The idea, by the way, the idea of single motherhood being tied in with girl boss, it was big in the 90s, the early 2000s, and by the way, it's still big.
Yeah, and I
it's
would say
promoted
why shouldn't we
I would say,
empower?
wait, Nate, can I
But
just
why
talk? Because I'm
wouldn't
about
we
to leave,
empower?
Nate. I do want
One
to say on
second,
this
one
point.
second,
No,
Soy.
you
One
one
at a
second.
time.
One second,
I
Okay,
do
you have a
want to
bigger
give
beard.
Soy
You're more nice,
the
man.
mic
I'm
only
about to leave.
because he is limited.
I want to say I actually understand what Andrew's saying here, where it's, hey, like in my worldview, there would be these like societal constraints that don't allow women to so easily make these broken homes, and that would promote better like outcomes. And I would say, yeah, that would work to some degree in certain scenarios. I think that in these scenarios where men abandoned the moms, I would support if you want more women to be taking care of their kids, to have like a better welfare state so that it doesn't happen, or so they don't need to work. If you want them to be in the home more, or to have better childcare, or to have make it easier to have kids with child's tax credits, or like Mongolia is doing with these like cash inflows. I think there's plenty of ways you can advocate for these things.
Yeah, we tried that though, especially with massive housing projects, which were supposed to be free, filled up to the brim with single moms, and they made an entire generation of criminals. And the reason for this is because there wasn't fathers inside of the home, and just throwing money at the problem didn't actually work. It doesn't actually
Well, I'm
fix
talking about targeted
this
ways
issue.
of throwing money. I don't think we should just throw cash.
What's
at
the
it.
targeted way? Well, like what targeted way would this
Well,
fix
actually, that's
this
true.
problem?
I will concede in the cash inflows for the Mongolians, that is just throwing money at them. But no, I think there's a lot of institutions. If we raise like healthcare outcomes, if we make it so childcare is more accessible, if we make it so schools are better, I think all of these problems are going to erode when you have a better society that takes care of its citizens. And I think it's you would agree to an extent, right? Like when you have the community that does provide these things, when it's not provided by the government, you
No,
get
it
better
does
outcomes,
though.
right?
Wait a second. Childcare is mostly conducted only outside of the infant age, right? And there's subsidies even available for that. But most of people's childcare is conducted by the public school system, of which people begin at the kindergarten age, which, by the way, I don't know if you know this, that's real young. And they put their kids there for 8 hours a day, and it's completely subsidized by the public as a
Kindergarten's only 4
daycare
hours a
system.
day, actually.
And they're supposed to get educated, right? Well, okay, by first grade. So the point is, though, is again, it's the same argument either way. At very young ages, daycare is readily available for these people who are in these, single mother circumstances, and education's provided on top of it, and it hasn't done shit to fix it.
Yeah, and I don't think it's
Nothing.
nearly like sufficient enough, given the after-school programs are super important. And the working schedule is usually encompasses the school schedule, so you need more time and more childcare and more like people to take care of a household. And that's
What
why
childcare? If you're at work and your kids are getting taken care of, you have the childcare intact. Your job's to take care of your kids at least
which I don't think is
after
always
work.
happening. Yeah, I think,
It is.
I don't
You
think
just
society
said it
provides that
was.
to-
You just
no,
said
I'm
those were
saying
the
that it doesn't
hours.
provide it to a significant degree, right? So if you have to
It
work
does,
after,
though.
if you have to work, do you think that the childcare insofar as public school is sufficient? I don't think it's doing a great job either. But I'm not arguing that because of that it is a failure. I'm saying we need to improve that system.
Bro,
not
we used
take
to
away
have that. Those communities had that. They called it the Boys and Girls Club, the after school clubs, things like that. And that was so that kids wouldn't end up being latchkey kids. It did shit. It did nothing. It did nothing. You can't replace the father in the home. It's not replaceable. This idea in gender roles has worked over and over and over and over again by every historic metric we can look at. What you're proposing, we've done. Time and time again, we've done it. It does nothing to mitigate
I just
this
don't
issue.
think we're seeing
So,
that is
Andrew,
exists in the capacity
if we're
you're
talking about
explaining, but
if we're talking about what correlates the most with deadbeat dads, isn't it probably like economic conditions?
we don't want to
No,
go
it's no. What correlates most with failed marriages, at least. So I talked to thousands of women, right, from all over the world, especially because I'm on whatever all the time, from all different walks of life, all different age groups. And the kind of like, now this is anecdotal, but I can actually give you some evidence from various dating apps and various other people who've looked into this that I think correlates pretty well with it. Dissatisfaction actually inside of these relationships comes mostly from a lack of traditional roles inside of them. It really does. Women become very resentful that they have to work at the same rates as the man in order to provide any sort of stability inside of the home whatsoever. The men become very resentful that they have no authority over their own household. And so it builds resentment between the two of them. Whereas we don't even have to have a system like that. It's a very stupid system. And instead, we can organize our society around the two-parent household and, man, really push all of the social structures around that. It's going to be it would be the most beneficial thing we ever did.
But you're talking about satisfaction
I
as
just
in
need to
like
see the
this
data, I guess,
traditional
but I'd have to go
society
research
didn't
that on my
produce
own.
the satisfaction, and then feminism took root there. Like, yeah, maybe it was propaganda, maybe it was pushed by a corporation, but it was so unpalatable to so many people that they decided, hey, I don't like this anymore.
It really wasn't. It was a ruling. It was a ruling. It was a decree.
How do we exist in the current world today? Has it all just been propagandized so
Well,
heavily?
Feminism has been
no one's been
resisted
dissatisfied?
from day one, but it was enshrined in the Constitution without the vote of the people.
Okay.
Without it.
So why didn't they vote to take it away again?
By the way, they're not allowed to. That's part of that amendment. They're not allowed to.
The woman currently not allowed
Yeah,
to
you would
revoke
have
the
to
19th
do.
Amendment?
You people couldn't just vote for this. You would have to have a constitutional
you make an
Congress
amendment,
one, or a new amendment. That's
Right,
what
and
you would have to
vote
have.
people in. You could, if they wanted to, take away
Andrew?
their own rights, right? I have to go, by the way. Is there any last minute questions?
I just
No,
want
it was nice talking to you after the panel. You're much more reasonable.
Yeah, I just
actually
wanted
did
to
enjoy the conversation, Andrew. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I'm not as awake as I should be, but I thank you for
Neither am
allowing
I.
me
I'm
to
really
squeeze
fucking
in.
tired too.
Did you
but enjoy
purposely
your
dress like
game.
a helicopter because you knew you were going to crash
That's
and
his
burn?
shtick. That's his channel shtick,
No, that's
dude.
just my thing, man. I'm just a
Okay,
goofy little
I
guy. I'm
just
sorry
want
it upsets
to
you, man.
take a moment to say thank you to Soy Pill. I know you and I both went very late last night on the panel, and we both had to get up and work today, and then we both still returned back. And your time
Yeah,
is
thanks, man. I appreciate
very
it. Have a good
valuable.
night.
You too.
It was actually very kind of you at the last minute to do it. I ain't gonna take that away from you. So.
No, thank you. And by the way, I have a very good friend who's a huge fan of you. I'm sure he's going to talk about how much you decimated me, but I just want to say, hey, buddy, I see you. And I did it. Talk to Andrew, so you're welcome. And now I will. Andrew, I hear all of your points from him every single day. So regardless if we ever talk again, I will talk or hear from you.
Your
every
buddy
single day for
sounds
the rest of my life.
fucking awesome.
Thank you. That's what I wanted.
Fucking
There we go.
awesome. What's his
give
name?
Give him a shout out. His
What's
name,
his name?
I don't want to give his real name, but his name
yeah,
on
yeah.
YouTube is YouTube Hates Free Speech. So if you shout YouTube Hates Free Speech out, I'm sure he'll love that.
Oh well, I'll just call him YTH, right? So I'll just say, yeah, there you go. But yeah, keep working on him, man. He's this close. You know what the problem is? The problem is he doesn't have kids yet. When he has kids, he's gonna agree with everything you fucking say. I promise.
I can't dispute that. I don't have kids, so it might be the case. So we'll see.
Yep.
Maybe I'll be on
All
your
right,
side.
see you,
Andrew.
man.
Thanks.
Have a
Nice
good
talking
one.
to you, Sarah. Thanks for putting it together. Thanks everyone for being here. I refuel all that. Jim Bob, go to therapy, buddy.
Yeah. By the
Let's
way,
do a one-on-one.
Do a one-on-one. I want to see it. But Thievery Fool, just a quick rejoinder to you, as he's leaving, just so I don't want to bogart the panel. I just want to give you the quick rejoinder for slavery. Oh yeah, see you, man. For slavery, the reason.
All right, that was super frustrating. I think I'm very tired, and I could have done a little better in the beginning there. I was not as prepared for like the pedantry. Like I knew it was coming, but I was like, oh, really gonna get bogged down on this? Because there's like, I never know what we're gonna stop on. And the fact that we kept arguing about the patriarchy thing, and I was like, God fucking damn it. Like, this is so fucking annoying. Like I predicted this before. I think someone said this in my chat. And I've always said like, yeah, if I had to argue with Tim Pool or Andrew Wilson, I would perform far worse. Not because of like my arguments being worse in that specific scenario, but because it's just fucking annoying. It's so annoying. And I don't think it's a good faith debate tactic. And it's like, oh, like I know what you're doing and you know what you're doing, and it's like we just don't have to talk about this. And yeah, it's frustrating, but I think overall I did pretty well and I had a good time, and yeah, it was fun to talk to them. Guys, I'm gonna go watch Andor. I really want to watch it. That's what I wanted to do tonight. I wanted to finish the video, finish a draft, and watch 3 episodes of Andor. Now I'm gonna get to watch 1 or 2, but I'll grind out more video tomorrow. Yeah, what is YouTube hates free speech in this? I hope he's happy that I shouted them out. Or I got Andrew to shout him out, because I think he'd like that. It's not a debate tactic to discuss. It's not a debate tactic to discuss semantics. Depending on what the semantic is, it absolutely is. If you're not fucking, oh yeah, I know all the Andrew people in here. I respect that you guys come here. It's cool. Let's talk. You know, let's hop in chat a different time, and I'll argue with you. I'm not running on 4 hours of sleep from having the same discussion 6 hours ago. And no one will flex. No one will flex for me. It's very sad. Just 30 minutes of that was a cesspool. Agreed. Spin the hat. Yeah, I was funny how like they were like, oh, spin the hat in like a derogatory way. I like that it is the grand unifier of both my fans and people who hate me apparently want me to spin the hat. So thank you, Neve. Oh, Neve, how's it going? Neve, it's cool that you're hanging out in my chat, but I feel like you deserve your own chat. Everyone should have a chat, right? And you did really well yesterday too. So Ivory Fool, or FanFX as he is known in this chat, did really good today. I really like the point he was bringing up with Andrew. And Andrew was like respecting it too. He's like, this is a good fifth debate. Like, let's have it back and forth. Yeah, I had fun. I think the actual like prescriptions in the debate itself wasn't really productive. It never was going to be. And we're never going to talk about like what should and shouldn't we do, especially when we keep divvying off into all these tangents. But I did like the moment that Andrew said, hey, like, I think that it was good for women to, you know, work in this scenario when it's existential, because I think that's the point I conceded too. About, hey, yeah, like maybe we do need to have forced births if it got existential, and that felt good faith, and it made me think. I don't think Andrew Wilson is as bad faith as I thought he was. I think he does do bad faith things, but I do think like he genuinely, you know, has his convictions and believes what he believes, and I at least I appreciate seeing that through, but really don't like what he's advocating for. So I enjoyed this. This is what I wanted. Remember, I asked for this. Well, you're welcome, Jay Garzon. Can we talk about Jake? That was so dumb. He's like, you're a diddler and you admitted it. I'm like, yeah, I'll keep saying in this absurd hypothetical, I would do the bad thing to stop the worst thing, but that's so stupid. Andrew Mott the Fourth, the helicopter kid? Ah, damn, Joe B, he got me. Forced birth is crazy. Oh, I have to read your super chats and then I'm gonna skedaddle. I want to sleep and watch Andor. 3 hours. Oh, hold on, let me go all the way to this one. Is my favorite. My stroke super chatter. $5. Thank you. Why is he still on the team when the team is in the same position and he is still on hold for the rest of the time in the kitchen? Never gonna. One day you'll type a coherent sentence and I'll be like, it'll blow my mind. The longer it goes, the better the bit. Cymeric, $5. Thank you. Soy Pill, tell Andrew he gave you synonyms, not a definition. It doesn't matter. Like, you could see him pivoting in every single fucking like point, and like by the conclusion, it's just like, oh, this guy just conceded everything, and I'm like, not if you listen to what I was saying, but all right. Sam, I do have a new vid coming out. It is contractually obligated to be done by the 30th. I will have it done before that, so hopefully very soon. Toby the Robot, thank you for the $5. When Queen Elizabeth reigned, Queen Elizabeth I, 1560 woman couldn't vote, independently own property, or get divorced. Yeah, like that's the thing is, the reason I don't like the pedantry is like, he uses the pedantry to say, hey, you said a statement, here is a example I think necessarily counters that. And I'm like, oh, okay, like, does that now fit into your worldview of of how you think things should be done. No, it doesn't. And it's like, it's just using it to say like, well, you didn't, I think the Destiny and him did this in this January 6th debate where it's like, well, I'm not going to argue with you over what should happen or the morals of this thing. I'm going to argue with you about the definition of insurrection, because until you provided me a definition that I'll accept, we'll never move on from there. And like watching that was just so frustrating. And it was like, it didn't happen as much in this, but it happened. It was so annoying. Sheepherder, thank you for the $2 to say laughing my fucking ass off. You're getting cooked soy. Post height. My height is 5'8", like I said. Sheepherder again, thank you for the $2. Can't spell soy pilled without back-to-back L's. That's a pretty good one. Light Eclipse, $10. If America was truly a matriarchy, then he should explain why it became the most powerful country on earth after women's suffrage. Perhaps anti-woman policy is why society is getting worse. Yeah, he didn't really substantiate, oh, feminism led to all these bad outcomes. And to be fair, I should have had, I guess it's weird because he tried to Google this and he couldn't. He didn't know what real wages were. He didn't know what real disposable income was. But like, I'm sure there's a way you could say, hey, like I can specifically tie women in the workforce to that graph. But you can just look at any analysis of this, and absolutely women entering the workforce has done this, but he wouldn't accept it. Lions, $2. Thank you. It's not letting me donate. That's not true. Tell Lions again, $2. I'm wasting my family's fortune for this. Thank you. If you guys, I always say this, I know you're joking. If you guys can't afford to give me money, please don't. I don't want to be on the receiving end of money that I don't need, insofar as your $1 probably goes a lot further than it does for me. I have some savings. Please don't do that. And thank you again to Lions for $1. Your family will starve. Light Eclipse again, thank you, $10. Soy pill is loosing to a guy with 2 brain cells and 0 factual statements. If this dude cares so much about gender roles, he would get rid of his fat rolls. I'm confused of who you're attacking there, because you're definitely not talking to me. I don't have fat rolls. I guess you're saying Andrew should get rid of his fat, but I'm losing to him. So you're saying I'm doing a bad job of debating the idiot. I apologize. I wish I did better, I guess. Tem Krister, thank you for the $10. Hey, so great debate performance. At the end, it was obvious that the smug BS of, oh yeah, he used to be called Big Papa Fascist, that's the BPF, was getting under your skin. It wasn't really annoying me insofar as like I was angry. I was just like, ugh, I'm just like exhausted by it. I'm tired. I did this for 6 hours yesterday, and like this was the worst time for me to do it. I wanted to push this to like the end of the week. I could bring up better data and all that, but I was like, I have shit to do. And then he's like, oh, I'm leaving. I got to do a bunch of in-person podcasts, which, by the way, so funny that he's like, hey, I've talked to thousands of women, like on the fucking whatever podcast. It's like, that is not representative of women as a whole. But yeah, they're all like OnlyFans girls, and occasionally they'll bring on like a very intelligent, I think Erudite's been on there, and Pixie, and they give good arguments, but usually it's just like some bimbos get on there and they're like, duh, you're mean. BPF is a major sophist and very bad faith. Any debate with him is the same. Yeah, again, even though he was doing, to a degree, bad faith, and I do think he does a lot of bad faith things, like I got a slightly less negative opinion of him in that gauntlet part of the debate. So that was cool. Puppeteer, thank you for the $5. I can't believe we're back for another night of this insanity. Keep it up. Yeah, but it is the last night I'm talking about this, at least for a long time. Had fun, though. All right, reading some of your chats, and then I'm going to sign off and watch Andor. Let's see. Fight Sport, hey buddy, you have no arguments except baseless hypocriticals. You're supposed to say hypotheticals, buddy. And by the way, do you believe in the official narrative of the 9/11 terrorist attacks? Nissan Puke by Joe B. Can't wait for the breeding sesh. Oh god. Gamer, it's a shame talk. Hands, halfway through I couldn't take it anymore of Andrew's BS. I just thought make the Andrew Pons uncomfortable. Comment got deleted, thanks YouTube. I love the after discussion excuses. What am I giving an excuse? Oh, because I'm tired? I mean, yeah, I think I would have done better. I don't think I did bad because I'm tired. I just wish I was a little more alert. Fight Sport Talk. Everyone ruined your arguments before I could. Okay. Fight Sport Talk. I hope you come to every one of my chats. I'm not always going to have you on to talk, but you're a fun guy, and it's every time you engage. At least I can say that you will never back down from a point I bring up, and to your detriment, but it's a lot of fun. Andrew is not about the lack of gender roles. Marriage ends from financial strain more than everything. Sorry, it is jumping around. I couldn't read that, but I see what you're saying. It's like financial strain is more of a strain than it is gender roles that are dividing people, and I agree. I think that, yeah, when we alleviate these economic hardships, you find that more people will have kids and do traditional things. And it's not because they're promoting the traditional things necessarily. It's because people have more financial stability and comfortableness to go back and forth and make more choices and operate as a family. I think we need more financial stability. There's your comment. Okay. There's a reason why this chat has 180 viewers and Andrew W's pushes 6,000's whole chat is soy. Yeah, Andrew is bigger than me. It's because I'm a dumb soy boy. Job and brave was my OTP. I don't know what that means. Love the hat. Thank you. Insurmountable. I love soy Gemmo. E. Devin says E. You have no arguments. I have arguments, buddy. Fight Sports was here all night. Oh, thanks, Fight Sports. I guess I got here late. Hard getting an impression what happened from the comments. It went poorly. I mean, it's not. I don't think that was nearly as entertaining as yesterday. I think I got sucked into. I had to adapt to the like pedantry where I'm like, I've seen this, but I really have to like think my way through this like annoying pedantry. But I don't think I did bad. And I think I supported what I wanted to say in the way I wanted to. But if I was very frustrated and annoyed. It's a very annoying time with Andrew. It always is. Can we get back to the Abe discussion? What a baddie. Abe Lincoln just aura farming. Soy got absolutely cooked. David Crestfallen, thank you for the 10. You can come up with a much better response to women were happy before feminism. Women have always been protesting and resisting. Crazy how sexist it is. Women wanting rights must be propaganda. I guess. I mean, I just like, I know if I completely reject that concept, then he's just going to be like, well, you don't understand reality. And it's like, look, let's just assume this is true, that the only reason women wanted rights was propaganda. Well, it looks like the propaganda is working really fucking well. And like, how are you going to combat this? It just doesn't seem to work. People don't like being oppressed. And all it takes is a trickle of an idea of, hey, maybe we shouldn't be oppressing women. And suddenly they fight back. I just think that dismantles the whole worldview of this idealistic gender role society that somehow is going to stay strong and prevent all of the insurrections from those uppity women. It's just not going to happen. Tim Crester, again, thank you, $5. Thoughts on gender abolitionism? I think there's enough of the way, like, this is the thing I was trying to concede, and they said it was like a big own, which like, I think is very obvious that enough biological men and women are going to fall in certain roles based on standards. And like, yeah, I don't think we have to say men have long hair, or men don't have long hair, or women do this, or men do that. But on a whole, you're going to see biological men be stronger. And I think gender abolitionism, as I understand it, does kind of move away from this completely. And so it's like, no, there should be nothing. We shouldn't even recognize it. And everyone should be neutral. And I just think that is, I think, fighting a lot of things that do just kind of naturally progress as sexual dichotomies exist. If you have to be parasocial, why be that for a fascist? Yeah. The projection is astronomical from Louis. I think you're talking about the commenters. Hans says, I'll mention this again, good work enduring all this. Keep it up, Soy. Thanks, guys. I appreciate the support. Is this all a distraction to the fact that Trump is attempting to dismantle our democratic state? I promise you that Andrew's views are fringe, but he's not wrong in the sense that there are some people in the government now that do want to enforce what he is advocating for. Now, luckily, I think they are so unpalatable, but by the time the actual consequences of these policies, are executed, everyone's like, wait a minute, I fucking hate this. And you can see this from a lot of Trump grit voters, but it depends on how bad it gets. Yeah, hey, oh man, you guys just reminded me, because what if Andor says, what do they say in Andor? Like, yeah, they're strangling us so slow we don't even notice we're choking or whatever. It's like, yeah, if they're able to do it bit by bit by bit and we just keep letting it happen, they might be able to get to a point where it's going to be a lot harder to push back and fight back against it. I think that when bad things do happen in a way that materially affects people, like when Roe v. Wade was overturned, you'll get the big pushback. And I'm happy that's going to happen. It's sad that it has to get that bad for people to vote Democrat. Great. All right, I really want to go watch Andor, guys. You guys always say nice, interesting things. I'm just going to skim through. How did Soy find the single Hans comment that knows about, is MPreg male impregnation? Devin, this is the first time I've read a comment from you in a while that does not say E or 1. I feel that could be an argument to the monopoly of force. What about subterfuge? What prevents women from placating men and then literally stabbing them in their sleep? Yeah, I kind of wanted to talk about the monopoly of force more because it's such a silly thing. It's like I can just keep making up these hypotheticals about how this works, and this shouldn't indicate any sort of prescription about how we exist in society, but you seem to think it does, and it's fun. Andor, The Last of Us. Andor is better, Last of Us is fun. Ash says, Soy, is there a reason that you gave in on the Force doctrine? Because, I mean, it's true, and when I said, like, this very, very specific thing, it is true that if all men decided to fight all women and they had the ability and all had all the guns, and like somehow this was a collective thing where every male put aside every other difference and decided to oppress every single woman, that could happen. And then I said, but that's absurd. That's not how it works. That's not how it really works. Then he tries to deflect on, well, societies sometimes do that. And it's like, yeah, societies do that. And then women fight back, and then a lot of men aren't cool with it. Like, this just isn't how it plays out. And to say that this is how we should prescribe what men and what women should do, I think is ridiculous. I'll order your Keep subscription since you keep losing so much hair. I don't think you're talking to me because my hair is great. Bye, Curse Kitty. Oh, Curse Kitty, you're here. Hi. Get some rest. Drink your water. Yeah, I'm super thirsty. I'm going to watch Andrew. Oh, I'm almost at the end. This is great. That was an insane argument. Yes, hunger. Joe B. The gender that had a monopoly on force doesn't have anything to do with how we act. Yeah, I don't think it prescribes how we should act just because men could at some point revolt and throw over women. It's not how men or women operate in today society on a day-to-day basis. It's ridiculous. It does not inform what we should be doing. Mpreg means man pillows are really great. Hi, Hans. This is your first time Gemma has talked to a girl. Please don't ban me. I'm not going to ban you. No Andor for you. Read this. All right, I'm leaving. Type 1 of the Deep State, guys. Thanks for coming. I will have a video for you soon. Have a great night.